𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅅𓏭𝀢𓀁, 𝓈𝓔𝓇𝑛𝑒𝑏, blessings of the day. Welcome. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Shakka-Ahmose. I am a research specialist. My particular focus and interest is antiquity, history of religions, and all right. So here we are. Can't wait to see who the first person is that shows up. Hey, all right, RPM 185. Glad you're here with me. Accusation, appreciate you being here. Absolutely. Everybody else, come on in. I realized, let me up here for a second. I just realized that I heard someone use a term that really made me think of the kind of feel that I really prefer for my platform to have. And they use the term fireside camp or camp fireside. I forgot what the term was, but that is the preference that I have for my platform. It's all about teaching and learning, but think of teaching and learning in a more intimate, comfortable environment, and that is what I prefer. That is the feel or the vibe, if you will, that I prefer for my platform to have. So I think I'm achieving it. I'm not sure, but welcome again. RPM, I appreciate you. Absolutely. It's good seeing you. Right. We got Milwaukee in the building. That's what's up. All right. Shout out to Milwaukee. Shout out to the Black people. Shout out to Black people anywhere in the Bible Belt, because in my view and in my opinion, if there's going to be a difference made for Black people, it's going to have to come from those Black people who are just waking up from the spell of the Black church. And why do I say that? I say that because when you're just now waking up, you have a certain kind of passion, right? You have a sense of urgency, because you realize that you've been miseducated and misinformed. And so it's only natural that you want the same good fortune that has befallen you, or that has happened to you, or that has been bestowed upon you. You want that same good fortune to be extended to other members of your community. That's why it's a community. You're not just thinking about yourself. You're not just thinking, oh, wow, thank God I woke up from that spell, or thank God I got out of that cult, right? Or thank God I stopped dealing with the occult, right? Which is what it really is. When you're dealing with Christianity, you're not really dealing with a cult. You're dealing more with the occult. So, and there is a difference. So I guess my hope is with those Black people who are, who live in the Bible Belt. I think Milwaukee's in the Bible Belt. Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, I think it's in the Bible Belt. I'm sure it is, yeah. Texas, of course. Mississippi, absolutely. The reason is because I'm a strong believer in human resources. And it seems like everybody else believes in human resources except Black people. Captains of industry definitely know the value of human resources. And especially at a time when human resources are intentionally being devalued by placing greater emphasis on non-human resources. And I think that there's a place for non-human resources, because non-human resources is going to figure very much into this presentation, because it's going to be very AI laden, so to speak, because like everyone else, I've availed myself to the usage of large language models, of OpenAI and ChatGPT and all of the other ones. Recently, Perplexity. Shout out to Hotep Jesus. Ari, you already got my feedback on that. Yeah, I haven't forgotten, Bo. We're absolutely going to shout your film out here. Not in this particular episode, because I really didn't have time to prepare. But let's see. If this is your first time here, just let me break down a few things for you so you're not dissuaded like what's going on. I very rarely do pre-recorded videos because I think they're very sterile. I don't like the idea of just talking to myself with no one listening. So I prefer to do live. And yes, this is live. It's Sunday evening, February 1st, 2026. And it doesn't matter if you're watching this in June 2026 or December 2027. The information and the knowledge is going to be relevant. It will still be relevant then. Especially if you're just waking up. Because one of the things that I've had to really come to understand and appreciate is that there will not ever be a time when we all wake up at the same time, particularly from this spell of the Black church. It's Christianity in general, but in my current specific ride, it's the Black church that I have in my what do you call it? That is front and center, right? So, and even more so than the Black church, just Black Christians in general, particularly African American Christians, particularly Black female African American Christians in the Black church, or who come out of the Black church. Those are the individuals or the persons or the demographic. That is the specific demographic that I have in my sight, so to speak, in terms of who it is I really want to both highlight and address in terms of this season in general. It's not just this particular presentation. I addressed the things that I addressed in the previous presentation on the previous campaign, which was the Black church to school to prison pipeline. And so apparently many of you have taken to it. You understand the information and the data that was put on display, and you understand the value of it, which is really important. So I have a few rules that a few ground rules or guidelines that I wouldn't call them rules actually, but that I go through at the beginning of each platform, or each presentation rather. And so the first thing is that because this is live, I give deference to the people who are live with me, who are in the chat, because it's their energy that keeps me going through these presentations. The presentations that I give are not easy because, number one, they're not short, right? Most people who know me, who've been with me, know that my videos are not just long form. They are classically long form. I'm usually up here for anywhere from 4 to 5 hours. Sometimes more often than not, actually 8 hours. People will tell you that. That's just my style of teaching. And I don't alter it because people would prefer for me to alter it, right? I would just tell you, if there's another style of teaching that you prefer, then there's another platform that you should go and engage with, which I wholeheartedly support. But as I said, there are people who are riding with me, who are here in the chat. So they're doing this live with me. I'm not doing this by myself, right? The primary supporters and benefactors of the Pt.1, who I always highlight in each and every presentation, they're doing this with me. Whether they're here with me on the live or not, they are the reason that I'm here. They're the reason you're even able to get these presentations. Shout out to the Pt.1, right? The Pt.1 are those people who make sure that I'm okay. They make sure without any request or any impetus on my part, they make sure that the platform is okay and I'm okay, so that you can continue to get this knowledge. Because without them, I really don't think I would be here doing this. I just wouldn't. I tell anybody, if your primary motive is to serve Black people, is to teach Black people, is to liberate Black people, restore, mine is more or less to restore Black people, right? If that is your people of African descent, the African diaspora and those at home on the continent, that is my impetus, that is my motivation, to restore us. That's it. I think it's the least we could do for ourselves. If you're not willing to do that much for yourself, I really don't think you have any right to ask anything of anyone else. Why should others be willing to do for you what you're not willing to do for yourselves? So, white people cannot restore you, right? White women cannot restore you. White men cannot restore you. Hispanic people cannot restore you. Well, that's kind of not true, because one of our greatest restorers happens to be of Hispanic descent, and that's Arthur Schomburg, who the Schomburg Center is named after. So I'm going to have to recant that Hispanic comment, because remember, it's not a race, it's an ethnic group, and we are overrepresented in that ethnic group. So shout out to my African Latinos. You are one of us. Okay. You have to remember something about African Latinos. They don't all look like us. And that was one of the things that I had to learn. Number one, all Africans don't look alike, period. All Black people don't look alike. But growing up in the Bronx in New York, it was impossible for you to not really interact with Boricuas, Puerto Ricans, or Dominicans. And I have an overflow of both in my family. Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and I mean a lot of cousins. A lot. And but the person of the African Latino that is probably the closest to me is my younger brother, who's adopted. He's Puerto Rican. And I remember when we first really started spending time together, I was just so surprised that, because he didn't look Black at all. But everybody in his family was like his grandmother, his uncle, Sabu. These people were not just Black. They were jet Black, like Sudan Black. And I was like, how are these your relatives? And that's when I realized what my mother used to always say to me when I was younger, that Puerto Ricans are an African people. And I didn't understand that. But as I got older, I realized everybody who is a part of us doesn't always reflect our phenotype directly. And so, like many things out, like many other things in life, your eyes can fool you. That's it. It's really that simple. And I would say, don't buy into stereotypes. All Africans look this way, right? That's like saying all white people look one way. And we know that all white people do not look one way, All Asian people don't look, well, some people might beg to differ on that one, but we know that all Asian people don't look the same. They just don't. Even with the epicantic fold around the eye, they don't all look the same. So we have to be careful with our stereotypes, right? I am so thrilled to be here with you guys right now. I just took a moment to feel good. Sometimes I have to do that. Sometimes you have to stop everything else that's going on and just take a moment to feel good. And I just really feel good knowing that I'm here and that you're here with me, and it means a lot to me. Now, what would really mean a lot to me is if you click that like button. What would mean even more to me is that if you're not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. I am currently really focused on building the platform's algorithm so that it can get the attention that the information and that the knowledge platform deserves, right? And I cannot do that without your help. Okay, so that is certainly an important role that you can play. The more you interact with the channel, with the platform, the more the algorithm picks it up. In fact, it just sent me a congratulations for getting over 5,000 watch hours or whatever. I think I kind of been past that. But a lot of times people are fooled when I come to my channel because they only see 20,000 subscribers. They don't realize how long I've been doing this. And what I try to explain to most people is the majority of my earlier years on YouTube was spent on other people's channels. So most of my teaching was done on other people's channels, but their channels became very successful because of that, right? My presence was extremely instrumental in the success of those other platforms. And so it really took me a long time to realize, man, you're out here building everybody else's platform, but who's mining the temple, right? Who is manning your vessel? Who's manning your temple? So it, with other things that I have going on, such as productions that many of you are aware of, it really became quite transparent to me, if you will, that especially because of my absence with focusing on other things, I realized that so much miseducation was really just permeating the Black ecosphere in terms of being online. So much miseducation, so much misinformation, a resurgence of a lot of bad information, and then a lot of shucksters and shysters who have come out of the woodworks presenting themselves as the salvation of Black people. They think you should follow them. God, you know what Dr. Clark said about following people, right? Leader, to where are you leading us, right? So, and I don't know if you know who. One day I'll do an episode of my full pedigree so you can know the family background that I come from, what my pedigree is, which will explain probably why my aesthetics appear the way they appear to be. It's just out of respect and a deference and honor to the community, or to the society rather, that produced me. So I come out of a very distinct you can use the term revolutionary. I come out of a distinct revolutionary African society, which was steeped primarily in activism and academics, both, not exclusively one or the other, or you might even say activist academics. And that is the environment that produced me. So I grew up in organizations and institutions in New York City, such as First World in Harlem, such as ASCAC, the Association for the Studies of Classical African Civilization. I grew up, my siblings and I all grew up in these institutions. So we grew up very much so in the presence of people like Dr. Joseph Benyakinan and Dr. John Henrik Clark and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, and the list goes on and on, even Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, and many luminaries in the academic world. If you don't know who they are, you should look up their names and learn. Shout out to Dr. Wade Nobles, shout out to Asa Hilliard, shout out to 𝓖𝓔𓄿𝅅𝓏, shout out to Dr. Shakka-Ahmose Diop, shout out to Drusilla Judge Houston, shout out to David Walker. You should read David Walker's appeal to the colored people of the United States. It's amazing to me that a former slave back in 1823 had more sense and more knowledge about Black history than these morons today running around social media saying who Black people in America are or aren't. It's absolutely pathetic. But hey, in any event, nature abhors a vacuum. So in my absence, a lot of effery has unfolded, and I'm just here to do what I do best, which is clean up other people's messes, right? That's what I'm here for. And so I'm going to get into the title to let you know what this is about, in case you don't know what it's about. I'll put the title on the screen. Here we go. Let's see. Is this it? Yeah, that's it. Okay. And to let you know, for those of you who are new to the channel, I always spend a good 15 to 20 minutes, even 30 minutes, responding to people in the chat. I don't think that their presence here should be met with being ignored. And if I do it at the end of the platform, a lot of the comments are lost. I can't see all of them. So at least not through the StreamYard apparatus. Maybe if I go to the actual YouTube channel, I can do it. I can scroll all the way to the top and then address things one by one. But this is the title: Shakka-Ahmose defends Tony Braxton's racist white men wrote the Bible accusation. Now, for those of you who are unaware of what this is all about, this is something that actually unfolded and began a few months back, actually. But before I even get into that, I want to stick with the protocol of the platform. So a lot of people, those who really rock with me, one of the things that they know about me with off rip is that I am a Cash App warrior. It is the motivation. It is what it certainly motivates and inspires me to do what I do. Simply because nothing in it, very few things in this world of any real value, especially in today's time, can be sustained through free consumership, right? As Dr. Clark taught us, you have to support what you respect. Because if you don't support what you respect, the first thing that you're doing is you're setting an example to other people that the very thing that you claim to respect shouldn't be supported. It shouldn't be subsidized unless you think that the people who should be supporting my platform with their resources are white people, right? Or everybody else but black people. So for those black people who don't support and who don't contribute, I would like to inspire you to do so, because it really helps with the motivation to do this. And why do I say that? There's a reason I say that. The reason that I say that is that I can't speak to what other people do, but I can speak to what I do. And the first thing you need to know is that what I do is not easy. What I do here is not easy. What you see when I come on camera, when I'm on the platform, what you're seeing is the culmination and the end of a very long process that began when the cameras were off. So that means a lot of days of sacrifice. It means no social life, no going out, no going to lunches or dinners or partying or dating or movies, and none of that stuff. Right? Most of my life is spent in isolation because the level of research that I have to do just requires me to be alone, right? And not distracted. And so, although I can assure you sometimes a pleasant distraction is so warranted and required, even just to maintain peace of mind or that sense of stability. I prefer the term peace of mind. So in any event, for those of you who would like to express your support and would like to contribute to the platform with your resources, the Cash App link is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. I will say it again. It is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. On camera as well. My teeth are not sparkling when I'm doing this because I'm sipping on cocoa. Anytime I come over here, I'm sipping on a very special infused cocoa to keep my brain operating at a certain level that it would not normally operate at. This stuff has a whole lot of stuff in it. Raw organic cocoa, raw organic maca, raw bee pollen, black seeds, turmeric, Himalayan sea salt, pepper to activate the turmeric, blackstrap molasses, cayenne, nutmeg, cinnamon to offset the sugar within the honey. A lot of that stuff is in there. Spring water, ginger, coconut milk. I call it a hot cup of shakka. That's what I call it, a cup of hot shakka, right? I tend to name things after myself, but this is what I consume. I don't ever come on. I won't even turn the camera on unless this is in me, because it most likely wouldn't be the same shakka, unless somebody said something to trigger me, right? Like some Christian saying something stupid, right? Or some Black Native Indigenous person saying something stupid. Then I don't need anything in me. I will just, because I have a certain relationship with truth, and so most people who know me know that I have a physical reaction to ignorance. I literally have a physical reaction to ignorance. So sometimes that can trigger me, and you'll think I have this in me, but this just really helps. But again, I wanted to put that out there. If you want to support the channel, if you want to, and I recommend that you do, because it inspires me to say, okay, I can do that tomorrow. Okay, I can do that tomorrow. Because if not, would you rather see me packing bags at Home Depot? I mean, I don't know. Right? Or would you rather me be somewhere driving Uber? I don't know. So, the bottom line is, the things that we respect, that we want to see flourish and grow and live and exist and be there for us, we have to be willing to put our money where our mouth is. And it's just really that simple. I mean, I do. That's the reason why that's literally the reason why you get the education that you get from me, because I put my money where my mouth is. I spend my money on a lot, and for years I've been known to do that. I spend money on a lot of literature, a lot of books, and on my own personal education. A lot of money, more money than you would probably but put it like this: I spend money on certain books that I know you won't spend money on, so that you can get the knowledge, right? I'll spend $500 or $1,000 on a book because I know that you won't. But don't you think it would be fair for you to make a contribution to that sacrifice that I made on my part? Because I didn't make it just for myself. If I made it just for myself, I would do what my mother prefers me to do, my moot. She prefers me to just keep my knowledge to myself, because she's sensitive to the fact that too much attention can make you a target. These days, I don't really worry too much about that, because number one, Black people for the most part prefer to be entertained than to be educated, right? So we're usually somewhere looking at, our eyeballs are on something that's entertaining us, not on something that's educating us. So I don't worry about too many of the wrong eyes on myself. But as I was speaking to my moot yesterday, she resides in Africa, and as we were speaking, my mother, as we were speaking, I had to remind her. I said, "Look, I'm your son. You raised me to be a certain way. You raised me with a certain set of values, and while I've also had to assume other values in this life, which is something I discovered is very important for men to do, especially men who had a lot of input from their mothers in their life. At some point, there's a certain trajectory that you have to go through to completely divorce yourself from your mother's influence in order for you to fully flourish as a man. It's important. It's very important, right? It doesn't mean to discard her input. It means that input must be subordinated to your prime directive as a man. So my mother and I, my moot and I, we had, if you want to know why I refer to my mother as moot, I will show you why. I'm quick to teach. If you've never been to this platform before, I'm very quick to teach and to share, because I enjoy teaching. Is something that was just instilled in me, from a very young age. So, I come from a family of teachers, so career educators. I literally come from a family of career educators. As I explained in my last presentation, I grew up in a university setting. My mother, at a young age, I hate when YouTube does this. It's so stupid, right? When StreamYard does, no, it's not. This is not spam. Right? So now, oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hey, Alexandria, I appreciate that very much so. Absolutely, folks. That's how you can contribute to my efforts and to very strenuous efforts that I'm sure you'll benefit from. Thank you so much, Alexandria, and it's good to see you. It's always a pleasure to see you. Absolutely. Okay. So let me look through some of these comments. Let's go through them very quick so we can see who's up in here. We already saw Milwaukee is up in here. All right. Curtis Penn, shout out to you. Appreciate you. Right. It's a shame I don't have many more subscribers. You actually have a message information for the people. Well, I appreciate that. Well, to be quite honest, that's something that you guys can really make a difference in. It's not just up to me to get the subscribers. You can lead them here. You can send somebody a text and send them the link. Yo, watch this. You know, check out Shakka-Ahmose or whatever, right? In other words, do for this platform what white people do for their platforms. Yeah, right? The Goipers, the Nick Fuentez's, the Charlie Kirks, all of these people, right? Their followers bring other followers. Look at the Mormons. Do what Christians do, right? Proselytize, fellowship. Go bring people here, right? Why is it when it comes to our communities that those of us who are really doing the heavy lifting in terms of getting the requisite data, you mean we also have to do the marketing? We also have to do the promoting? We also have to do, I mean, there's only but so many hours in a day. A person only has but so much energy. And when you've expended an extraordinary amount of energy on just getting the information, it's really helpful when those who see the value in what it is that you're doing take it upon themselves without any request from myself, simply because they recognize the value of something. They're like, yo, you know, do an email blast. You know, email a bunch of people. Yo, text a bunch of people. Tune in. Come see this. You need to see this. Remember we were talking about this the other day? This is the brother who you need to listen to. This is the teacher that you need to pay attention to. This is the headmaster that you need to expose yourself to. Okay? So, but yeah, absolutely. Truthfully, as much as I would like more subscribers, and if that is meant to come, it will come. What matters to me more is delivering to those subscribers who do subscribe to me what it is that they deserve. I'm not too worried about those people who think everything else is important, because maybe my message is not for everybody else. Maybe my message is what I have to say is not for the masses. You know, why do I say that? Well, I'll tell you why I say that. Pardon me. I'll tell you why I say that. Rolls Royce is not for the masses. It's not. Rolls Royce is not for the masses. Lamborghini is not even for the masses. Right? Bugatti, it's not for the masses. It's for a very select group of people who those people see their reflection in that. Those things reflect their values, their standards. And so when I think of the Pt.1, the House of Ahmose, which is my platform, Facts Over Feelings. Facts Over Feelings is the name of this particular platform. But Facts Over Feelings is just one compartment of, or one temple, if you will, of the overarching temple, which is the House of Ahmose, Pt.1. And so with Facts Over Feelings, that's the direct teaching platform. That's what this is. This is Facts Over Feelings, FOF with Shakka-Ahmose. I'm your host. I will be your headmaster for the next few hours. Everything you didn't get in school, you will get here. Everything that you absolutely did not get in Sunday school and church, you will get here. Okay? So that is the purpose of this platform. Okay? So without going too much into my pedigree, and I'm going to find a way to start opening up my presentations without having to go through my whole pedigree with every single show. Maybe I'll have one designated to that, and I'll keep it I'll put a link in the description. Say if you want to know who I am and you want to know about the platform, the link is in the description. You can find all of that. I'm just going to get to the subject matter. That way we can just jump right in. So, all right, peace. Absolutely. What's my opinion on FBA? Well, my first problem with FBA is that if you can call it a problem, the mere fact that somebody like Tucker Carlson and the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the fact that they are excited, they themselves are excited about FBAs and this, that alone tells me it's problematic. That's just how I am. I just look at action reaction. It's like chemistry. Certain things don't jibe. Certain things don't resonate. So when you're doing something or espousing something that our adversaries, our historical adversaries, are taking too much pleasure in, then it just gives me space for caution. I mean, at the end of the day, it's just a brand name. That's all it is. It's a brand name. Truthfully speaking, I don't have any problem with it. I would just prefer FBAA, Foundational Black African American, you know, because that African is going to be in there, right? If you want to put Foundational Black African, I'll take that too. Yeah, I'm a foundational Black African that happens to be born in America. That's it for me, right? And I don't let people with lower IQs and people with no education and people with no requisite background in genealogy or DNA or none of that. I do not allow historically illiterate people to define for me who I am. You can't do that. That's like me letting you count my money and you going to tell me what I got. Right? No, I wouldn't do that. Right? I would not do that. I have no problem with the term foundational Black American. I literally have no problem with it. If somebody would put that term on me, I don't have any problem with that, calling me an FBA. But being an FBA does not preclude me from being other things. That's just a lane which I have rightfully inherited to be referred to as a foundational Black American. I don't have a problem with it. It just tells you, I mean, my mother goes back to South Carolina, to my mother's side of the family. My maternal side goes back to the slave plantations in South Carolina. My paternal side goes back to the slave plantations in Louisiana, in Baton Rouge. I even know the plantation. So I also know how we got there and where we came from, right? Absolutely. So I'm not one of these young, confused Black people who have no education about any of this stuff, right? Don't talk to me about being a foundational Black American if you haven't read Capitalism and Slavery by Dr. Eric Williams, PhD. Don't talk to me about being a foundational Black American if you haven't read Capitalism and Slavery by the same scholar. He was an excellent research specialist, Dr. Eric Williams. He was the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago back in the 60s. And I think he was a graduate of UWI, University of West Indies. But his scholarship is considered to be the threshold. His scholarship is the standard on those subject matters. So if you're not reading serious works and doing real serious, if you're just getting social media stuff and you say, well, this is who we are, and look at this black and white picture, and oh, and look, they identified these people as black and took away their name. And okay, yeah, all of that's true, but one thing does not preclude something else. And unfortunately, because of the black church, black people in America have an IQ issue. And that's just the truth of the matter. It's not as high as it should be. That's it. That's why I ride the way I ride, because I know what the black church has done to our brains. Again, I know what the black church has done to our brains. Can't think. We can't think competently. And so therefore we say stuck on stupid too long. Let me move on. One day I'll do a whole platform. I'll do a whole show just on that. I appreciate you. Absolutely. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Duao. That means a lot to me. Duao. Thank you. Nahem. Okay. That's what it is. Straight up. That's what it is right there. Facts over feelings all day long. Yup. Looking like my cousin from Mali. It look like Leaf. Right? Hold on. Hey, like a few of my cousins, to be quite honest. All right, cool. All right. I don't quite understand the sentence, but I would say yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't have any problem with being a foundational Black American, as long as you don't for one moment think that means I'm not African or I'm not of African descent, you know. And better yet, even if you want to tell me that I'm not African or that I'm not of African descent, okay, no problem. Where's your evidence? Let me see it. Let me scrutinize it. Let me see if it stands up under scrutiny. Straight up. I'm not a believer. I am not a believer. I don't lead with belief. I'm not saying I'm not a believer. I don't lead with belief. Most people lead with belief. It's okay to believe something. That's where you start. That's not where you end. You understand? So, all right. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? All right, appreciate you right back. Absolutely. Hotep. Absolutely. Appreciate you, Patrick. All right, Swayco Bloxy, 2996. Hotep, Uncle Johnson there. Here we go. She's wrong. And by the way, when you address someone in the chat, I say this every episode or every presentation, put @ in front of your comment if you're not talking to me. Because if you just make a blanket statement in my comment section and there's no @ I'm going to automatically presume you're talking to me. And if what you're saying is either distracting to me or I take it as an affront or something disrespectful or something that's trying to get me to be off of my square, then I'm just going to up you out of here rather than have you be a distraction for everyone, right? So do I have a TikTok, and so do I ever go live on that platform? No, I do have a TikTok. I don't ever go live on it. And now that the people who own it, I will not be going live on it. I'm just not. Not at all. Okay, absolutely. All right. Again, Alexandria, always, hey, good to see you. Raccoon Slayer, that name kills me. Always makes me laugh every time I see it. Right? I appreciate that very much. Absolutely. Right? Hey, beautiful. Hey, beautiful. All right. Neferu, shout out to my homie Lauren. I call her Ghost. 1 minute she's here, next minute, poof. What's up, Ghost? All right. You get depressed in the wintertime, finally start to feel better, thank God. Well, we got about 8 more weeks of cold weather, and just stay focused. That's all. Just focus on things that are healthy and things that are positive, and try to help people. And just try to spend your time just trying to give your best and be your best. If you spend your time trying to give your best and be your best, you don't really have time to notice the weather, whether it's good or bad. You don't. You really don't. So the weather inside is more important than the weather outside. What's the weather like inside of you? You know, if the weather inside of you is correct, you can go outside. It could be 20 below zero. You're gonna be all right. Just don't stay out in too long, right? But I understand the feeling of melancholy and what this time of year could do to people if you live in the North, right? In the West in general. Oh, there's no question about it. There's no question about it. Absolutely. No question about it. All right. What is this? They know the Shakka-Ahmose. Shout out to my brother Sanetta. Absolutely. And to his platform, Sanetta TV, House of Consciousness. Right. All right. Hotep just enough 215. All right. For those of you who are still asking and still inquiring, that's it. $ Shakka-Ahmose. The link is in the chat. It's pinned to the top of the chat if you want to show your appreciation. That's right. Be pollen. Absolutely. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad. Well, keep on coming back. Absolutely. Keep on coming back. All right. Absolutely. Kim7537. I need as many females. You know, I have to oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't get too much of that these days, but I genuinely appreciate that. I mean, I'm never really in anybody's face to get a compliment like that anyway. So, but I appreciate it. It means a lot to me, especially when it's coming from a sister. When it's coming from a black woman, I don't care if anybody says you have not been complimented until you've been complimented by a black woman. End of discussion. You heard? That's like being complimented by the night sky with all the stars and the planets and the moons and all that stuff in the sky all at the same time. Right? I appreciate you very much so. Absolutely. So let's see here. All right, Nefarious One, peace and light. Okay. Absolutely. All right. Oh, I appreciate that for sure. Absolutely. That's what I'm here for. Okay. So book like this. Well, give me an example. Give me an example of what I have. You don't want an example of my books. We'd be here until the sun comes up. All right, trust me on this one. We'd be here until the sun comes up. Do I know any group in South Florida that I would recommend to be a part of? Yeah, it's called The Mirror. Go look in the mirror. That's the group you want to be a part of, no matter where you are. Other than that, I don't really do groups, right? I would love to. I would love to be in a group situation where I'm teaching young people. That's the group, right? Either that or teaching, honestly, teaching black people in a church. That is you want to talk about everybody has a fantasy or a dream? My dream is to be inside of a church teaching that congregation. If you're going to be here, you might as well learn the truth about what all of this is and where it came from. That's what burns my embers, right? That's really that what stokes my fire. It's all of these tabula rasa. For those of you who don't know what that means, all of these, you might not know this, but these are empty minds. They're empty. Their minds are empty, but they don't know it. These people in the congregation, their minds are empty. But here's the thing, but they don't know it. So how do you get across to someone who has an empty mind, but they're under the impression that their mind is overflowing? And if it is overflowing, I don't want to tell you what it's overflowing with. It's not what you think it is. I guarantee that. It's not what you think it is. So let's see. Here we go. All right, absolutely. Oh, for sure, absolutely. No question about it. All right. Oh, we got Texas in the house. We need to get some people from Elgin, Texas in here. Some of my exes used to tell me about Elgin, Texas, about how ignorant they were there. And they told me, don't go to Elgin. That's exactly where I want to go. Can you imagine what black people in America would be like if their minds are really free? Woo, that would be something to see. Really would be. I think that's why I go as hard as I do, because that's something I'd like to see. You know, what would that look like? Here we go. Absolutely, absolutely. Share this with a friend. Don't keep the knowledge all to yourself. Spread it, right? When you see where I go tonight, tonight's going to be a trip. I'm telling you now, this presentation is going to be a trip. Why? Because, let me see. You feel like people don't want real information, but you're right. Yeah, they don't. They don't really want real information. They just want to be entertained, you know? So, let's see. Let me see. Okay, Hotep, Uncle John said, hey! Now, this is one of the benefits. This is a member of Bet. This is an official Bet-Ahmose individual here. Tonight's presentation is brought to you by this brother. Why? Because it's brothers like this who make sure that I'm okay and that my situation is okay, so that I could focus on teaching on you guys, right? So he's a very important person in my life. And this is a real VIP. Shout out to you, St. Joe Islam. He's a very real VIP. This is somebody who cares about black people being educated appropriately and accurately. And how do I know that? Because he's invested his resources in the Bet-Ahmose in a very real way. And I appreciate him. And there are others that you will hear about and see, right? Bro owns that car. I don't know what the heck that's all about. I probably spend that amount on books, but I also like when somebody's breaking it down for me. Both. Let me tell you something. Hey, Melissa, let me tell you something. On something real. my former significant other, the the wonderful queen who bore my son, who bore my sa. When we, in our early years as parents, I would spend so much money on books. She would meet me on payday to make sure she would block the entrance to the bookstore. She's like, no, we need that money for ABC. I'd be walking in the bookstore and I would spend $1,000 on books like it was nothing. I spent $1,000 on one book because I knew there was something in it that they didn't want us to know. And my thing is, I don't know how you can be born in this world and be black, knowing that your people have been set up before you were even come to this earth. You're coming into a setup. You're born into a setup. And if you're okay with going through your whole life and doing nothing about that to change it for those black people who are coming behind you, what kind of team player are you? You're not a quarterback. You're not a tight end. I don't know what to call you. A freeloader? I don't know what to call you. There's an old saying that I love. Every generation has the right to stand on the shoulders that came before it, but you don't have the right to pickpocket the generation coming after you. You don't have the right to do that. If certain things were put in place for you, and the problem with most black people today is that they don't give a damn about the sacrifices that were made for them by people who never even got to experience and enjoy any of these freedoms. But they gave everything for it. And you come through, and to you, it's just all about you, from the cradle to the grave. It's like, to me, you're a nothing. You never amounted to even a person who just had presence of mind. You know? Facts. If everyone had a Lambo, the value would go down. It wouldn't be special. Then again, yeah, expensive things are special, but that's a whole different story. Expensive things can be special, but you know what's more special than expensive things? I'll show you. This is more precious than expensive things. Watch. See that? Priceless. that which is priceless, that which you cannot put a price on. I've always tried to teach people from an actuarial perspective. If you don't know what actuarial means, it means pertaining to value from an axiological perspective. Part of the problem with Black people, and particularly with Black women, and when I say that, everything that I say when I speak in general about Black women, most of that is coming from social media. Why? Because that is where the majority of us spend the bulk of our time in this current age. So let's be honest about it, especially for those of us who are in social media business. If this is our ecosphere and it's where we are heavily invested, and we spend a lot of time on it. And as a social scientist, as the social scientist that I'm in, I'm always using social media to see what people are thinking. What are they saying? So I can then get a larger picture of, okay, well, this is the general thought. This is the general thought that's just out there in the ethos. And so when I say things like today's Black woman worships money, she does. I've seen posts recently where a Black girl married like a 85-year-old white billionaire. She got 5 mansions and 81 million cars and all of this land. And the Black woman in the chat talking about, ooh, go girl. And I'm like, you do realize that a hoe is a hoe is a hoe, right? Like, that's just because you move it from one ecosystem to another ecosystem or to another situation, it's still hoeing. So like I always say, you walk up to a Black woman today and say, here's the bag of Jesus or here's the bag. Which one you want? You want Jesus or the bag? She's going to reach for the bag. It's going to be the same woman talking about Jesus and the church and the Bible. It's incongruent. You understand what I'm saying? It's lip service. So in any event, let me get back to the comments for a few more minutes and then we get started. Okay? So let's see. Let me see. What am I looking for? Oh, here we go. Right. Absolutely. Okay. Shout out to my people in the UK. That's what's up. So we got Texas in here. We got the UK in here. We got Milwaukee in here. Right. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. But y'all, facts, people, facts. Do that. Absolutely. Do that, people. That's what's up. I appreciate you. Motivate me, because I'm gonna need all the motivation I'm gonna need to get through this. When y'all see the stuff that I'm gonna show you, it's like, oh, you really need energy to do all of that. You have no idea of the energy that's required to do what I'm gonna do this evening. You have no idea. Like, you better be in good shape or you won't be able to do it. Okay? Absolutely. Share this live, and I hope we'll be watching it tight to even. Oh, I appreciate that. That's what's up. Very much so. I appreciate that. Hey, shout out to the Viking. Hey, we got the Viking with me. That's what's up. 𝓖𝓐𝓏𝓏. I like the name. All right, Viking. That's what's up. Okay. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Always. Okay. Let's see. It was obvious that. Oh, hold on. What did she say? Oh, he say? What did he say? It was obvious that Tony Braxton was going to wake up from a lifetime of Christianity. Hey. Yes, I'm on Facebook. Just type in Shakka-Ahmose. I got a fan page and everything. Absolutely. That's right, Ghost. I see you, Ghost. Poof. I see you. Okay. Oh, Lord. Here we go. Yeah, Tony Braxton spoke the truth. The people got mad at her. Unfortunately, that's the norm. But to me, it wasn't about them just getting mad at her. And what you're going to see tonight, because I'm going to show you, what bothered me was the amount of ignorance that was emanating from Black women as a group, as a demographic. And I'm saying to myself, these people need to, sorry guys, getting a little too warm in here. These people need to get a picture, a snapshot of themselves. And that's what I'm going to do tonight. I'm going to give you a snapshot of Black ignorance in terms of Christianity and in terms of the Bible and in terms of the black claims that they make about Christianity, because no one really addresses it, not in a responsible way. And that's what I'm going to try to do tonight. I'm going to try to be today or this evening, because everybody's watching from a different time zone. But what I'm going to do this evening is so hopefully, I don't know how far I'll get through it, but I will do my best, because by the way, this is the first presentation of, let me put it to you like this. And this is what's going to make tonight a trip. Pay attention. What's going to make tonight a trip, a head trip, what's going to make this presentation a head trip is that, or what's going to make today a head trip, this morning a head trip, this afternoon a head trip. What's going to make this a head trip is I put this PowerPoint together right around the time when it first happened, which I think was like September or August of 2025. I have not looked at this presentation since then. Why? Because I went right from that presentation into creating another presentation, which was the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline. And I probably did about 2 or 3 other presentations and PowerPoints in between those. And so I have like what you're seeing right now didn't just fall out of the sky. Like this campaign or this run was planned, but it took months for me to put all of these different PowerPoints together, so then I could just come up and then just one by one, just lick them off. One by one, just lick them off. So one of the complaints I've often gotten on my platform is that I don't broadcast enough. I don't teach enough. I don't show up enough. So you won't be able to say that. Not if ancestors willing, net to the willing, and net to willing, you won't be able to say that, because my goal with respect to everything that's unfolding now is just consistency to begin to rebuild my platform, right? Because I didn't want to not overly invest in the other production that I'm working on, but I didn't want that production to exist at the expense of this platform. This platform should complement the production that I'm working on, which is why it's important that you visit my Cash App and subsidize the platform and the channel, because those resources go into the production that I'm working on, right? I haven't gotten to the crowdfunding phase, but every bit counts, every penny counts, it's how great art is birthed, right? Can you imagine if what Ryan Coogler would have had to do to raise money to produce Black Panther? Oh. Well, that's kind of the hat that I'm wearing right now. The crown that I'm wearing for the production that I tend to be working on. So that I am working on. So yeah, I haven't seen this presentation. But what I can tell you, I haven't seen this presentation since like September or October. But what I can tell you, probably September, what I can tell you about this presentation is that and the other thing that's going to be trippy about this presentation is that it was when I really first started really messing with ChatGPT. And I'm the kind of person, once I figure out how something works, I'm even like this with people. Once I figure out how something works or how someone works, I like to push it to see where it can go. That's just how I am, right? I'd like to see, like, what can this baby do? Like somebody who gets in a car a certain kind of car for the first time, and they're like, I want to see what this baby could do. And that's what I did with ChatGPT especially on these earlier presentations when I first discovered ChatGPT. And you're going to see that there's a lot of wild stuff that you're going to see in this presentation. I mean, wild from my perspective, because it's me sharing my very obscure knowledge with a large language model that can actually understand what I'm saying, and not only understand what I'm saying, but it can contribute, it can reinforce, it can substantiate through peer-reviewed sources and established criteria, so that you can really appreciate the gravity of what I'm showing you. I'm not just showing you Fisher Price. This is not Fisher Price. If you want that play stuff, go watch somebody's platform who deals with Fisher-Price and Hasbro and toys. This is not toy information. None of the things that I impart to you can be placed in the category of pseudo. Can't do it. Right? The stuff that I'm sharing with you it's the priceless stuff. It's really the stuff you can't pay for, which is why my perspective is, look, if I was to actually charge you for the level of knowledge that I'm giving you, most of you wouldn't be able to afford it. I'm telling you that. You wouldn't be able to. Because if you could, you'd be at Princeton, you'd be at Oxford, you'd be at Harvard, right? You're not there. But I'm bringing to you that level of information, that level of data, okay? So the least you can do is, I'm like, look, don't get me started, right? So, all right, here we go. Okay, we're getting ready to get started, people. I see Lauren shouting out Viking. I like to see my peoples shouting each other out. That's what's up. Head on the feds, Slim. Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, she did absolutely speak the truth. Okay. Look at Lauren being all popular in the chat. Everybody shouting out Lauren. Please. Don't be coming in here. And Lauren, you got to come on the platform then. If you're that popular, you're going to have to get on the camera. We could do an episode together. That's what's up. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, in fact, I'm not rocking with TikTok. No. Not with everything that's going on over there. Get ready for college tours? Well, okay, that's what's up. Make it happen for me. Right? What happened to the black people that I used to know, like from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s? Like, you think I belong on college tours? Make it happen for me. Contact me and let me know. Shakka, I got you booked here. Right? This is the cut that I need. This is what you're getting. Cool. All right. That's how you do it. These black colleges today, they don't, the black student unions at these universities, who do they even invite anymore? No one that can really make a difference and move the needle for their thinking. It's a pathetic generation. I'm sorry, it's pathetic. As Dr. John Henry Clark used to say, you're a disgrace to the skin you wear. You know, that's the way I look at it. That's just my opinion, right? Well, I agree. You would reach a lot of people, young people on TikTok, and really make an impact on that platform. But I know you would teach them a lot because of the answer. Nah, they wouldn't be checking for me. They wouldn't be checking for me. They would be checking for the next stupid sensation because that's what young people are looking for, right? Absolutely. Learn or burn, baby. Shout out to Shoe Bill. That's right. Absolutely. Shoe Bill Genie. Learn or burn. That's what we say over here. Hold up. We got to get that out. Where you at? Where you at? Whoa, learn or burn, baby. That's what we say over here. Learn or burn. And if you burn, ain't nobody coming to throw no water on you because you had the opportunity to learn and you thought everything else was more important. So peace, out of here, right? That's what's up. You waited for me last night? Oh, my bad. What happened last night? Oh, speaking with my mother, as long as I did, I would just tuck it out. I was like, we got into a very deep conversation about religion and family stuff. And yeah, hey, shout out to Texas. All right. See, now my Texas people need to be calling people because I know y'all got Bible issues and black church issues over there. You need to be texting people. Yo, tune in. We're gonna call this night church session. This is the church session you need. Okay. That they're not going to give you. Okay. Hold on. Absolutely. Hotep, we got Denver, Colorado in the house. That's what's up. Shout out to Kamal Pac-Man. That's what's up. We got Denver, Colorado in the house. That's what's up. Right? We got Houston, Texas in the house. Right? We already saw Galveston is in here. Right? That's what's up. I tell you, people are gonna, don't be surprised if you see Japan. Don't be surprised if you see New Zealand. People from all over the world follow me. And because people all over the world like to learn. And you'd be surprised how many intelligent high IQ people there are in the world. It's just that most platforms are really not geared, especially for Black people. Most Black platforms are not really geared towards what I consider to be the higher standard of information. And in order for you to get high standard of information, the information that you have to be confronted with is usually going to be obscure, right? Let me give you a perfect example of what I mean. Part of what makes me different from other people who teach, part of what makes me different is that I read the stuff that I know most of you don't know exists. Most of you don't know it exists because you don't have the temperament to sit down and actually read that kind of stuff. It's just not, it's not in you. Just think about the things you read on a regular basis. Now imagine, a perfect example, there are things that I don't have the temperament to read. There really are. Let me see. I don't really care for fiction, but I'm just trying to think, what kind of things is it that I don't particularly care to read? Instructions. I can't stand reading instructions. I can't stand. Even this chair I'm sitting in. When I had to put it together, I didn't put it together. One of my students put it together for me, someone who was visiting from the UK. A very important, in fact, a very prized member of the 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀁📫, Jed, right? Jed Absolutely. He's one of my sebatis, one of my students. Jed he is the one who put this chair together because I can't stand reading instructions. I just don't have the patience for it. You know, it's also why I don't do good with platforms online, because you got to read this instructions, you got to follow this prompt, I just don't. I'm like, nah, I'm not with that. I would rather get somebody who already knows, who has a temperament for this. Yo, set this up for me, get me from point A to point B, and then let me do what I do. That's just how it is. So I get it. We're all not wired to read the same thing the same way, right? So, all right, hold on. Let's get a few more in here because I don't want to ignore anyone, right? Priceless, no question about it. Okay. All right, here we go. Hey, nothing is more important than money. That is a truth that is not true. Your life is more important than money. This world would have you think otherwise. This world would have you think that what is in you can be bought and sold. How can money be more important than you when there's nothing greater than what is in you? I don't have to be a Christian to know that the kingdom of God is within. That didn't come from Christians. Christians learned that from older cultures, from older writings, older worldviews. Christians didn't create that. The kingdom of God is within. And so if the kingdom of God is within, how can money be more important than you or me or this, that, and the third? Now, in practical terms, yes, money is the most important thing. Why? It was here before you were born. It's going to be here when you're gone. And it's the star of the show the entire time that you're here. That's a truth we all have to live with. I don't stick my head in the ground like an ostrich, and I don't deal with denial very well. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, right? Here we go. We got Cleveland, Ohio in the house. That's what's up. Shout out to my people in Ohio. I got family there. My brother's there. My godmother's there. Absolutely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be dealing with this. Oh, we definitely see this right here? You see that comment right there? That's what we're going to be dealing with tonight. This afternoon, this morning, today. That's what we're going to be dealing with right there. Is the Ethiopian Bible the oldest Bible in the world? Is the Ethiopian Bible, or rather, Is the Ethiopian church the oldest church in the world? Is the first Christian church in Ethiopia? All of this stuff that, no question about it. To the limit. I like that. Push it to the limit. Right? What the hype is about? I don't know. Let's see. What? Oh, my first person to kick out. Wonderful. Dr. Steve 25J. Thank you for coming. However, you probably didn't hear me say earlier. Well, here's the thing, right? You ask, why am I wearing a clown outfit, right? I think you're a clown because you are incapable of locating the aesthetic. Meaning you have no concept of what it represents. So you don't belong here. Your IQ is too low. This is not a low IQ, low brow platform. This is for people who are already, where did that? Hold on one second. This is for people, right, who are already in the know. Okay? This is not kindergarten. So Steve, I'm gonna get you up on out of here so that you can head on over to kindergarten. All right. Here we go. Boom. There we go. So that is a problem solved. We're just here. That's all we do. We just solve problems. We're not here to complain about problems. We're not here to even, problems are part of life. Problems are not bad things. Problems are good things. Without problems, you can't develop your brain to solve them. That's how your brain is developed, because of problems. They challenge you, right? Oh, somebody found out where I got my clown outfit from. Your mother. Okay, Steve. Apparently she went and spent the money, right? Absolutely. And actually, it's much more expensive than you would think. Okay, here we go. All right, Dallas in the building. That's what's up, right? Hold on. All right. Oh no, not at all. Absolutely. That last part, I'm amazed at how much I truly don't know. That's the part that should amaze everybody. You should be utterly blown away by how much there is that you don't know and why you weren't taught it in the first place. That should really keep you up at night. It keeps, look, y'all have no idea how I spend my free time, but I tell you, yeah, absolutely. Oh, now that's impressive. Took my advice and purchased the book God's Library. Halfway through it now. So if you're halfway through it, then you already know that all of the claims that are made about early Christian manuscripts are false. It's all propaganda and it's all marketing, right? So good for you. Good on you. That's what's up. Can you take your pictures when you leave, though? Okay, hold on a second. Oh, absolutely. Wonderful. Absolutely. Let me see. Absolutely. It's not the oldest Bible. It may be the oldest illustrated Bible. It is the oldest illustrated Bible. We don't have any problem with giving the Ethiopian Bible that credit. It's the oldest illustrated Bible. But when you think about an illustrated Bible, who usually has illustrated books? Usually children. Think about it. Right? Adults are too busy in the script, in the text, right? Children need picture books. You understand? Okay. All right. So having an illustrated Bible doesn't mean anything to me, right? Let's see. Oh, you know what? Thanks for reminding me of that. Somebody just reminded me of something. Folks, if you're going to ask me a question, don't ask me questions like this, because it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. That man gets all of the media attention in the world. It's like It's like when somebody's clouding your mind so much, they don't leave any space for you to think about anything else that can actually profit you, right? Something else that can actually free up some space in your mind to think and tend to the things that require your attention. But these white media, this commercial media, I don't even know what to call it, right? This status quo media, why would you pollute our discussion with this person? Why? Like, why? He's not talking about what I'm talking about. That's what I think about him. All right? He's not talking about what I'm talking about. He's not going to educate you about anything other than what works for him. That's it. That's what I think about him. He's not going to educate you about anything other than what's going to work for him. All right? What I'm educating you about this evening, it has very little to do with what works for me personally, because it's not coming from a personal place and space. It's coming from a collective, communal, societal, familial place, right? Even a fellowship type of place. For those of you who want to show your appreciation and support the platform, which I totally anticipate and expect, the link is at the top of the YouTube chat. You'll see the Cash App link up there. I'm a Cash App warrior. This is a Cash App friendly platform. Super chats, YouTube get too much of that, so we don't really get too excited about super chats around here. But yeah, right here, this part right here. Hold on, this part right here. The Black community does not study social engineering enough, and that's our biggest issue. That's it. Nah, you deserve a bomb for that one. The Black community does not study social engineering enough, and that's our biggest issue. So you don't know when you've been socially engineered. You were socially engineered before you were born because of the household you were born into. You're born into an ecosystem that was socially engineered by people whose homes you will never be in, whose neighborhoods you will probably never be in, whose shindigs you will never be invited to. You were born into a home that was socially engineered by them, but you think that you could come and tell me something about who I am and who I am not, who God is and who God is not. It's the sick leading the sick and getting paid for doing it. Sick people will pay other sick people to lead them. There's no question about it. Let me tell you something that I had to learn. I meant to say this in another, okay, I'm over an hour. All right, cool. Let me say this. Oh, okay, my bad. I could have sworn I pinned the. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you, I appreciate that. I didn't pin the Cash App to the top of the YouTube. I'm gonna do that right now. Here we go. So I'm just gonna come here. Okay, we're gonna go here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Okay, right, and boom, there we go. I'm surprised they won't tell me. Here we go. All right, and there we go. Replace pin message. Cool. There we go. Okay, now for those of you who want to know, thank you so much, Alexandria. When I see that name, it kind of trips me out because that name, Alexandria, that was the name of my first love. The name of the wonderful person who deflowered me. Yeah, can you say that? What is it? Well, I know it's called deflowering when you do it when a woman has her first time. I don't know what it's called when a male has his first time, a young man. She broke me in, I guess. I don't know. Right? But that was her name, Alexandria. And the crazy part is, absolutely, I appreciate that very much so. Right? Genuinely, the crazy part, Alexandria, is I never knew at that time of my life, when I was 16, I didn't know just how important, how salient, and how central that name would be to my life, Alexandria. Like, I had no idea at the time, which is just ironic that the person who I had that experience with, that was her name, Alexandria. Absolutely. To the last I heard, she works for the United Nations. Yeah, as an attaché for diplomats. So God bless her. I mean that. God bless her. Those are very good memories. I probably have better memories than most men in general, especially guys today. Let me see. Hey, all right. Here we go. Okay. What I do know about Alexandria was absolutely named after Alexander. That's for sure. Okay. She corrupted me. She was actually my sister's best friend. She was my older sister's best friend. And what's even more crazy about it is when you think about Alexandria and what it represented even as much as Memphis was a melting pot, Alexandria was a melting pot too in Egypt. Alexandria, which is the Alexandria we're talking about, Alexandria was a melting pot too, but it was a melting pot that tilted more towards the lighter spectrum of phenotypes, whereas Memphis would have been a melting pot as well, which was the oldest melting pot. Memphis was the oldest melting pot before there was even an Alexandria. But that would have been a more congruent or diverse melting pot. Whereas Alexandria was also a melting pot. But the crazy part is that my Alexandria, who corrupted me, that's really good, right? Yeah, broke me in his wife. I don't know what the term is, right? Divined. Okay, somebody said divine. She divined me. Yeah, it was a very pivotal time in my life, right? Teenager in Manhattan, New York City. She was very mixed. Very mixed. Her mother was black. Father was Italian and Roman and Hungarian, Roman and Turkish, right? Or Italian and Turkish. So that was, yeah, absolutely. All right. Black Americans are not African. Can you come in with a name like that? Black Americans are not African with a name? To come on my platform, you would have to be historically literate. With a name like Black Americans are not African, you're not historically literate. You're historically illiterate. You don't know anything about history. So, especially you don't know anything about our history. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. Was it? AI is powerful in individual personality, and I'm starting to love it. Yeah, but you have to be careful with AI. You got to get to know it, right? You have to get to know it because AI can mislead you. Oh, okay. Italian and Sicilian, so you're pretty mixed on the history. Okay, that's what's up. You know what I haven't had? Now you got me thinking. Now I want a cannoli. I used to live in Little Italy in New York. So for those of you who know anything about Italian cuisine, if you've never had a cannoli, I would destroy. And plus, I used to work for Italian people. Those of you who know something about my background know that as well. And those Italian people actually taught me how to make pasta al dente, like the way they make it. And so, yeah, you got me tripping right now. You get off of this. I don't need to be tripping on camera because you got my mind kind of just going. So let's stay focused about why we're here. Okay, here we go. Now you got me thinking about Big ZD and come on, I don't need this right now. the cult. Oh yeah. The coat, cheese, all of that stuff. I don't need that. Here we go. Okay. Let me get focused because we are going to the presentation. You guys are going to trip out when you see this. Let's do this. Oh. I got to do this before I forget, because I've been forgetting a lot lately. And the last time my media froze up on me, so I couldn't even play it. But welcome to Facts Over Feelings. I'm your host, Shakka-Ahmose. We're about to go into the presentation. So this is how we say welcome.
Yeah. We went from the bottom. Now you hear shouts of my people because we were in the 𝓖𝓔𓄿𓅓����𓀢𓀢. Whoa, wow. This is a hero.
Shout out to T.C. Accusation, another main pillar of the Pt.1, an essential main pillar, right? Shout out to, oh, you know what I got to do? Because I always forget. And I promised myself I wouldn't forget today. I forgot to play the outro 2 presentations ago, and I couldn't play it in the last presentation. So just to say thank you to those members of the Pt.1, to those inhabitants of the Pt.1, to those occupants of the Pt.1, to those benefactors and providers of and to the Pt.1, the house of Ahmose. I just want to say thank you by playing the outro right now, just in case no matter what else happened, that got done, because you deserve your flowers. So anyway, yeah, I just had to do that. Okay. You can always go back, freeze frame, screenshot. If you want to see the names in there, they're in there. Those are the people that make this presentation possible. Without them, you would not be seeing me right now. You would not. You know, I don't know what I would be doing, but I wouldn't be here right now, that's for sure. So, but they remind me of how much the knowledge and the information means to them. They show me by taking direct action. You know, they show up in my Cash App. No requests from me. No, hey, could you? None of that. They just show up there, and it's mind blowing. But it is definitely one of the things that really the wind in my sail that moves me upstream in terms of, okay, this has to be done. You know, I can't. You know, I've been focused on this over here, but I can't just leave these people over here not being catered to in terms of what it is that brought them here to begin with in the first place, right? Which is, at the end of the day, learning and education. So, okay, absolutely. The link is pinned, people. The link is pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. For those of you who want to show your respect and appreciation and support to the platform, it does mean a lot. Absolutely. All right, what's good? What we're about to get into right now. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Oh, it's too much. Okay. This part is true. If I understand what you're saying there, it's so much ignorance you feel like giving up, and now you have more hope again. That makes a difference. I discovered about this beautiful sister who took her life, unfortunately, because she was going through depression. And beautiful young sister, like she was in her 20s or early 30s, and she took her life literally right after she did the live. And I'm like, why didn't you just have a good person in your life or some good brother? a good black man that could have just been like, look, you feeling bad? It will pass. You're going through a season in your life right now. It might be hormonal. It could be whatever. But I'm riding with you. Let me help you stay above water emotionally and psychologically for the next 6 months if that's what you need. That's what we're supposed to do for each other. Black women are supposed to do that for black men, and black women are supposed to do that for black men are supposed to do that for black women. It don't mean we got to be dating. It don't mean we got to be sexing. It don't mean we got to be in love or getting married. It could lead to any one of those things. But at the end of the day, I'm talking about just base concern for each other's welfare and well-being. And sometimes that's just calling somebody up and saying, or sending somebody a text, hey, I was just thinking about you. Hey, you want to grab a coffee, or you want to get some hot chocolate, or you want some company, we'll come over and watch a movie together, or whatever. Sometimes people, especially in the age that we live in today, in the age of isolation, we're going to have to really get out of our comfort zone when it comes to saving each other from unhealthy isolation. You're going to have to do it. Because if you don't do it, the consequences are going to make you say, damn, we should have, taken action much sooner. But here we go. Let's do this, people. Part of me is like, am I really going to be able to do this? Am I actually going to pull this off? I don't know. But I'm here to find out. That's what matters. I'm here to find out. Okay. Hold on. Whether you know it or not, I'm actually listening to Ethiopian music. When I work, I like to listen to things that remind me of why I'm doing why I do what I do. Okay, so where are we? Where are we? Hold on, folks. I'm just getting my motivation together. Oh, here we go. Cool. Yes. You guys have no idea how hard this is, what I'm about to do. Okay. Here we go. Okay, people. You see it. Okay. This is why we're here. All right. Hold on one second. We are here to address this. Let me just say this much. Hold on one second. Let me see. So I got that there. Okay. Let me just say this much. Right. Let me say this much. What you're about to see, a lot of it might come off as the ramblings of a madman, but you're going to see, how can I put it? It's like you're going to get a chance to walk in my footsteps in terms of the journeys that my mind has been exposed to. A lot of it is going to trip you out. Some of it you've never seen. Much of it you've never seen. Much of it you've never heard before or have never encountered or been exposed to. But this is the mind of Shakka-Ahmose. This is just the truth. So what you're looking at here is, this says she was right. It says Toni Braxton. She was right. Racist white men wrote the Bible. Shakka-Ahmose, facts over feelings. It's the house of Ahmose. So I wanted you to see this. This white man here is the creator of one of the Bibles in question. But I wanted you to see this. And I have Tony, and by the way, I fell in love with her music doing this presentation because when I'm working on a project, I try to listen to the artwork or just whatever the work is of the person who I'm focused on. So when I was putting this presentation together, and there are two different separate PowerPoints related to this subject matter. This is PowerPoint A, and then there is PowerPoint B. You will not see PowerPoint B until PowerPoint A is concluded. And they're both going to freak you out. If you like to learn about subject matters such as this, you are going to see things in both of these PowerPoints that you have never seen before. So I would recommend that you stick around for all of it. If you don't, it's your loss. I can personally guarantee that. So I just wanted you to see this. Let me take a quick look what that looks like. Okay, great. So now that I see that you can see that, I'm going to go to teaching mode. Here we go. And I'm going to really bring it up close. Let's look at this. Okay, I'm still sharing, yes. Let's get on with it. Okay. Now, mind you, I have not seen this PowerPoint in how much? Let me see. I haven't seen this PowerPoint in 5 months. So we're literally, that's why I said this is going to be a trip. We are literally exploring this PowerPoint together because I have forgotten what is in here. All I know is that it's a lot. And I know it's me when I'm intense because I was really pissed off at what I saw unfolding. I was pissed off at the attack I saw people waging against Toni Braxton when I felt that the data was on her side. So let's talk about why I even did this. There was a period of time last year, sometime in August or September, I forget when it was, but here's the date right here. That's July. It's July through August 2025. Tamar Braxton was on TikTok and she was on the phone with her sister, Toni Braxton, the great R&B diva, who I think is one of the greatest singers of all time. I absolutely am in love with her music. Absolutely. Which means, I probably got a Toni thing now. Her music, I have a whole playlist now that I listen to that's just all her music because it just really puts me in a good place, right? So it has just the right ingredient and amount of everything that makes me feel well-grounded. And so I'm appreciative of Miss Braxton for that. But so this here, the subtitle for this is The Great Apology Owed by Historically Illiterate Black Christians to Toni Braxton. I will repeat that. In fact, when I do repeat it, I want to be on a larger, I want to be on a larger, when I put myself here, no, I'm going to put myself, I want to be up close here, right? The Great Apology. Let's look at this. That's what this is, okay? The Great Apology owed by historically illiterate Black Christians to Toni Braxton, because I feel they owe her an apology. And by the time you're done seeing this, I know, and if any of them are watching, they're going to know that they owe her an apology. The question is, do they have enough humility to reach out to her and apologize? And you know that they don't. They have no problem with wounding a fellow black woman and a fellow black sister in the name of Jesus, in the name of the church, in the name of their colonizer. They have no problem with investing time and energy and effort and resources into that, but they won't invest those same time, energy, and resources into apologizing for their mistake. And the power of an apology has great value, and it's something that black people have never really reckoned with. The power of apologizing. A sincere, genuine apology. How it makes a person feel whole, how it adds value to a person's life. When the apology is warranted. I'm not talking about an unwarranted apology. I'm not talking about an apology that's not deserved. I'm talking about an apology for which merit we are going to establish in this presentation. Okay? So let me put it back on teacher mode. When I put it on big mode like this is me talking to you and sharing with you about what you're looking at on the screen. But when I jump here, right here, I'm ready to teach you something. Okay? So let's do what we came to do. Okay? So these are ahmoseisms, or what you call ahmoseisms. And ahmoseisms is they're terms inspired by my research. So what I've discovered about the black Christian community or the black church is that they suffer from an sundry of mental disorders, psychological disorders, and I tend to name them as I'm doing the research. When I look at the blind spots in their 𝓈𝓔𝓐 landscape of their thinking, in the lake-like landscape of their thinking, right, or the swamp-like landscape of their thinking, these psychological disorders come to mind. So I give them names. I literally have a book full. You know, we always think that white people are the only thing that can name things, and we have to stop that. If you see something, give it a name. Or let it name itself. You don't even have to give it a name. If you study it hard enough, if you examine it correctly, the thing will name itself. And so let's look at some of these names, because you're going to encounter them as you go through. When I show you what now mind you, a large part of this ride is because I've identified through my research that black women, church-affiliated, biblically indoctrinated black women, are at the center of a lot of what is wrong with the black community. And so when you hear me speak, I will be speaking about them in general. I don't need to say some black woman, right? When there is enough, or when the number is large enough that you could say you could put the predicate in front, then or the definite article. When you can put the definite article in front, that means the numbers are very high. You don't have to say some, right? So these are the mental illnesses where, if you dig deep enough, talk with your average. So sometimes I will use the term the average black woman in America, right? If you talk to the average African American female, average, which means the majority. When you talk to the average African American woman, if you dig long enough, you talk long enough, these are some of the psychological orders, religiously affiliated psychological disorders and institutional psychological disorders that will come to the surface if you're paying attention and if you have the ears with which to hear. The first one is BCMI, or BCMI, Black Christian Mental Illness. That's what most of these black people suffer from. PSTD, psychosocial, so what Black Christian mental illness is, it's a psychosocial transmitted disease. This Jesus mental illness is something that they contaminate each other with, right? And it in our communities, it exists as a BCP, a Black community pandemic. The black community literally suffers from a Jesus pandemic. It's not one that's talked about. It's not one that's highlighted. And it's something that people laugh at and they think is funny and they think it's marginalized, and it's not. It's actually at the core of all of the rest of our numbers, our economics, our IQ, all things that have nothing to do with religion. And so that's why I tell people, you have to take this stuff serious, because this is the reasons why when you see all of the dysfunction in your community, this is where it's coming from. Right? So Alexandria, you should appreciate this one. Many black people in the black community, they suffer from this. Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome, or AHS. Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome. They don't realize that the beliefs that they are espousing, when they talk about Jesus and when they talk about the Bible and when they talk about the Old Testament and the New Testament, they don't realize that most of this narrative comes out of Alexandrian Hellenism, Egypt. Okay. One of the things that they suffer from is this. This is something you'll encounter often when you're dealing with these people, and it's the men too. The men are, look, don't sleep when you encounter these black Christian, Bible thumping men. They're just as bad as the women. I think the women are worse, but the men are just as bad because it's the woman that created them. So they're pretty much one and the same, right? So what you get is black Christian arrogance, or what I call agnorance, right? Aragnorance, right? This is what a black Christian aragnorance or aragnorant. It's a unique combination of black Christian arrogance and ignorance combined. Did you hear what I said? BCA, they got a case of Becca. Black Christian aragnorance or aragnorant. It's a unique combination of black Christian arrogance compounded by ignorance. And then this is the big one. This is the one you're going to find that's rampant throughout black America, especially in the South and the Midwest and places like that, right? BC, or Beckham's BCCMS, Black Christian Colonized Mind Syndrome. This is, you might want to screenshot this one. Black Christian Colonized Mind Syndrome. This is what you will encounter when you're dealing with black parents. If you're trying to teach your children, you want to explain to them why their children are doing bad in school, and you want to explain to them that they are the reason that their children are messed up because of the culture their children were born into, you have to explain to them the black parents, African-American parents, usually suffer from Black Christian Colonized Mind Syndrome, whether they're in America or in Africa. It's big in Africa. Black Christian Colonized Mind Syndrome permeates the continent. Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, Angola, right? No matter Congo, no matter where you go, you will find Black Christian Colonized Mind Syndrome. Sudan, absolutely, yes, you will. Okay, where are we? Next you have BCIS, right? So this is my like you have the DSM or the I forgot what it's called, but it's a medical journal or medical guidebook that has all of the different psychological disorders in it. Well, I made this one for Black Christians so you can understand what you're dealing with when you encounter them. You're dealing with mentally ill people. So you have to be able to name what it is that they're suffering from. Black Christian Ignorance Syndrome, right? BCIS, Black Christian Ignorance Syndrome. It's a very real mental disorder. Or this one is a major one. Bible encephaloparasitis. Or BEP, BEP, Bible encephaloparasitis. You have a Bible parasite in your brain so that you can't think outside of the construct of the narrative that you've been miseducated with. This is a very real mental disorder. This one is very real. I didn't make this one up. This is a real word. Look it up right now. You can go Google it. Bibliatry, book worship. This is what you find in the Black community. They're pagans. They worship a book. They call everybody else pagans, not realizing that they're the pagans. They worship a book that you know that they call the Bible. Yes. Bibliatry, book worship. And what do you call people who worship a book? Bibiolators. Like you have idolaters, well, here you have bibliolaters. Okay? Bibliolators, bibliolaters. That's the correct pronunciation, articulation of it, right? Bibliolaters, practitioners of book worship. This is what you find in the Black community. Bibliolatry, bibliolaters, right? Practitioners of book worship. This is one of my favorites. I call it the 4 B's. Black Bible Belt brain believers. Now that's a pejorative, right? When you want to call somebody a derogatory name, that's what that is. I call them Black Bible Belt brain believers. There are plenty of them. They're all over social media. They're all on YouTube, and they're in your neighborhood. They're in your school. They're absolutely, they infest your churches, right? Black Bible Belt brain believing beasts. Oh, those are those holier than thou. Those are those. What's his name? That guy on YouTube. I'm talking Bible. I forgot his name, but you know that's him right there, right? This one. These are the ones you won't really, in my world, you won't meet them too much because they don't even talk to you. Black Bible Belt brain believing relatives. They literally believe something is wrong with you. That's how wild that is. They believe that something is wrong with you because your knowledge base has moved beyond the Bible. So they think that something is wrong with you, right? It's very, very deep, right? And this is another one. BPS, pretty simple. Bible psychosis syndrome, right? BSS, this one. Bible stupidification syndrome, right? You'll run into that one. All of these are legitimate terms for the psychological maladies that Black people suffer from. Or CBS, church brain syndrome. You could use that. She suffers from church brain syndrome, or he suffers from church brain syndrome. These are genuine psychological maladaptive disorders, right? Or they talk about truth hurt, or they talk about church hurt. They always talk about, they believe this because they're church hurt. So they love to make up terms. If they can make up terms, we can make up terms. So if they accuse you of being church hurt, you accuse them of being fact premised truth hurt. Because that's what they are. When your truth is premised on facts, or your facts are premised on truth, that hurts their feelings. Especially when you're talking about the Bible and Jesus. Okay? Why? Because they place the Bible and Jesus above facts and truth. That alone should disturb you. The fact that your community, I want you to really think about that for a second, of any group that does that. I'm specifically talking about Black Christians now, right? Within the Black community. They place the Bible, their faith, and Jesus. And not in that order. Jesus, the Bible, and their faith. They place those things above facts and truth. In my world, that automatically puts you in opposition to truth. We don't have to go any other place in the discussion. That alone puts you in opposition to truth, because you have declared, what is it? Faith alone, right? Fida sola, or sola fida, right? Faith alone. Scriptura, sola scriptura, scripture alone, not truth, not facts, but this repository that you call the Bible, this repository of literature, this is above all other. From an epistemological perspective, you've already circumscribed your own thinking in pursuit of a goal. What is the goal? According to you, to be saved. So in pursuit of being saved, you've made the conscious choice to turn your back on truth and facts, which puts you in opposition to truth. If you are in opposition to truth, in my opinion, not only are you a danger to yourself, but you're a liability and a deficit to the community in which you live. All you could do is harm other people. All you could do is retard other people. All you can do is circumscribe the thinking of other people in service of your loyalty to a choice that you made, to a choice that you don't even understand, and to a choice that everybody does not make for the same reason. Which means that what? You can expect different outcomes. You see, when you're dealing with fact and truth, 2 plus 2 will always equal 4. 1 plus 1 will always equal 2. But when you have an assembly of people making the same decision for different reasons, you can expect a bunch of different outcomes. That's not a recipe for success. That is evidence of a group of people that can't think competently. Thank you. That's what it is. Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. DSM-5, right? Amazing. That's amazing. Okay. So, shout out to Jesse Lee Peterson for having me on the show. I won't ever forget that. I appreciate that. Right? You called the one who's supposed to be an Oreo, the one who's supposed to be a Uncle Tom and all these other things that you use at Sambo, but he had me on his platform. Shout out to Tasha K for having me on her platform. I appreciate that. Shout out to Flake Talk for having me on their platform. I already said shout out to House of Consciousness, Side of the TV, for having me on the platform as long as you did, for so many years. Shout out to Hotep Jesus for having me on the Hotep Nation platform. Right? Who else? More people give people their flowers. But let's get back to it. So I wanted to familiarize you with these terms. There's only a few more, but I wanted you to know that when you think of these people, this is how you have to think of them. These people are psychologically maladjusted. Right? When I really get pissed off, I just call them, DBCS, dumb black Christian syndrome, right? Or DBCW. You're dealing with a DBCW, a dumb black Christian woman. They are dumb black Christian women, many of who you're going to see tonight, right? They exist. You can't get angry at someone for calling something what it is. If you're a dumb black Christian woman, I think you should be called a dumb black Christian woman. I'm not going to call you something that you're not. I think it's wrong. It's wrong to call somebody out of their name, but it's also wrong to describe someone in such a way that is incongruent with what they are demonstrating. Okay? And what is Christianity other than, especially the black church? It's an FBC. It's forget about foundational black Christian. That's FBC is not foundational black Christian. FBC is fear-based cult. It's a fear-based cult. If you don't believe this, you're going to burn in hell. Oh, so like I had to say yesterday in the conversation I was having. So that means they tried to convince me that God gives us free will and free choice. You give me a narrative saying if I don't believe in you, I'm going to burn in hell, but then you tell me I have free choice and free will. That's not free choice and free will. That is manipulating a person through fear. That's a quid pro quo. Do this and then believe in me and this will happen. Do this and this will happen. If you don't do this, then this will happen. That's not free choice and free will. That's actually putting a gun to someone's head and then telling them to make the decision. Well, what decision are they going to make if you have a gun to their head? So you have to stop with the illusion of this God gives you free will. That's a lie. Not the God of the Bible. That's a lie. Okay? Or this is the one you're going to meet all the time, historically illiterate black Christian woman, or HIBCW. You're going to meet many of them. They exist, and yes, they are real, right? Who else? You're going to run into this a lot in the black community, whether they're Christian or not. LOES, lack of education syndrome. It's very real. LOES, lack of education syndrome. This describes most of the teachers in classrooms where black students are sitting. Most of the teachers in black classrooms And even white classrooms, they all suffer from lack of education syndrome. Okay, which is why your children turn out the way they do. And don't forget this: you'll meet most of the black people that you'll meet. Especially if you run into them at a Home Depot or a Lowe's or just at Walt or Disney World or someplace like that, or a basketball game, NBA, or even in a nightclub, they're usually Sunday school educated. SSE. So that's where their education began. That's why they're dumb as the day is long and they don't know anything about the real world, right? Let's see. Okay, many of the, especially the Hebrew Israelites, many of them suffer from religious racial incompatibility delusion. All right, very, very, especially Christians. Yes, especially those who need for Christianity to be black and for Ethiopia to be the beginning of Christianity. They suffer from this religious racial incompatibility delusion. So, because there is a religious racial incompatibility, they have to try to make Christianity fit their race. So they try to make it black or African. Okay? Religious racial incongruent dilemma syndrome. They suffer from this. So you can tell I think about these things a lot because these are the psychological profiles that I encounter when I'm reading Facebook comments or I'm in Facebook threads or I'm reading YouTube comments and I'm coming to the conclusion. I'm trying to describe what I'm reading. I'm trying to describe the mentality of the people that are expressing themselves. And these are the terms that come to mind, that are front and center in my own mind. So I just defined them for myself and I'm sharing them with you. I hope you like them. I hope you use them. Just let them know where you got it from. They are mesms. Okay? RRIDS, religious racial incongruent dilemma syndrome. Now, this one here, religious racial incongruent dilemma syndrome, is when you are in love with Christianity, you love the Bible, you want to, quote unquote, take it back from white people, and you therefore try to make it black and African, and you come with all these Ethiopian claims, right? So the church also, the black church loves to say, oh, well, your church hurt, right? People like Eric Mason or Vince Bantu or Eric Jerome Gay Jr., I always call these people out because these are the people who really went out of their way to try to defend themselves against the African-centered community. So they like to use the term like church hurt. And what I tell you is that their truth hurt, which is a church condition. It's a prevalent church condition. Their truth hurt. Okay? We already looked at religious racial incongruent dilemma syndrome. I'm pretty sure we did. Many of them suffer from most or all black Christians that you meet suffer from this. This is a mental disorder they all suffer from. What you will determine if you speak to them long enough is that they worship their own ignorance. That's what they actually worship. They don't worship God. What they actually worship is their own ignorance. And their own ignorance is explained to them in a biblical framework. And so how do you know? It's because it's that framework that they rely upon to interpret reality and to filter reality through. When in fact, when you remove all of that, mess that has been put into their minds, that they've been miseducated with, what you will end up finding is that what they were worshiping their whole time was their own ignorance. And the only thing worse than that is wopey. W-O-P-I. Wopey. Not woke. Wopey. Worshiping other people's ignorance. That's the real, hold on one second, you know what that deserves, right? You already know what that deserves. Worshiping other people's ignorance, right? Whoa, here we go. What it is, right? Worshiping other people's ignorance, because that's what's really going on out here. I'm right here, people. I'm still with you. I haven't gone anywhere. Not at all, not at all. Just give me 1 second, please. All right, forgive me, please. That cayenne pepper was doing this thing on me. Oh yeah, there's also cayenne pepper in here. I told you this thing has a lot of stuff in it, right? So where are we? Okay, Don't worry, I'm here. Don't panic. Don't panic. Just understand it. Don't panic. Just understand it. Okay, here we go. All right. So let's do this. Let me see. Oh, we got the man in the building himself. I appreciate you. I bet it's here. We have one of the Pt.1 right. So I'm just looking at the comments. Oh, right, yeah, Gino Jennings. Gino Jennings would disagree. Gino Jennings suffers from all of those mental disorders I just showed you. Right? Black Hebrew Israelites suffer for I like this. There you go. Right. I'm vocabulary. Like that. I'm going to use that if you don't mind. Thank you very much. El Jenna, I appreciate that. Was that Jay Lynn's? Yeah, Jay Lynn's. Right? Yeah, Jay Lynn's 23. I appreciate that. I'm vocabulary. But that's what it is. Right? So I'm looking at all of these things. I appreciate that very much. So Duao, absolutely. Ka'abet 22. Shout out to Duty Bound in the house. This is official Pt.1 member here, who you see on the screen there. So this is also him as well. Absolutely. The Bible always tries to validate the Bible with the Bible, and the disconnect shocks me every time I hear it. Well, they call that biblical theology or biblical Christianity. They pretend to validate the Bible with the Bible when, in fact, they use everything else but the Bible to try to validate the Bible, right? Especially stealing and appropriating and colonizing words, which is what they do, which makes sense because, absolutely, right? Which makes sense because, Whoopi was your favorite one? Yeah, worshiping other people's ignorance. That's exactly what it is. That's what's going on. They're literally worshiping other people's ignorance. And that's the crazy part. They don't realize that that's what they're worshiping. You're worshiping other people's ignorance, and you don't know it. Why? Because you don't know what the people who wrote the book that you wrote, the people who wrote the book that you worship, you bibliolaters, the people who wrote that book, you don't know what they were ignorant of. But you worship the deity or the God that they present to you through their literature and through their institutions, while not thinking to yourself, well, what were they ignorant of? So that makes you a danger to yourself because you didn't even have the wherewithal to ask yourself the right question. What were they ignorant of that they thought God was telling them this? Or that they thought God was inspiring them to do this? Just because you think God is inspiring you to do something doesn't mean that it's God. Christians themselves will tell you, don't engage in ancestor worship, because while you think it's your ancestor that you're consulting, or don't consult the dead, because while you think it's your ancestor you're consulting, it'll be another spirit disguising itself as your ancestor. Well, how do you know it's not another spirit disguising itself as Jesus? How do you know it's not another spirit disguising itself as Yahweh or, your Canaanite deities? Okay. Whoopi. Yeah, worshiping other people's ignorance. That's what that stands for. Worshiping other people's ignorance. How can you expect a community who worships, or a community that worships other people's ignorance? How can you expect a community like that to thrive and to break out of its shell of systemic failure? You can't. It's impossible. Which tells me, if your only plan is to persist in this ignorant albatross, colonial albatross that infest our brains, this Bible parasite in our brains, if your solution to stopping all of this and reversing all of this is to not stop it and not reverse it, then You will continue to have the lowest IQs, the lowest median income, the highest incarceration rates, and the largest amount of Christians of all the demographics in the U.S. Go back and watch the Black Church to School to Prison Pipeline presentation I just did. 5 parts. Yeah, 5 parts. I just did a 5-part presentation. One right after the next. And now we're on this one. Yeah. Okay, let's get with it. We're going to hide that. Let's go to teacher mode. Here we are. We're still sharing the screen. Okay. I just realized I was sharing the whole time. My bad. I have no idea what y'all was seeing, but let's do this. Worship other people's ignorance. Right? So let's get back to Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome. Right? It's a what? It's a BCMI, which is what? A Black Christian mental illness. Right? So Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome is a BCMI, right? Or AHS, Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome, is what? It's a BCMI, which is a Black Christian mental illness, which is unique to what? Historically illiterate Black Christians. So you got to get the language right. That's why I'm doing this. You're not taught to articulate exactly what the problem is in our midst, in our community. When you're talking to people like Geno Jennings or even TD Fakes or all of these people, or Kurt Franklin or whoever these people are, the Winans, or all of these Black church community people, or just the people in your neighborhood, the church across the street from you. If you're in Texas, or if you're in Mississippi, or if you're in Baltimore, and these Black church communities who are in churches on Sundays, you have to get the language right to be able to describe what's actually going on. Now, why is this important? I'm going to tell you why. You see this picture here? Let's use this as an example. You see this image? No pastor, I want you to pay attention to me, to this, to what I'm saying here. No pastor incapable of semiotically explicating this textbook image should ever be allowed to explain the Bible to anyone, especially to you. If you cannot break down what is going on in this picture, if you cannot look at a Black child in their face and break this picture down, you do not need to be talking to them about the Bible or Jesus or Christianity, because you do not know what you are talking about. Period. Period. If you cannot look at this picture and break it down, then you are historically illiterate, and you are a danger to yourself and to Black people in terms of education. Any pastor, if I show any pastor this picture, this image, and they cannot break it down, I mean break it down. If they cannot break it down, then you have a pseudo wannabe teacher standing in front of you. The only thing they can do is preach. Why? Because they can't teach. Preachers become preachers because they cannot become teachers. It's that simple. Oh, he can preach. Of course he can preach, because he can't teach. Like the old saying, people who do, do. People who can't do, teach. People who can't teach, teach Jim. It's always been one of my favorite sayings, right? But don't get it twisted. I make sure I can do so that my teaching reflects my doing. So I don't just teach, I do. I do before I teach. I don't just teach. I'm a research specialist. Not all teachers are research specialists. You got a lot of people that teach in schools, but they're not research specialists. Right? They just got general education degrees or something, you know? Having a degree in English does not make you a research specialist. Having a degree in mathematics does not make you a research specialist. To be a research specialist, it means you have a certain skill set that allows you to approach knowledge in a very comprehensive and methodological way. Okay? So you could take that skill set and apply it to almost any subject matter. Okay? And that's what I happen to be. Let me just take a quick look, see what you guys are seeing. Okay, wonderful. All right, let's get back to it. Right? Most of what black people are digesting today in terms of media is just beef between YouTube personalities. It's like if you look at the YouTube personalities that are beefing right now in the black community, how different is that from when we were dealing with rap music, East Coast versus West Coast, this rapper versus that rapper. So the only thing that black people are ever drawn to is beef and conflict. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with being drawn to beef and conflict. That's part of human nature. That's not just black people. What I'm saying to you, if you're going to be drawn to beef between black people, then at least get something out of it from an educational perspective. So when you're looking at people who, that's the one thing I do respect about Christian apologists. Let me say this, because I never give them their flowers. Hold on a minute. I'm going to do something I've never done before. Hold on a second. I'm going to say this. You can say what you want. I would much rather spend my time conversing with Christian apologists who at least care about what it is that they believe to be true, right? At least it doesn't, just because they're wrong does not mean that they are not sincere and genuine in their fealty to what they believe. So I don't want you to think that even though I go in on these people, and even though I give them a hard time, and even though I chastise them and I admonish them, I don't want you to think that I think they have no value, because that's not true. That's not true at all, right? And I also, believe it or not, I probably shouldn't say this because people are going to, I don't know, I have no control over what people do with what I say. I think that black people in the church and who are biblically interested, I think they have a lot of good to contribute and a lot of good to offer. It just bothers me because I know what they're being deprived of. I know where, let me put it to you like this, and this was a hard lesson that I had to learn. And this is a very hard lesson to learn if you love black people. If you really love black people and you want the best for us, the very hard lesson to learn is, and I had to learn this, it is much easier to mislead black people than it is to lead black people. That's a very hard lesson to learn. It is much easier. It is much easier to mislead black people than it is to lead black people. Now, once you discover that, what do you do with that? That's a hell of a thing to discover. It's like, wow, I'm busting my chops over here. I'm doing all of this work, everything I can to educate these people. I'm doing what I can, only to find out that the people who they would much rather listen to are people who can only miseducate them. So it becomes, you know how many times I've thought about going to university to get a degree in divinity and just becoming a pastor? I know many people who have done that just to get up in the church to be able to try to infiltrate. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. No. I've just accepted that my message, like everyone else's, this is the one place or the one instance where I have to acknowledge that I'm no different from anyone else, or I'm not special in the sense that my message has to compete like everyone else's. But if I have to put more of the emphasis of promoting my message, of chasing people to, it takes away from the energy of getting the information. That's the real work. The real work is doing the research. Do you know? People have no idea how hard real research is. They have no idea. They have no idea. The kind of stuff that I read, ain't no black people reading that stuff. Are you kidding me? Ain't no black people reading the kind of stuff that I read. We don't have the temperament for it. We're not, and our schools don't predisposition our minds. They don't furnish us with the appetite to read the type of things required to really restore our minds. It's the truth. I can name 20 titles off the top of my head that you've never heard of before. I was so pleased to see that person purchased God's library and that they heard about it from me. That really meant a lot to me, because now that person has insight to a subject matter, which is the source material, the primary evidence, the manuscripts, the epigraphical content, right? Now this person can have an informed, insightful, documented, peer-reviewed perspective. He could sit in a room full of, that person could sit in a room full of professors and debate the merits of the content that they're trying to pass off as either early or late. But if you don't avail yourself to the literature or even try to understand what it is that I'm exposing you to, you can't do that. That's a privilege you cannot afford to yourself. It's too expensive for you. Why? Because you didn't pay the dues. Well, what was the dues? Read the darn book. I showed a book in one of the previous presentations that I did. It's called God's Library by 𝓈𝔁𝓏𝓏, Dr. 𝓈𝔁𝓏𝓏, PhD, who is a history of religion professor, I think from New Zealand or either Australia, one or the other, right? But he's one of my favorites because he's really good. His scholarship is extremely rigorous, and he's very well respected in the field, even of New Testament study. He's very well respected, right? Somebody like myself, I probably wouldn't even read a Bart Ehrman. I'd read Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman for me is more like pop culture scholarship. Even when it comes to New Testament scholarship, he's more like pop culture scholarship. I would, Larry Hurtado is somebody who I really enjoy his work. For those of you who want to know who to read, if you really want to understand early Christianity from an evidential perspective, if you don't talk to me about narrative and theology, because theology is full of crap, it's subjective. If you want to talk to me about Christianity, you have to talk to me about it from an evidentiary perspective. Let's look at the evidence. Let's examine the evidence. Let the evidence tell the story. Then you'll get a much real, you'll be standing on much more solid grounds in terms of, well, what's this whole Bible thing really all about? Is it what this is it what this psychologically maladapted person in church is telling me about, or my uneducated relatives? Is it about that? Or is it about something else? And too many of us have very uneducated relatives. I mean, just because you have a degree does not mean you're educated. I keep trying to explain this to people. Most of the dumb people I know have degrees. This is the truth, right? So when I hear people talk about, we're the most educated demographic, we're the fastest, right? Yeah, look at your community. So who cares, right? So where you at? Hotep Jesus in the chat. I don't see him. Black Christian mental illness. That one. Shout out to Hotep Jesus in the building. The Hotep Yeshua. Absolutely. Right? What is it? Satisfied is Yeshua who breaks. That's what his name actually means. Okay? I actually sent that to him earlier on. Let's see. Okay. Oh, I like that. That one right there. See that? It's easier to fool the people than to convince the people they have been fooled. That, you know what that deserves. We're going to give that one what it deserves. Read that again. Everybody read that. Snapshot that. Get my face. There you go. It's easier to fool people than to convince people they have been fooled. Think about that. So think about what we're up against. we're up against all of the people fooling the people. And a lot of times, imagine this. Imagine when you are a part of a community that's fooling the people and you don't even realize that that's what you're doing. That's why I said the hard part is that a lot of these people actually believe that what they believe is true. So you don't want to attack them as bad people because they're not. It's not like they're the majority of them are not intentionally trying to deceive you. You can only do the best that your education offers you. And that's why I always tell people, this always comes back to education. If your education just does not surpass a certain level, you're stuck where you're stuck. That's true for all of us. So if you're blessed enough, if you're lucky enough, you'll find someone in your environment who holds themselves accountable for maintaining a standard of education that their community can benefit from. And that is the function and the role in which I see myself, which is why I commit to a certain level of study that I know is not promoted in our communities, right? What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna sit at a bar and talk to a woman about the finer points of the footnotes of the 𝓈𝓔�ℎ𝅆 papyri with 3,000 years of cross-cultural, or 3 millennia of cross-cultural documentation. That's what I'm gonna talk to her about. Really? I would love to find a woman that I could talk to about that, but let's see. Or maybe there it is. That's my saying. That's a T-shirt right there. Read the damn book. Read the damn book. Right? Okay. All right. Well, if you think Josephus, Uncle Johnson Hnab-Hotep, if you think that Josephus Flavius created Jesus Christ, and that's a problem with this. I have a problem with that statement. I need help understanding how Josephus Flavius created Jesus Christ. You didn't even bother first to find out whether or not if that is something that can be attributed to Josephus Flavius. So you're trying to understand something that you first haven't determined whether or not if it's true. First determine whether this is, in other words, that's poor methodology. It's first things first. First determine whether or not something is true. Once you determine it's true, then you can set about trying to understand why it's true. You see how that works? This is what I mean when I talk about our faulty thinking. You can't, how can I put this? Faulty thinking is its own animal. And it is an animal that runs rampant through and is prevalent within the Black community. Not by accident, but by purpose and by design. Faulty thinking. It's often baked into the way in which our questions, the very questions that we ask, are structured. So when you look at how this question is structured, and this is not to attack you, Kemetville, it's just to teach. I'm a teaching animal. This is what I do. So I seize on every opportunity to do it. So I'm showing you why that question was poorly constructed. I always tell people the answers that you get should be commensurate to the questions asked. So if you ask a poor question, you get a poor answer. You ask a great question, you get a great answer. It's a poor question. It's a very poor question, right? But I commend you for having the courage to ask it. But it's a poor question. It's a poorly structured question. I need help understanding how Josephus Flavius created Jesus Christ. Well, you didn't yet establish that Josephus Flavius created Jesus Christ, right? Okay. In fact, if you look at his earlier writings, you will see that Josephus Flavius was not a fan of Jesus. He was not a fan of Jesus, right? Chat. Good night. I love you. All right, go to bed. Chat. Okay, cool. Love you back. Absolutely, Bushan. Absolutely. Okay, so here we go. Let's get it back. Okay. Yes, we're sharing the entire screen. Allow. We are in teaching mode. Let's do it, people. Okay. So yeah, any pastor that cannot semiotically explicate this image, because this is a textbook image, it's from a textbook, which means that since it's from a textbook, your pastor should be able to look at it and absolutely break it down without needing any text. You shouldn't even need a paragraph next to it to break it down. You should be able to look at it and say, this is the year in which they are depicting, this is what's going on, and this is the history surrounding why this picture looks the way it looks. If you as a pastor cannot do that, you do not need to be teaching out of the Bible. You are going to hurt yourself and hurt other people, period. Okay? The same thing with this picture. So we're looking at a series of pictures. Any pastor, especially if you want to talk about where the Bible came from, you should be able to break this picture down. You should be able to break this picture down, this image, okay? These are legitimate portraits and paintings, particularly this one. This one is from, I'm pretty sure, the 19th century or the early 20th century. I forget, but it's a legitimate portrait, and it's depicting something. It's showing you something. You should be able to look at this picture and break down when this picture is depicting, what's going on in this picture, and what are the implications of this image. If you can't do that, don't teach. In other words, what are the theological implications of this image? What are the theological implications of this image? If you can't do it, don't teach. You're not qualified to teach. If you can't break this image down, which is another textbook image, if you cannot break this image down and tell the complete story about this image, you do not need to be teaching anyone about the Bible. If you are if you're some young black podcaster on Facebook and Reels and you're trying to break down the Bible for people, if you cannot break these images down by looking at them and explain to people what's going on, please stop teaching people about the Bible, because you don't know what you're talking about. And this is just the truth. And people get offended when they're told that they don't know what they're talking about. You want me to tell you that you do know what you're talking about when you don't? No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to tell a person who can't swim that they can swim. So why would I tell a person who doesn't know what they're talking about that they know what they're talking about when they're trying to teach about the Bible, when they can't break down these images by looking at them? Because the two go hand in hand. You should be able to tell me what this is. What am I looking at? All right, you want to teach me about the Bible and about God and about Jesus and Moses and hermeneutics and eisegesis versus exegesis and, the other fake terms that they like to appropriate and colonize. Biblical anthropology, which is hilarious. The two words are mutually exclusive. Biblical anthropology. You got to be stupid as the day is long, these fake pseudo terminology that they make up. And I'll show you the documentation that will prove to you that they're fake. Fake terminology that they use, right? But if you cannot semiotically break this down, oh, I forgot. You don't even know what the hell semiotic means. Uh-oh. Now you have another problem, another blank space in a black person's mind, right? That's all you're going to find. A black person's mind, you want to know what you should call a black person? Real talk, from the black community, I'm going to say it. I don't care who I piss off. You really want to call a black person something that's appropriate? Call them Swiss cheese. That's all. When I see a black person, especially a religiously ignorant or historically illiterate black person, I call you Swiss cheese. Why? Because when you look at Swiss cheese, what does Swiss cheese have? Right? Swiss cheese got a bunch of holes in it. Got a bunch of holes in it. That's the way your brain is structured. It's got holes, got gaps. Swiss cheese. Don't get me wrong, I like Swiss cheese. I prefer goat cheese, but Swiss cheese. Yeah. Okay? You got gaps in your minds. So if I ask you to semiotically read something, what does that mean? As a pastor, if I ask you to break down this picture for me semiotically, what does that mean? You don't know, because you don't know how to semiotically read. If I ask you to compare two images or to compare two motifs, if I ask you to compare two motifs, and then I ask you to pinpoint and highlight how, or show the classroom where semiotic transposition has taken place. Show us, since you're so brilliant and you have such a high IQ and you know where the Bible came from, and you can tell us all about what it is and what's true and what's real, or you Christian apologists, right? Explain to us where semiotic transposition has occurred when we're looking at these motifs, because you know so much about this subject matter. You see, I know your dirty little secret. I know that 100% of you are uneducated. I know that's your dirty little secret. And it makes the Black community stink. It makes the Black community stink when you're supposed to be, in my opinion, you're supposed to be emblematic of people who come out of monarchies. Yes, did we come out of environments where we were enslaved? Yes, we were. We were enslaved in the environments from which we came out of before we got here. So don't stand around blaming white people all day for stuff that was already going on where we came from. And I have very intimate knowledge of that stuff. So I don't debate that with historically illiterate people. All right? But all kingdoms have their drama. Kingdoms rise and they fall. Black people, people of African descent, this is what I want. This is what I wish most white people would realize. I want to show you something about Black people in America that Black people in America don't know. Black people about themselves, African Americans. I'm not talking about natives. I'm not talking about FBAs. I'm talking about African Americans. Black Americans who are cognizant of their African ancestry and who identify with it. What you must know about them is you are looking at peoples, plural. You're looking at peoples who are former subjects of monarchies. They come out of kingdoms and queendoms. You should know this, because until you know this about them, you won't understand little idiosyncrasies about them. There are idiosyncrasies about ourselves that we don't understand because we have failed to attach that, to restore that part of our history. We come out of kingdoms. We also come out of urban environments. We didn't wait to come to America before we were in urban environments. We come out of cities. They want you to think that we were living in huts all over the place. There were no two-story buildings. All of the stupid things that 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅅 said in his Candace Owens interview, which she never revisited to correct any of the things that he said. But I commend her for giving him a platform to air his ignorance, so it would provide a target and fodder for us to be able to use to educate. But I haven't seen many people use their platform to address all of those fallacies in an itemized way. I got a whole PowerPoint coming for that. Because one of the things that I recognize about Black people in America is they really have no knowledge of where they came from, which is why they're so dead set on creating a mythological narrative about them being native and indigenous to the Americas, which in fact they are not. Okay? And when I say that they're not, let me qualify that statement. I always say, as foundational Black Americans, as foundational African Americans, yes, we have admixture like all other people have admixture. People in Africa have admixture. it doesn't make us any less African. That's what you don't get. That's what you don't get. It doesn't make us any less Africans. The fact that I have admixture, it doesn't make me any less African. I'm no less African than Nelson Mandela. I'm no less African than any other person in Africa or from the continent. I'm not. You know, you go to the continent, you're gonna find someone that looks just like me. You go to the Sudan, you go to Niger, you go to, you know, wherever, you're gonna find someone. Go to Mali. You know, you'll be like, you might be a Shakka-Ahmose. There's a reason for it. There's a reason why. Okay? Okay. Okay, that's a heck of a statement. I'll put that on the screen there. In fact, I'll put it on it right now so people can see it. That's somebody just sharing their experience, right? Okay, here we go. All right, so let's do this, people. Let's get back to the subject matter for why we're here. Okay, go to teaching mode. There we are. That's the teaching window. That is the official teaching window, right? When I move to the larger ones, that means I'm talking to you. So let's do this. Here we go. All right, we're back in teaching mode. Yeah, so semiotics. Okay, we're gonna look at the definition later on. But if you cannot successfully if you're not semiotically literate, do not teach anybody about the Bible because you do not know what you're talking about. Semiotically illiterate people are biblically illiterate. That is just, and they have a hard time accepting that. But I mean, ignorant people very rarely hold themselves accountable for what they don't know. I'll say that again. Ignorant people very rarely hold themselves accountable for what they don't know. How can they? They don't know that they don't know. And that is the state. That's what makes them so dangerous. That is the state of affairs of the Black community. It's being led and exploited by people who don't know that they don't know. That's a really bad situation. That's a pileup on a throughway or an interstate highway. That's a multi-car pileup on an interstate highway, right? A group of people being misled and miseducated by another group of people and being exploited by another group of people who don't know that they don't know. That's bad, people. That's really, really bad. And if you think that it's acceptable, to just keep moving on and keep it moving like it doesn't matter, then you and I are not alike. And maybe you're smarter than I am in that regard. You're like, you know what? Life is too short. I ain't got time to fix all of this. Well, unfortunately for myself, I was bred for this. So if you can't semiotically break this picture down, if you can't tell me what this picture is that we're looking at, you don't know anything about where the Bible came from. I'm sorry. You don't. So anybody, please semiotically break this down for me because you're so educated. Right? Take me into the museum. Show me this image on the wall. Right? Break this down for me. Semiotically break this down for me. What am I looking at? What is this in front of you? Right? Well, I can guarantee you it's related to those mental disorders that you see above. Alexandrian Hellenism syndrome, right? Which is what? A Black Christian mental illness unique to historically illiterate Black Christians, HIBCs. They can't look at this and tell you what this is because they don't know, or how it relates to the Bible and the origins of the Bible. They don't know. All they know is nothing, to be quite honest with you. Break this down. Come on, this came out of a McGraw-Hill textbook. Now, you got white people putting the facts and the truth in the textbook, and you still can't break it down? You love to say that white people lie to you. You love to say, oh, they miseducate you. Well, here they put it in a textbook. Sometimes, you know what? I got to say this, and I don't care how many followers I lose. I really don't. I'm going to say this. I probably got 30 people. Oh, I got over 100 people watching. Look, sometimes I feel bad for white people. You know why? Hold on a second. Hold on. I got to do this. You need to sit here and say this. Sometimes I feel bad for white people. Why? In fact, I'm gonna put it on the screen while I do it. Let me put it in. This is when I share it, right? Hold on a second. Let me share my screen. Let me just keep it 100. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you, straight up, right? Sometimes I feel bad for white people. Here's why. They put the truth in the darn textbook, and you still accuse them of miseducating you. They're showing you who they learned from. They're showing you where they got their knowledge from. Where do you think this picture came from? This is an illustration from a McGraw-Hill School textbook. And in fact, hold on. I got to wait for this thing to render. So is this one. This is an image from a McGraw-Hill textbook. How dare you say white people are miseducating you? How dare you say white people are lying to you when they put the truth right in your face in the textbook? Hold on. You already know what that deserves, because you know what I just did there. You know what that deserves. And I'm gonna give it to that statement because it deserves it. They put the truth right in the textbook, right in your face. But then you want to stand up there and say, oh, white people are miseducating us. White people have lied to us. No. There's no white pastor in your church miseducating you on Sunday. He looks like you. He's this color. This color. That's who's miseducating you. And that's why I said numerous times, the black church is at the center of all black problems in the black community, period, in the discussion. And I already told you who his number one agent is, and you're going to see it. But I wanted you to see those textbook images. They're showing you the facts, where white people were educated, where they got their knowledge from, and what role did that play in the production of the Bible? It's in the textbooks. But yet you want to point the finger at them and say they're miseducating you. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, you're miseducating us. You have lied to us about history. But then the man, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, literally, in fact, the Jewish one, puts the truth in color in a textbook for your children to look at and see and break down semiotically. And who goes and miseducates you on Sunday, away from what you learned on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, looking at the textbook that the white man put together for you to show you the truth? Who's miseducating you away from that on Sunday? Y'all don't know how wicked this game is that you are in. It is wicked. It is wicked. It's wicked. And that's why I say sometimes I feel bad for white people. It's like they can't get a break. It's like you damned if you do, you damned if you don't. I give you the truth. No, I miseducate you, then I'm a bad person. I give you the truth and I put it in the textbooks. Now I'm miseducating you and I'm lying. So either way, you can't win. That's why I tell white people, ignore black people. Just ignore them. They come to you with a complaint, let it go on one end out the other. Because they would rather blame you than look at the Negro in church on Sunday miseducating their whole communities to the tunes of billions of dollars. They would rather come and blame you. I'll tell a white person in a minute. If I knew, especially now, hold on, you want to be bad? If I knew the things that I knew, that I actually know, as a white person, it's no black person could ever come and say anything to me. Because I know who the real villains are in this formula, and in this equation, and it ain't white people. White people do not have an educational stranglehold on your community throughout the American continent. Black churches do. They have produced the foundational bedrock of really of cosmology, right? That's what it really is. It's a cosmological stranglehold. The explanation of your construct about reality comes out of these black churches. I already showed you in the last 4 presentations what that does to the analytical frameworks inside the minds of your sons and daughters. But you've been so conditioned to blame white people for every problem that you got that it's just it's like a reflex. I want to see. Okay, I understand the reflex. I get it. I'm not mad at you. I got that reflex in me too. And this is not. And I don't want anybody white, because I have quite a few white followers. I don't want anybody white watching me and thinking that you get that your team gets a pass. If you want to call it that, I don't want to say it's your team, because I don't want you to think. I put it like this. Think about all the bad black people that we all know who are very bad. Like, just think about somebody who killed his whole family, or abuses his wives, or his children, or whatever, or destroys his own community, scams his own community, right? Molests his own community. Let's just say it, right? Do all of the things that we know are untoward, right? When you think about all of those people, you can't then look at the white community who, by definition of the evidence that I just showed you, I showed you those. Let's look at these images again, because I don't think you understand what I just showed you. That's serious stuff. That's a reckoning. I would love to be on a much larger platform with, say, I forget the name of these big time newscasters, right? Because most of the big time newscasters aren't even big anymore. Now we only know social media personalities as big time newscasters. But that shows you how generations are changing, right? So let's look at it. Let's really look at it. I've been sharing this whole time. I got to stop doing that. Let's see here. I'm looking at... No, don't do that. I'm already sharing. That's what I want to do. I want to change this back to teaching mode. Okay, I'm back in teaching mode. I'm like, where am I? Here we go. Right? I'm showing you this. Look at this. This is from a textbook. What's going on in that picture? Break it down. What is this? What are you looking at? Where is that, and what year is it depicting? Right? What is that? What is that? What year is it? It's in the text. This is in a textbook. I put it to you like this. If I was a white person, I would show you this picture and say, there's your reparations, now leave me alone. Because that picture tells you everything. It tells you everything. The great apology owed by historically illiterate black Christians to Tony Braxton. I was saying what I was saying before, and I kind of went off on a tangent and got distracted. because I'm trying to watch my language and my topic matter in this presentation. But I'm just thinking about the algorithm and things that I have to account for because I need to monetize my videos, people. So this is what Tony Braxton said. Tony Braxton asked Tamar, why is she reading the Bible? Tony said that book was written by a racist white man. That's exactly what she said. Hold up. Tony Braxton said that book was written by a racist white man. What does that deserve? That's what she said. Tony Braxton said that book was written by a racist white man. Okay. Tony Braxton was either wrong or right. Okay, I got to listen to some Tony Braxton now. I'm sorry. Now that I'm at this part, I've been killing this Ethiopian music the whole time I was here. Let's go. Let's go. Give me Tony. Give me Tony. Here we go. Oops. Here we go. Tony Braxton was either wrong or right. Which one was she? Let me see what you guys are looking at. I always check my screen. Okay, cool. All right. Tony Braxton was either wrong or right. That book was written by a racist white man. That's what she said. So which Bible was she talking about? The King James Version, 1611. The American Standard Version, 1901. The New American Standard Bible, 1971. Now remember, much of what you're going to see was my first time using ChatGPT, so I was kind of, I was just having fun. Just trying to test it to see what it could do. So you're going to see, so it was the first time I was really I really allowed myself to let my thinking just hang out with AI just to see what we could get. You're going to see a lot of it. Okay. So which one was she? Was she wrong or was she right? So most black people that you're going to find out, they suffer from Ethiopia falsitis. What is Ethiopia falsitis? I want you to remember this term. It's an 𝓈𝓔𝓐, right? It's a vocabulary, right? It's an 𝓈𝓔𝓐ism. What is Ethiopia falsitis? It's a BCMI, which is a Black Christian mental illness, stemming from LOES. What's LOES? Lack of education syndrome. That ultimately results in a BCIS, Black Christian ignorance syndrome, right? BCIS, right? So you go from BECMI to LOES to BCIS. What is BCIS? Black Christian ignorance syndrome, which is what? A Black Christian mental condition. It's a BECMEC, a Black Christian mental condition, which exists at very high rates in what? I hate to say it, DBCW, dumb Black Christian women. Why am I highlighting the women? Because they create those dumb Christian Black men that you see. The most notable symptom of which is making patently false, public, dumb Black Christian claims, or DBCCs. Here we go with another DBCC, a dumb Black Christian claim about what? Christianity and the Bible's supposed Ethiopian origins. Let's look at it. We've all seen this picture on social media. Brother smiling. Right? Looking like Akhenaten, those features. I never noticed that before, how much he looks like Akhenaten. And what does this meme say? The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest and complete Bible on earth. Written on Ge'ez, written on Ge'ez, an ancient dead language of Ethiopia, nearly 800 years older than the King. This is the kind of stuff that black people push. It's on Reddit. The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest and complete on earth. Ethiopian Bible. This is another picture, considered as the oldest and most complete Bible on earth. The world's earliest illustrated Christian book has been saved by a British charity, blah, 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 blah. Now, the second part is true. It's the world's oldest illustrated Christian book. The earliest, I wouldn't say it was the earliest. It's the oldest illustrated one existing. Dumb black Christian claim the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest on earth. So let's look at it. Don't say cheese. Don't say Jesus. Instead say, no, it's not. Is the Ethiopian Bible the so-called first or the oldest? Don't say cheese. Don't say Jesus. Instead say, no, it's not. Oldest complete Bible. Chronological clarification. APM mode. The oldest complete Bible is Codex Sinaiticus, not the Ethiopic Bible. Okay? This is from the British Library, 2010, The Story of the World's Oldest Bible, Codex Sinaiticus, not the Garima Gospel. So your first lie has just been upended. The oldest complete Bible is Codex Sinaiticus. So why are these people saying the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest and complete on earth? It is not. The Sinaiticus is circa 330 to 360 CE, with Codex Vaticanus circa 300 to 350 CE being contemporaneous but incomplete. Earlier biblical manuscripts exist, such as the Dead Sea Scrolls, 3rd century BCE to 1st century CE, and the Chester Beatty Papyri, 2nd to 3rd century CE, right? And I want you to see this part where it says Dead Sea Scrolls, 3rd century BCE. So for those of you who try to push the Dead Sea Scrolls back to 4th, 5th, 6th century in the Persian period, that's a joke. Okay, but these are fragmentary and do not constitute a complete Bible. The so-called Ethiopian Bible, in the form often promoted online, refers primarily to what the Garima Gospels and the other Ge'ez biblical manuscripts. The Garima Gospels are radiocarbon dated to what? Circa 390 to 570 CE. 390, not 330, which is much earlier, which is the Sinaiticus. You don't get the Garima Gospels until 390. All right, the better part of a century later, that's 60 years later. And that's being generous. Okay? Right? If we're going to be generous or conservative, you pick or choose, right? And that's the Garima 1. The Garima 1 is actually, and then you get the Garima 2, which is 530 to 660. So those are the two main Ethiopian Bibles that you're talking about, the Garima 1 and the Garima 2, or the Garima Gospels, Garima 1 and Garima 2, right? So the Garima 2 is later, Garima 1 is earlier, placing their production at least 30 to 230 years later than Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. All right? This is the source that was used. D.C. Parker, Codex Sinaiticus, Story of the World's Oldest Bible, the British Library, 2010, pages 14 to 21. Right? Bruce Metzger, Bart D. Ehrman, The Text of the New Testament, Its Transition, Corruption, and Restoration, 4th edition, Oxford University Press, 2005. It's 2005, page 62 to 63. Oh, these are all of the sources that were used for this particular passage. Right? Brock Sebastian B. The Garima Gospels, Early Christian Manuscripts from Ethiopia, Bible Review 14, number 6, 1998, 20 to 29. Eastern Peter et al. Radiocarbon Dating of the Grima Gospels, Oxford Radiocarbon Accelerator Unit, University of Oxford 2010. So these are your sources. This is not Shakka-Ahmose saying it. It's ChatGPT, but it's giving you the sources. All right? Go refute the sources. Conclusion. Codex Sinaiticus and Codex Vaticanus predate the earliest extant Ethiopian biblical manuscripts by several decades to over 2 centuries. The frequent social media claim that the Ethiopian Bible is the first or oldest Bible is chronologically untenable. Dear dumb Christian black woman, when you say the Ethiopian Bible is older or first, that is chronologically untenable. That means that you don't know that 1 comes before 2, or 3 comes before 4, or 4 comes before 5. Okay? And it is a product of what? Modern Ethiopian nationalistic and layperson-driven oldest Bible narratives, not supported by manuscript evidence. Okay. So what we're going to do is, as a black community, because I love black women, but I want you to stop misrepresenting us in terms of intelligence and IQ. Stop repeating things that are not true simply because you're too lazy to do the research. You're too lazy to just read an article. You got all of this stuff at your fingertips. And first of all, black women should not be the demographic on social media repeating stupid things like, as you're about to see, repeating stupid things like the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible in the world, or the earliest Christian churches are in Ethiopia. You brag about being the most educated people in the black community and having the most degrees. Well, then why are you at the forefront of repeating misinformation and bad research? You, black woman, you're at the forefront. I'm going to show you. I'm going to prove it to you. I don't just do this. I'm all about primary evidence. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to document it for you. That black women are at the forefront of repeating this stupid meme. And I don't know where you get it from. Probably from some dumb Christian man that you gave birth to and raised. I hate to say it, well, nobody's born a Christian, but you sure made sure you made them one, right? Let's do it. Let's do this, right? Here we are. Share screen. Where are we? I'm in teaching mode. Make sure you're in teach mode, Shaka. Yes, I'm in teach mode. Make sure you got an image. There's your image, right? Cool. Let's do this. Okay? So now you know that the Ethiopian Bible is not the oldest Bible in the world. It never was. And we're going to look at why it would have been impossible to be. This is, I told y'all, and a lot of black women thought I was playing with them. I'm not playing with y'all anymore. I am not going to abide by you spreading misinformation, right? You're going to brag about your degrees and being the most educated, but then you're running around the public space and the public ecosystem basically showing people you're a low IQ, historically illiterate, religiously epigraphic. Okay, so illiterate in epigraphy, illiterate in history, illiterate in papyrology, illiterate in theology, just illiterate down the line, but you want to speak authoritatively about something that you don't even bother to invest in educating yourself about. And this is here's what I'm saying, because you're going to say, Shaka, why are you just picking on them? Because it is a community-wide thing. These are not isolated incidents. If it was an isolated incident, I would just deal with the individual. No, it is a community-wide thing. So, since y'all want to play stupid, well, you're not playing. Since you want to put your stupidity on display for the rest of the world to see, and we all get to be judged by it, if I was a racist white person and I actually was biblically literate and historically literate, and I saw black women, mothers of whole families, saying stupid stuff like this, I would sleep very well at night, because I would know that they have not advanced one iota in terms of education and intelligence. I would sleep very well. I'd be like, nope, we ain't got nothing to worry about. They still stupid. They still the same dumb slaves we made. Sorry. Look at what she says. This is 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝅅𝓏. Hold on one second. Matter of fact, can you see that from there? In fact, yeah, I'm going to leave it right there so you can see it. Okay? Here we go. I'm going to leave it. I'm going to use this one for teaching right now. She said this, because they're talking about, these are the responses to Toni Braxton that they had. And all these responses are still on Facebook to see. She said, yes, the Bible was not written by racist white men. The original Bible was written by Ethiopians who are black. It was revised by racist white men. This is the dumb stuff that black women say. Yes, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝅅𝓏. If you know her, tell her to watch right now, because I'm talking about her. I am going to start calling all of you front and center. I'm going to put your ignorance on display for the world to see. Since you want to convince the world that we have no education and that we are stupid and we have a low IQ, I'm going to put you front and center. 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝅅𝓏. Since you want to go on social media and say stupid things like this, the original Bible was written by Ethiopians who are black. It was revised by racist white men. Well, I just showed you the original Bible was not written by Ethiopians. How can the original Bible be written by Ethiopians, dumb, if I just showed you and documented for you that the oldest complete Bible is the Codex Sinaiticus 330 to 360 CE? Are you telling us that Ethiopians wrote the Codex Sinaiticus? No, because you're too stupid to know what the Codex Sinaiticus is, which is the oldest and complete Bible. But you want to go on social media and say stuff like this. The Bible was not written by racist white men. The original Bible was written by Ethiopians who are black. This is what black women do all across social media. I'm going to say it again. All across social media. And if you do it on social media, then what are you saying in your homes around your impressionable young black children who you are raising to be as stupid and as low as IQ as you are? No, I'm not going to speak respectfully to you because you don't respect your own mind enough to get accurate information and to educate yourself accurately. But you want to talk about how stupid black men are because we don't have degrees and we are the least educated and we can't afford a house and all those other dumb stuff that you say. And this is not about battle of the sexes. This is about documenting what is out in our ecosystem, contaminating our community or communities, plural. 𝓈𝓔, you get an F minus and you get an L minus for lying. But you get a T plus for trying. And you get a fail. See this? This is what you got. Fail. Black, what is this? Black Christian claim number one. That, yeah, absolutely. Black, yeah, absolutely. Black Christian claim number one. Thou shalt always lie. What lie did she tell? Lie number one. First lie she told was that the Bible was not written by racist white men. That's a lie, as you're going to see. Lie number two, the original Bible was written by Ethiopians. We've already documented that as a lie, as we will repeatedly do so again and again, right? So what psychological malady does 𝓈𝓔 suffer from? EFS or EFS. Ethiopia falsification syndrome. Ethiopia, repeat after me, everybody. Ethiopia falsification syndrome, which is a Black Christian mental disorder. So BCMD, what is BCMD? All of these are BCMD. Black Christian mind disease, Black Christian mental disease, Black Christian mental disorder, Black Christian mental diagnosis, Black church mind disease, Black church mental disease, Black church mental disorder, Black church mental diagnosis. That's what this comes from. The Black community is sick. And they will, and I'll tell you how sick they are. They'll talk about everything else but this correct. They'll talk about it, but not correctly. Crystal Stewart, you're up next. Let me put you on the big screen so people can see you. Since y'all have so much to say, right? Y'all want to teach. Y'all want to get on social media and spread your knowledge. I'm so tired of dumb Black women on social media spreading their knowledge. I've had it up to, I can't even tell you, it's coming out the ears and other orifices I can't even think of. Dumb Black women who want to get on social media and teach. So let's look at it. That's right. You know, you got to call it what it is. If this is what's in our community, then call it out. Highlight it. Highlight it. Right? Let's have the discussion. Here she is. Now, somebody said something intelligent. The Bible was given to us by our colonizers. We did not have any Bible before then and were thriving just fine. Somebody said, girl, Tony is correct. You're just lost. There are other books there taken out of your very own sacred Bible. God never said to worship Jesus. God said, I am. Where the Bible doesn't say to not worship God's name and only worship Jesus. Show me that word, please. Now, I wasn't into that. But then I looked at what Simply Chris said. If you go to her YouTube page, she got 61 subscribers. She's miseducating. What does she say? This is what I mean about these. Read this. This is your average Black woman on YouTube, on social media. Faith, fertility, travel. Welcome to Simply Chris, a Christian lifestyle channel focused on faith, mindset transformation, and intentional living. Here, what? We embrace the mind of Christ and are renewed daily. Romans 12:2. We embrace the mind of Christ. No, you don't. You do not embrace the mind of Christ. You just repeat tomfoolery because you have no interest in, or you want to go travel. What's the point of traveling if you're taking an uneducated mind with you? This is what she said. I would challenge you. This is what I want you to hear what this Black female said. And I take it seriously. She said, I would challenge you to, that's what she said. I would challenge you to do your research a bit more. And this is the worst part. Ignorant people, uneducated, miseducated people always want to admonish people to do more research. How are you going to tell somebody to do more research and you're wrong? This is the part that gets my goat. It really gets my goat. I would challenge you to do your research a bit more. Who had the first Bible? Where were they located? What is the only uncolonized country on the continent of Africa? Another Black lie that Black women on social media like to repeat. Keep researching. May Jehovah Shalom bring you peace, wisdom, and clarity. Well, how can Jehovah Shalom bring them peace, wisdom, and clarity when they haven't brought you any knowledge? You know, she ain't say nothing about knowledge. You got to have knowledge before you have wisdom, love. Knowledge precedes wisdom. Life is a process. If you don't understand the order of the process, which is ma'at, order. If you don't understand ma'at, order, then you don't understand the importance in which these things are supposed to take place, the chronology or the order in which these things are supposed to unfold. Knowledge first, then you get wisdom. Okay? The uncolonized myth of Ethiopia. Ethiopia never been colonized? Don't say cheese, don't say Jesus, instead say colonized. ChatGPT, the source, Rufinus Ecclesiastical History, Book 1, 9 through 10, Bowersock, The Throne of Adulis, 2013, pages 75-78. That's the source. Let's read it. Ethiopia's popular claim of having never been colonized is only accurate if colonization is narrowly defined as direct foreign political administrative occupation, which is better defined as hard colonization. Under a broader historically valid framework, Ethiopia experienced soft colonization. Uh-oh. Hold up. Cause we just ended, I'm sorry, we just ended, I'm gonna stop it right here. Yeah. We just ended another lie. It might be delayed, but they come when they're supposed to come. Why? Because that lie about Ethiopia never being colonized, that's propaganda, and it's a lie. They absolutely were colonized, right? Soft colonization, which is just as real and even more damaging than hard colonization. Why? Because soft colonization lasts longer and it goes undetected, so you can't fix it. Ethiopia had the worst kind of colonization. It's not that it was not colonized. It had the worst kind of colonization. That's why it persists until this day. To this day, it still persists. It still persists. The ChatGPT, the Cash App is pinned to the top of the YouTube. If you want to show your respect and appreciation for the platform and you want to contribute, please visit. Let your presence be felt and known. Let's do this. We're in teaching mode. Here we are. I'm in a teaching window. When I'm in a teaching window, that means we're ready to teach. So she said Ethiopia she said, what country was never colonized? So she's implying that Ethiopia was never colonized. Under a broader historically valid framework, Ethiopia experienced soft colonization through religious, spiritual, and racial subordination tied what? To foreign economic hegemony. By the mid-4th century CE, under King Ezana of Aksum, the royal polity adopted Christianity through the mission of Frumentius, himself appointed by Athanasius of Alexandria, and Frumentius was not a black man. He was Greco-Lebanese, Greco-Phoenician, okay? Him and his brother, all right? And he was what? He was appointed by Athanasius of Alexandria, who, what's that fool's name? Pastor Bennett, right? One of the dumbest people you'll ever meet. Pastor Bennett loves him some Athanasius of Alexandria, right? Who was a Coptic bishop of Alexandria. He's patriarch of the Egyptian church, right? Which was under the broader religious influence of the Roman Empire. See, this is what they don't tell you. When King Ezana converted Aksum, right? The royal polity, the royal community adopted Christianity. But what they don't tell you is that this Christian ecosystem that they invested into was under the broader religious influence of the Roman Empire. So what are you talking about? This is the origin of Christianity in Ethiopia. This is how Ethiopia becomes Christian. And the Christianity it becomes is under, can you read this, stupid? Come on, go. What's her name? Chris, simply Chris. She'll call you simply stupid because you thought they were not colonized. And I'm going to tell you, yes, not simply Chris, simply stupid. Right? It was under the broader religious influence of the Roman Empire. So why are you running around talking about they're not colonized? They were colonized. The moment they converted to Christianity, they were colonized. I guess you can't read. This conversion, talking about Ethiopia, who you said was not colonized, this conversion subordinated Aksum's spiritual authority to a foreign ecclesiastical hierarchy, aligning royal policy and economic orientation with Rome's Mediterranean trade system. What's the source? Monroe High, Aksum, an African civilization of late antiquity, 1991, pages 84 to 89. The result, see, I bring sources, sourced material. The resultant dependence on Rome-linked trade routes. Are you listening to this, simply Chris? Oh, we shouldn't disrespect her. I didn't disrespect her. She disrespected herself and the community that she's seeking to miseducate based on her fealty to a religion she didn't bother to research and do her due diligence to determine whether or not if this stuff is safe to be spreading. If you spread this, what else are you spreading? If you get my point. This is a PTD, psychologically transmitted disease, talking about Ethiopia was never colonized. What country has never been colonized? The resultant dependence on Rome-linked trade routes and diplomatic recognition and ecclesiastical legitimacy imposed a cultural and religious template rooted outside Ethiopia, mirroring colonial mechanisms of ideological control without physical occupation. That's what makes it the worst kind of colonization. No physical army needs to be on the ground. I got you through religion. Either way, you're colonized. Either way, you're colonized. The distinction between soft colonization, cultural, religious, economic dependency, and hard colonization, direct military political control, is historically demonstrable and analytically sound. You know what that means, right? That means this. This is for the dummies in the back. Okay? That means that it's a lie to say that Christianity, to say that Ethiopia was never colonized. They absolutely were colonized. It was the worst kind of colonization. Soft colonization. Soft colonization. The kind you can't fight. You can't fight what you can't see. You can't fight what you've bought into, what you've been subsumed into. You can't. Ethiopia lost that fight when they converted. When Aksum converted and subjected itself to Rome in all of the most important areas of influence, commerce, cosmology, philosophically, you lost. In fact, another way of saying it is like this. It's not a flex to say that Ethiopia was not colonized, because you could easily just say Ethiopia was not colonized because she didn't have to be colonized. She already gave up. She bent over. She was one of the earliest to bend over after Egypt and Armenia. Yeah, because Egypt and Armenia was Christian before Ethiopia. So how are you talking about Ethiopia is the oldest anything in terms of Christianity or the Bible? Are you stupid? Uneducated? Historically illiterate? You don't know what dates are? You don't know what primary evidence is? You don't know what chain of transmission is? You don't know what epigraphy is? You're epigraphically illiterate? But you want to try to teach black people? Black people deserve the best teaching on the planet because of what they contributed to the world. Negroes, I don't know. FBAs and all this other stuff, I don't know. I don't know. I ain't got no beef for FBAs. I consider myself an FBA. I do. But my FBA stands on being an African American. You understand? Or if you want to say American African, I don't care. Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah. Ethiopia was colonized. It was worse than colonized. Okay.
And if you didn't know before, now you know.
Hey, it is what it is. Okay. Let's get back to teacher. Oh, we're in the teacher window. You know what that means? We're already sharing. I keep forgetting to turn off that when I'm in that window. All right. Here we go. See this? The distinction between soft colonization, cultural, religious, economic dependency, and hard colonization, direct military political control, is historically demonstrable and analytically sound. In other words, it's just colonization through different strategies. That's all it is. But to say that Ethiopia was never colonized is historically bankrupt. It's historically baseless. Here we go. Colonized, okay, Ethiopia never colonized. Colonized Ethiopia, a colonized Ethiopia qualified and academically sound. This is ChatGPT's conclusion. Why this perspective is academically sound. Clear definition of terms. The framework distinguishes between hard colonization, direct political military occupation, and soft colonization, external control via religious, cultural, and economic subordination. This distinction is methodologically illegitimate and has precedent in post-colonial theory. Soft, confer Lumba, Colonialism, Post-Colonialism, 215, pages 6 through 9, and Nkrumah, Neo-Colonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, 1965, pages 9 through 10. 9 through 10. 2. Primary source corroboration. Contemporary late antique sources attest to the external origin of Aksum's Christian leadership. You heard that? External origin. That means the origin of Aksum's Christian leadership came from outside of Ethiopia, not from within Ethiopia. Rufinus, Ecclesiastical History, Book 1, 9 through 10. Translation, the Amadon translation, 1997. It records that Frumentius was ordained in Alexandria by Athanasius, situating Ethiopia's religious authority under the Alexandrian Patriarchate. Okay? Which means that they got their Christianity from Alexandria. That's where see this smiling guy? He got his Christianity from Alexandria, from what was going on in Egypt, from the Copts. From the Coptics. And the Alexandrian Patriarchate itself integrated within the Roman imperial religious apparatus. Did you hear that part? Let's read that again. Contemporary late antique sources attest to the external origin of Aksum's Christian leadership. Rufinus records that Frumentius was ordained in Alexandria by Athanasius, situating Ethiopia's religious authority under the Alexandrian Patriarchate, itself integrated within the Roman imperial religious apparatus. That means Ethiopia wasn't even high up on the list in terms of origin status. Ethiopia was under a patriarchate, which was itself was under a greater authority, which was Rome. Integrated within the Roman imperial religious apparatus. How dare you? How? This is when I normally would use profanity, which I'm breaking out of. Can I say effing? Yes, I think I could say effing. How effing dare you teach people that Ethiopia had the first church and the first Christian church, or the oldest Christian Bible, when they were not even high up on the origin status? They were under the Alexandrian Patriarchate in Egypt, which itself was under Roman authority. Ethiopia is not even number 2 in there anywhere. It's way down. Vince Bantu. Another one of these people with black Christian mental disorder. Another one with the Bible parasite in his brain. Eric Mason. Jerome Gay Jr. Adam Coleman. Am I naming the names? Valentin, I forget his name. Alfredo Valentin. Right? Moses Malone, something post, I forgot his name, Malone something. The Christian guy debated and destroyed. I forget his name. He's not important no matter anyway. So, but how dare you tell people that Ethiopia is, and you're on social media, Simply Chris. You and the one who came before you, whatever her name was. So I got 2 black women I've shown you so far who's on social media telling people the oldest Bible in the world is Ethiopian, or is Ethiopian, the Ethiopic Bible. The first Christian church, or the oldest Christian church is Ethiopian. How? With all of this Christianity going on before Ethiopia decides it's going to convert to Christianity. Because prior to their conversion, you cannot show any impact of the relationship between Christianity and Ethiopia prior to their conversion. You can't do it. Ain't nobody talking about Christian Ethiopia in the 3rd century or a 2nd century, and definitely not a 2nd or 1st century. Nobody's talking. There's no narrative about that. 1 second, excuse me, people. In fact, yeah, I'm good. Hold on a second. Time to just want to make sure I'm not disheveled. Right? Where we at? All right? Like I said, we got over 100 people watching. We good. But if I got over 100 people watching, you need to be teaching another 200, 300 people what you're seeing, because I'm going to show you things you've never seen before. Stop letting people lie to you. Stop letting people lie about you. Don't do it. And then don't even let them lie about you when it's good. Because then you have to live up to that. You have to live up to a lie. Just tell the truth. That solved that problem. Oh, I keep doing that. I keep forgetting to stop sharing when I do that, right? So when I'm in this window, which is actually my favorite window, I need to stop sharing, right? And I've been leaving it on sharing, so forgive me. So I will remember that. But now I'm going to go back to the teaching window. You know when y'all see that, y'all know what's about to come on the screen. Some knowledge, right? Some data, some education, right? All right, let's do it. Sometimes you got to go back to basics just to really, really understand Because here's the thing, once you start to really debate people, you have to know what the danger zones are. For those of you who like to debate, like I like to debate, you have to be very clear of what rooms not to walk in. And not only that, you also have to know how to manhandle your opponent when they try to take you into a specific room, right? When they take you into the room of Ethiopia being colonized or not, or being, the oldest, this, that, and the third. Nah, you got to manhandle them in there, right? You can't let that. No. We're not doing that miseducation. I'm not going to let, hold on one second. Let's do this, right? So here we go. Economic integration into foreign systems. Is this where we were? Right? Yes. Economic integration into foreign systems. Archaeological and numismatic evidence demonstrates Aksum's dependence on Roman Byzantine trade networks after Christianization. Gives you the source. Boom, boom, boom. All the sources are right there listed. 𝓈𝓁𓏭𓀢𓀁 Aksum and African Civilization of Late Antiquity, 1991, pages 84 through 89. Brouwer's Rock the Throne of Adulis, 2013, pages 75, 78. This economic tie bound Ethiopia's prosperity to external powers, a core element of soft colonial influence. Alignment with post-colonial analytical models. The shift in spiritual, political, and economic orientation toward Rome parallels models of indirect rule and cultural colonization, identified by scholars of empire, young post-colonialism, and historical introduction. All you got to do is think of it like this. If you look at African countries today, you can't say that they're not colonized. Of course they're colonized. All right, let's just think about it for a second. Stop, right? Of course African countries today are colonized. If you can't talk about a country being free and sovereign if their economic system is incarcerated within the machinery of the World Bank or the IMF. The World Bank and the IMF control the economy. It can relax the economy. It can stronghold their economy, right? It basically owns them. It has colonized what matters. See, when you colonize what matters, you don't need to have an army on the ground there. It's cheaper to just colonize it through soft measures. CFR, Council of Foreign Relations, controlling your health care, which America has now signed on to do with Nigeria. That's colonization. That is colonization. So when you as a Nigerian, you go to the pharmacy, you have to pay a certain amount of money for something. It's because an external outside influence determined what was going to be the norm for your everyday life. They're going to determine whether you live or die, whether if you're healthy or not. That's being colonized. Period. Whew. I'm sorry. Hold on one second, people. All right, I'm good. Okay. Where we at? Teaching window. I'm in teaching window. You know what that means? What's about to be on the screen? What's the next slide? What's the next slide? I don't know because I haven't seen this PowerPoint in 5 months. Here we go. Colonized Ethiopia, qualified and academically sound. Why this perspective is academically sound? Rebuttal to nationalist simplification. The nationalists claim Ethiopia was never colonized, ignores forms of foreign domination beyond military conquest. The APM perspective corrects this by situating Ethiopia within a continuum of imperial influence, making the historical narrative more accurate and less ideologically selective. Conclusion. This perspective is academically sound. See, that's all I ever care about. I don't care about anything else other than the academic standard. This perspective is academically sound because it uses historically verifiable events Ezana's conversion, Alexandrian ecclesiastical authority, integration into Roman trade, and applies a defensible conceptual framework, soft versus hard colonization, consistent with peer-reviewed post-colonial analysis. In other words, that's another way of saying, looking back on it, they were colonized. That's what that means in terms of a peer-reviewed standard. See, all I care about is when I'm sitting a course from the PhDs and I'm in a classroom full of postgraduates, or better yet, someone with a habilitation. My argument has to cut through the mustard and meet the standard and the criteria that they respect. Not come down to your stupid, not diminishing what the conversation is supposed to be. Have the conversation you're supposed to have for once in your miserable life. Have the conversation you're supposed to have. I'm at 3 hours and 50 minutes. Let's go. Yeah, I'm sharing. You're seeing what I'm looking at. I'm just seeing what you guys are talking about. Let me see who's distracting in the chat, who's paying attention. Okay, let's see who's paying attention. Let's see who's hitting my Cash App, which is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. Let's see who's riding with me. Right? Here we go. All right, I like this. Say that again. That's very nice. That's beautiful. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Bang. That's easy. That's an easy question. Come on, Kepler, you're supposed to be on it, bro. We'll get to that. But that's easy. Right? Of course, say this again. They need Ethiopia to be uncolonized to support their biblical authenticity. But the problem is that Ethiopia was colonized. The Christianization of Ethiopia was its colonization. That's what I just documented for you. The Christianization of Ethiopia was in and of itself its colonization. And it has remained colonized ever since. Now you're making me want Ethiopian food. Yeah, I do have a thing for African food. It is absolutely my favorite food of all food. Okay? All right. Hey, look, don't be in the chat trying to teach if you don't know what you're talking about. Don't you in the chat trying to teach this constituency, my constituency. Don't do that. If you conversate what I'm talking about, that's not a problem. Comment on what I'm putting on the screen. That's not a problem. But don't be in the chat trying to teach because you think your ideas are correct. It's like, nah, they're not correct. Okay? I mean, everybody's where they are because everybody learns at a different rate. But in this ecosystem, you're being taught accurately. Okay? You're being taught accurately with veracity, at a standard that is long overdue in your life, to be quite honest. All right? Let's do this. Lose that. We're still sharing. I forgot to stop it. I was supposed to. Back to the, you know what? There we go. And let's get back to it. Got that. The reason he's smiling is because he know he's fooling your dumb self. That's why he's smiling. Okay? See this? Consistent with peer-reviewed post-colonial analysis. So when you say, Shaka, you don't know what you're talking about, and Shaka, you're wrong, I guess you don't know what peer-reviewed analysis is. That means that the experts agree with me, not with you. Okay? So, when you look at Crystal Stewart, and I'm not making a mountain out of a molehill, this needs to be addressed. Because you're going to see it again and again and again when another celebrity opens their mouth and says something that is correct. You're going to get a bunch of black dummies coming out of the woodwork trying to correct, which is just creating more confusion and reinforcing ignorance in our community. And it makes other people think that all black people are stupid. That's the part that I really don't like. We worked too hard and too long to have dummies like Crystal Stewart running around with the mind of Christ talking about Ethiopia has never been colonized, and she embraces the mind of Christ. Lie number one, Ethiopia had the first Bible. Lie number two, Ethiopia, the only uncolonized country on the African continent. Ethiopia falsification syndrome. Okay, that's what that is. What is this dumb black Christian claim? Okay, that's what that is. But you get a T plus for trying. Okay, here we go. Robin Friday, another black woman on Facebook. What does this say? Read it out loud. I want all of you to read that out loud. See this? See this right here? This is the truth that the black people, they're black Christian women in the black community. Would you please look at this picture so you can understand the kind of damage you're doing? We don't need the white man to damage us. This is what you're doing with this Bible. 75% of black America is Christian. 70% of those 75% are black women. You wonder why you can't win? You wonder why you have the lowest IQ? You're looking at it. Because of her. Saying stuff like this. The oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Study that one. It has stories that the old King James Version left out. This is what an uneducated black woman is telling you. I'm sorry, Robin. I love you. You family, and I love you. I love you. I'm telling you I love you. I kiss you on the forehead if you was here. But I also tell you you're stupid. And I know somebody's going to get mad at me. Her son probably going to want to come beat me up or do worse. You're more than welcome to come. You're going to get a surprise when you show up. Okay? But this is the state of the black community. In areas where we should make no mistakes at all. I'm sorry. It's too late in the game for you to be making mistakes that should have been cleared up a long time ago. Robin, Miss Friday, running around telling people the oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. It is not the oldest Bible. Fail. F minus, L minus for lying. You get a T plus for trying. But overall, you fail. You suffer from black Christian mind disease, black Christian mental disease, black Christian mental disorder, black Christian mental diagnosis. You got a large case, an acute case of black church mind disease, black church mental disease, black church mental disorder, black church mental diagnosis. All of that stands for BECMED, BCMD. All of these are under the BECMED rubric. Black church claim number one. Doubt shalt always lie. The Ethiopian falsification syndrome. The oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. It is not. The Sinaiticus is. I showed it to you in an earlier slide, but let me tell you how dumb these people are. They won't even remember that I've already showed it to you. That's how stupid they are. They can't retain anything. What do they call that? Attention ADD, attention deficit disorder. Nicole Bennett, another dumb black woman. I'm showing you this is what they are. They're on social media. They infest the social media ecosystem. And these are the mothers of black children. It scares me to think of going to sleep at night with an ignorant person over me, standing over my crib. Because if you're ignorant about that, what else are you ignorant about? And I'm dependent on you? You got lies coming out of your breast milk. You got lies literally flowing out of your breast milk, Nicole Bennett. Look at what she says about Tony. Nicole Bennett said this about Tony Braxton. She needs to embrace the word. She has dealt with sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenges. There's a ton of wisdom in the Bible that may help her overcome what she's dealing with. What? The oldest Bible came from Ethiopia, not racist white men. Y'all think I'm just picking on black women for no reason. This is a grown-ass black woman on social media saying the oldest Bible came from Ethiopia, not racist white men. The fact that she was with Birdman for years let me know she's not a follower of the word. No judgment, but it is what it is. So hold on. If you can say that about her and it's no judgment and we dealing with it is what it is, right? Then I can say you're dumb. You are a historically illiterate black woman. Basically, you're a stupid black woman. When in this lane, in this topic, in this ecosystem, we reserve the right to say it is what it is. You're a stupid black woman. You're chronologically disordered because you think you think that the oldest Bible came from Ethiopia. Yes, on that one factor, I am saying you are a stupid black woman. I didn't say you were unattractive. I didn't say that you may not excel in other areas of your life. I'm saying in terms of this subject matter, which is all I'm dealing with, you are a stupid black woman. You ain't gotta like it. But what you say right here about Tony, it is what it is. Fail. And then you try to, okay, now I'm gonna show you what this is. Later on, you're gonna learn about what this is. When she said she's dealt with sickness, divorce, and bankruptcy, and a child with challenges, she was talking about Toni Braxton. Now, you don't know what this is that she's doing here. When she does this, when she's compiling all of this in reference to Tony not embracing the word, she wants you to think that the sickness, the divorce, the bankruptcy, and the child are consequences of Toni Braxton not embracing the word. There's a name for this, and I'm going to show you what it is in part 2, because this is serious stuff. I've seen 2 videos on YouTube in the past month of black women taking their lives on social media because of the things that other black women and females say to them and about them. See, there's a whole ecosystem that black women occupy and navigate in that we're not supposed to highlight, talk about, or know. I know how evil these people are. I know how evil the black Christian female is. To me, she's the personification of evil. I just tell you the truth. She is. Because when you see what they're dealing with, when I show you what they're dealing with, you're going to trip out. BCRW. I hate when I give things acronyms and I forget what they stand for. But I have a feeling that this stands for Christian. I know what it stands for. I just don't want to say it yet because I don't want to give you a hint of where this is going. Black Christian mental disorder as a result of black Christian. I know what the W stands for. I just don't remember what the R stands for. I know what it is. I just don't want to say it out loud yet. I'll tell you what this is. When she highlights that Toni Braxton dealt with sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenges as a result, as consequences of not embracing the word, she's using these words. Listen to what she's doing. I'm going to tell you what this is. This is a ritual. What she's doing here, this is a ritual. She's speaking these things over Toni Braxton. Sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenges. This is what Nicole Bennett is doing. You know what this is? I know you don't know. This is black Christian ritual witchcraft. This is a spell. This is a spell. She's literally trying to cast a spell in favor of the Bible over Toni Braxton. This is what goes on in the black community, and they don't even realize what they're engaging in. You already know what you're about to get. Do you understand what I just showed you? I told you, you're not ready for where this conversation is really going to go. I'm literally showing you, because the same way you can semiotically read a picture, you can also semiotically read text. But you have to have the skill set to be able to read semiotically. What she was doing was she was literally casting a spell over Toni Braxton. This is ritualistic witchcraft that is practiced by the Black church. So when you see them in these threads and they're casting aspersions on people who are dismissive of their beliefs, what they do is they respond in what it is. They respond in the nature of what it is that they actually are dealing with. And what they're dealing with is witchcraft. That's what the Black church is. It is witchcraft. Black Christianity or Black biblical Christianity, it's all witchcraft. It's all, they just don't call it that. I'm going to show you things that'll mess your head up. But I wanted you to be able to see what she was doing. What does Toni Braxton being sick or having a child with, you know how many Black women in the Black community have autistic children today because of all of this Wi-Fi? I did a whole presentation on it because of 5G and all this other stuff. The calcium channels and all this other stuff in the body. The neurological issues that all of this Wi-Fi and stuff causes. And you wanted to single out Toni Braxton because she is living a reality that is indicative of the reality of the majority of people in the church. So nobody in the church has an autistic child? People who read the Bible and who believe in Jesus don't have autistic children? Because if they do, why would you even bring it up? What does that have to do with her saying racist white men wrote the Bible? Nothing. But who you are, what the Black church produces. You can only tell something by the product it produces. The Black church produces people who engage in witchcraft, sorcery, and ritualistic witchcraft. That's what they do. They spells and all that. That's what they do. And I'm going to highlight it for you, and I'm going to show it to you so you can see it, because nobody ever does it for you. Nobody ever shows you. It says, look, this is what's really going on. This is who your neighbors are. This is who your relatives are. This is why they behave the way that they do when you're around. They think something's wrong with you when they're the one that's actually under the spell. That's a scary state of affairs, because these are things that play out on platforms like 48 Hours, true crime documentary. Yes, because that's where this stuff leads. It leads to an inability for family members to really have a very clear analytical framework when it comes to solving problems or even making money. Why do you think so many people think it's an actual solution to get money by killing relatives for insurance or stuff like that? Because their analytical framework had shortcomings. Or to sell drugs or to sell your body on the streets and to call it classy because you end up in Dubai or riding around in somebody's Lamborghini. You're still a hoe. You still couldn't solve your problem without compromising yourself. Come on, it is what it is. Now look, I used to manage strip clubs. I know what I'm talking about. I've managed them. I've been supervisors in them. I've done it. And I mean the good ones too, not the little winky dink. Right? I'm talking about in New York. All right, not in some little rural town somewhere. I'm talking about in New York City. You ever manage a strip club in New York City? You're going to see things. You're going to go through things. You're going to have experiences. Yeah. You're going to see a lot of things. You're going to know a lot of people's business. Woo. I'm just laughing, but this crossed my mind. Anyway, let's get back on it. I ain't here to start reminiscing all that other stuff. Yeah. That's witchcraft that she's engaging in. You need to know that, people. You need to know that this is what's going on. People are engaging in witchcraft in your community. Okay? Look at this. Now I want you to see it again. Read this. She needs to embrace the word. She has dealt with sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenges. And people who embrace the word don't deal with sickness. They don't deal with divorce. They don't deal with bankruptcy. You know how many pastors I see getting divorced? You know how many pastors I know that have seen it be sick? How many people in the church and in the world have a child with challenges? I think it's more to her credit that she can think on her own feet, on her own agency, or even establish her own relationship with God without this. But more importantly, Toni Braxton isn't running around casting spells on people, wishing sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenges on people. That's you, Christian. That's you, Nicole Bennett. That's you doing that. There it is in black and white. That's not Toni Braxton talking about somebody got sickness, divorce, bankruptcy, and a child with challenge. That's you doing that. Because that's what you're engaging in. That's casting a spell. Constance Ogilvie Singarson. Black woman stuff on social media. Wasn't the first Bible written in Ethiopia. All of this was in the same thread. Oh, this is on YouTube. On one of the YouTube videos that was talking about it. And she said, wasn't the first Bible written in Ethiopia? So now she's couching her ignorance in a question. I don't want to be held accountable for this belief. So I'm going to ask it like it was an innocent question. It's not an innocent question. It's just another dumb black woman statement, because that's what y'all do. Wasn't the first Bible written in Ethiopia? No. In fact, I heard there's a woman, I'll say her name, Dr. Stacy Patton, because I'm a fan of hers. But she said it on her own page. She spoke about the Ethiopian Bible being the oldest Bible in the world. Yes, she did, because I got a screenshot of it, so don't say you didn't, but I am a fan. But if you have a woman as intelligent and as learned and as well-educated as Dr. Stacy Patton on her platform saying something like this, Ethiopia has the oldest Bible, or Christianity, so whatever it was, I still have it. I screenshot everything everybody says. Because the first thing they like to say is, I didn't say it. That's the first thing out their mouths. I didn't say it. I've already learned how to deal with black women. You have to document everything they say. Record every conversation and document everything they say. Because the first thing they're going to say is, I didn't say it and I didn't do it. Truth. Okay, Constance, for that question, you get an F minus, a L minus for lying, an F minus for fail, and a T plus for trying. Right here, Black Christian claim number 1, thou shalt always lie. Oh, Black Christian commandment number 1. That's what the BC, I remember now. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. Sometimes I have to remember my acronyms. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. Even if you have to lie in the form of a question. Even if you have to lie in the form of a question. Now you got the black men. But then, people, I have this up here for a reason. Okay, look. Listen. Look at what Timothy says. Timothy Taylor. You know he's black. The oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Jesus was raised in Egypt in his younger years. Now let's stop for a second. Why is this important? I'm going to show you how you hurt your children. Please pay attention. Now listen. Please. Let me put that on the screen. I'm going to stay in this window, but I want to put that on the screen. You saw his name is Timothy, right? You see what Timothy said? He said the oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Black people, please stop giving your children Bible names and names that are in the Bible. Because when you do this, as long as I've been doing it, you will learn that black people with names that are in the Bible, like Timothy or Paul or so, they honestly believe that that name gives them an intrinsic relation to that story, to that narrative. You are psychologically damaging them. Stop doing it. Stop it. You are perpetuating the colonization of your own children, of your own community. Stop it. No more Timothys, no more Pauls, no more, I don't know who the other names are that you get out of the Bible. But stop it. Because they grow up with a Bible complex. Ruth, and whatever other names you give them. Mary. Abraham. Why don't you ever name any of your children Judas? You never run into a Judas. Right? Please, black people, please, I'm begging you. Stop giving your children names that are in the Bible. If you're going to give your children names in the Bible, I'll give you two. 𝓈𝓏 or Shakka. That's it. That's it. 𝓈𝓏 or Shakka. All the other names, useless. Throw them away. Candace, no problem. Go with Candace. I'm pretty sure Candace is in there. And Candace Owens, I never thought about that. Candace Owens is a disgrace to the name Candace. Because Candace is a take on, it's a Latinized version of Kandake, the Candace queens of Ethiopia, of the Sudan. The Nile queens. The Cushite queens. The Meroitic queens. The Kantakas. The Kandakes. That's where you get the name Candace from. The Kandakas didn't marry white men. Candace. Your namesake, the Kandakes. They subjugated, oppressed, and killed. They cut off the heads of Roman generals, and they used their heads as steps, as stoppers to put their steps on as they walked up to their throne. That's what they did to white men. I'm just saying. Because white media has no problem showing images of slaves, black slaves with their heads cut off, stuck on poles. You know how many movies they show that in? You know how many films they show that in? But they never talk about when we did it to them. Yeah, cut their heads off and use their heads as stepping stones on our staircases. They always want you to see some subservient. Aren't I a human? No. We have a history that attests to just how formidable we can be. To how formidable we were. Stop giving your children Bible names. And I mean that. Timothy. The oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Wrong. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. You get an F- for fail, you get a L- for lying, and you get a T+ for trying. EFS, Ethiopia falsification syndrome. That's what you suffer from, Timothy, plus Bible brain parasite, whatever I call that thing. Right? Bible encephalitis parasitia. The Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Dumb black Christian claim. This person, I'll be 2574, right? This is what black people say. That's why I have the oldest biblical text, the Ethiopian Bible. This is how you think with the brain of first graders. And Jesus is not his real name, it's Yahweh. You live your whole life going through life correcting people while you're still wrong. Do you know how annoying it is to be black in a world full of black people that think like this? That's why I have the oldest biblical text, the Ethiopian Bible. Fail. F-, you get an L- for lying and a T+ for trying. Black Christian command number 1. And they're true to this commandment. Thou shalt always lie. This right here, their whole existence is predicated and premised on this one commandment. That's why you don't see Black Christian commandment number 2 or this one covers all the rest of them. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. The oldest biblical text, the Ethiopian Bible. It's false. Ethiopian falsification syndrome. Do you know how strong this is in the black community? Nobody talks about it. It has a stench and a stink that we're all just supposed to live with. Oh, no big deal. You know why? Because you think it's an inconsequential lie. And that's where the way let me show you how messed up black people are. They think that history is such an inconsequential thing that it's okay and it's harmless just to be incorrect because it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't add up to anything. Okay. And that's why your community has the lowest IQ, the lowest median income, and the highest incarceration rate, because you think that thing that is not true, you think is true. That it's okay to just tell a historical lie. It's okay to be inaccurate and be wrong. Okay. Do you think a person flying a plane that you are on should have that attitude, that it's okay to be inaccurate and be wrong? Would you like for the pilot on the plane that you are flying on to have that perspective? It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be inaccurate. I don't have to be 100% perfectly accurate. And that's why Charlie Kirk said what he said about pilots, black pilots. Because if black pilots think about flying the way they think about religion, I'm not getting on the plane if I see a black pilot. If this is the kind of thinking that you entertain, that it's okay to just be incorrect. It's inconsequential. Okay. What does this one say? This person. Okay, so this person said, Alonzo Turner, he's a black person. He said the Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books that Tony is referring to. That's what he said. That's number 1. Number 2, the scriptures are God-inspired. Also said Moses, for example, was not a white person and is responsible for the law of the prophets. And number 3, the irony of Tony's statements to Tamar, given that the name Tamar is in the Bible. So now you know where Tamar Braxton got her name from. The Bible. And he pointed it out and highlighted it as if it was a good thing. And I'm telling you, stop giving your children these Bible names because you are messing them up. Now, this is my response to him. I said, how do you know which Bible Tony was referring to? He automatically thinks Tony was referring to the standard 66 book text, Bishop's Bible, King James Version, all this other stuff, right? 39 in the Old Testament, 27 in the New Testament. Yes, I know. I said, how do you know which Bible Tony was referring to? You don't. I said she could just have easily been referring to the Bible that preceded the Ethiopian Bible. Why did I put preceded? To first disarm him of the lie that the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible. It's not. Bibles precede the Ethiopian Bible. And I put that. And I said if Toni Braxton was referring to the Bible that preceded the Ethiopian Bible, from which the Ethiopian Bible came, dummies, she still would have been correct if she said racist white men wrote the Bible. Why do I say that? Because dummies like Alonzo Turner and those other women who I just finished showing you, they know nothing about the people who created the Bible that preceded the Ethiopian Bible. Hold on, you think I'm lying? Let me stop. Watch this. I'll give you $1,000. I'll give it to you. But you got to get it on camera. Walk into any establishment on planet Earth. And just walk up to any random black woman on the beach, in a university setting, in high school, in a McDonald's. Ask any black woman, anywhere on a bus, sitting in a park, in the subway, in the room sitting next to you, the woman with her head on your lap right now. Ask any black woman. Who's responsible for writing the Sinaiticus, the Codex Sinaiticus? Was it racist white men? Was it Ethiopians? Was it black? Who was it? They have no answer for you because their brains don't go that far back. Their brains are not intricately and intimately acquainted with facts and truth about reality in the history of this world and how things came to be. It can't teach you nothing about it. She is void, like a black hole in space, like the black hole between her legs, the black hole in her brain too. I know. Trust me, I know. How do I know? Because the level and the extent to which I've studied, I know who is present in this ecosystem. I personally occupy a very rare ecosystem. There are very few people that can navigate the textual world in which I live and reside. That's not the problem. The problem is when you have intimate knowledge of just how extensive that is and how much of reality that actually comprises and how much it controls the reality in which we live in right now. You see, me knowing the kind of things I know, I would be too scared to even really interact. First of all, I only interact with black women, but in terms of intimacy, but I would be too scared to even like really be in close proximity or some like subjecting and exposing myself to such a person because I know how much you don't know. And when you don't know things, you're in the dark. And you know what happens when you try to move around in the dark? Turn off all the lights in your house and make it pitch black and just walk around. That's what happens when you walk around in the dark. So why would I invite you into my life? Why would I even allow you to interact with me or be on the other end of me when I know for a fact you live in the dark? You really don't know anything about reality. You don't know how things came to be or what software is in operation to make all of this stuff really actually happen. All you know is money. That's it. You got a little menu brain that can only narrow in on one little thing. Money, 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 money. My needs. Our needs are real. Our needs matter. Our needs keep us alive. Our needs keep us well-being. I'm not saying minimize it. What I'm saying is You have to understand that there's a much larger picture that influences all of this. And for you to just pretend it doesn't matter simply because you have no knowledge of it, to me, that just makes you a trick. You just a trick waiting to happen for somebody else who could see you from a mile away, and they already know what buttons to push, how to trigger you. To me, you're a liability. You're a deficit. I wouldn't mess with you. I'll be polite. I'll shake your hand, or I don't really shake women's hands like that. But I'll give you a hug. I'll embrace you. What I mean, I will embrace you, sure, but it's gonna be brief. Hello, nice to meet you. Hug, kiss. Now get away from me. Why? Because you're a liability and a deficit. Why? Because you actually live in the dark. You do. With men, it's different. They live in the dark too, but how can I put it? That darkness is in two different ecosystems. When it's in women, it's in one particular ecosystem. When it's in men, it's in a different ecosystem. A man can only do much, but so much damage with that darkness. That kind of darkness from a woman it's a shadow that casts over generations. I'm different in terms of that. I know, because I know what there is to be known, I have an unusual vantage point where I can look back down the pipeline and see just how bereft of knowledge you are. To you, it's an insignificant matter. Oh, he's just talking about Ethiopian Bible. What that got to do with anything? Okay, stupid. Highest incarceration rate, the men in your community, your sons, right? Lowest IQ, your sons. Why? Because they come from your low IQ ass, right? Your low IQ person ain't gonna pass down a high IQ. It's not how it works, right? Lowest median income, because you think it's just a question about the Ethiopian Bible. No, it's much larger than that. But they made sure everything that you need to know is behind a wall you can't even see. You don't even know that wall exists. And I showed you that in the Black Church to School to Prison pipeline. I forget which part it was, where one of the analytical breakdowns tells you that there's a mechanism in that process that obfuscates what's actually going on from the Black female. It's designed so that she can't see it. Literally, it's designed so that she literally cannot see it. Yeah. Stop giving your children Bible names, please. Let me see where I was at, because I don't even remember where I was at. Let's go. All right, let's do this. Come on. Come on. Am I in the right window? Yes, I am. Here we go. Let's get back on it. How do you know which Bible Tony was referring to? You don't. She could just as easily been referring to the Bible that preceded the Ethiopian Bible, and she still would have been correct. Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books Bible. True or false? Don't say cheese. Don't say Jesus. Instead, just say, no, it doesn't. Now, I want you to imagine, hold on one second. I want you, please, if you will, oh man, I didn't have to do that. I'm sorry, my bad. Sometimes with all this stuff going on, I forget where something is and what I have to do to get to it. Don't worry, I'm right back on it. Here you go. Here we are. Come on. All right. Here we go, people. Watch. So I'm going to come here, right? Picture Alonzo Turner, 9372. All right? Who said the Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books that Tony's referring to. I want you to picture having him in the middle of a room in front of everybody. Everybody that I show you, you have to remember this is a person who walks into rooms, into schools, into homes, who interacts with children. In your mind, I want you to see them as a whole person standing in front of you, front and center in the room. Imagine having them in the room where they say something like that, and then you get to confront them with the facts. Colonized Ethiopia, qualified and academically sound. Claim. So this is my claim. And then I have to prove it. My claim is this. The 66 books in the New American Standard Bible, or what's called the New American Standard Version, i.e. the Standard Protestant 66, are attested in Hebrew, Aramaic, Old Testament, and Greek New Testament centuries earlier than their Ethiopic Ge'ez counterparts. Again, Ethiopia is late when it comes to all of this stuff. That's why you're always going to lose this debate. You black Christians who want to try to blackify Christianity. Ethiopia is always going to be late no matter which topic you choose. Stupid. And the Ethiopic only extras, First Enoch Jubilees, enter Ethiopic manuscript form when? Later than our earliest Hebrew Aramaic witnesses. What's the evidence? I can't just talk out of the side of my face. I got to have evidence. Manuscript chronology. I told you, I live in epigraphy. Epigraphy is my world. I will always own you. Always. I don't care how many degrees you got. I don't care when you went to school. If the good Lord told you to come out and preach, I will always own you when it comes to epigraphy and when it comes to papyrology. I will always own you. Because you will always be late to that field. Evidence manuscript chronology, Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, Dead Sea Scrolls, 3rd century BCE to 1st century CE, the earliest substantial Hebrew biblical manuscripts. New Advent, Greek, Old Testament, the 70. Translation begun 3rd century BCE, Alexandria, earliest New Testament Greek. Ryland's Papyrus 52, the Gospel of John, commonly dated 2nd century CE, which actually should be later. Major codices, Sinaiticus and Vaticanus, 4th century, Codex Sinaiticus, right? I forget what this is. This is 1st century Sinaitic New Testament manuscript. That's what that is. Okay. Earliest Ethiopic Ge'ez New Testament witness, Garima Gospels, radiocarbon, circa 390 to 570, which is Garima 2, and circa 530 to 660 for Garima 1. This is from what? Digital.Kenyan educlassics.ox.ac UK. Timing of Ethiopic translations, Old Testament and New Testament. So I'm giving you the exact chronology in which these things come into the historical record. You can't brag about something that doesn't exist before it's in the historical record, right? Broad window, 5th to 7th century CE for initial Ge'ez biblical translations. Wikipedia, Ethiopic books only, or Ethiopic only books. First Enoch, Aramaic fragments at Qumran, 2nd to 1st century BCE. Now listen, the Ethiopic manuscripts are medieval and later. So when you're dealing with First Enoch, the earliest evidence of First Enoch is not in the Ethiopic manuscripts. It's in the Aramaic fragments at Qumran, or what's called Hellenistic. It's in the Hellenistic fragments. You dummies. Oh, read the book of Enoch. And I know you're just stupid. You're just a bunch of stupid people. And it's an embarrassment as a black person. You have no concept of perfection in scholarship. None. First Enoch, Aramaic fragments at Qumran, 2nd century, second to 1st century, circa BCE. That's not circa. That's 2nd to 1st century BCE. Ethiopic manuscripts are what? Medieval and later. What does that mean? It means the Ethiopic manuscripts did not come into existence until just before African Americans were enslaved, just before the transatlantic slave trade. About a few centuries before the transatlantic slave trade is when the Ethiopic manuscripts were created. That's how late they are for the Ethiopic only books. Jubilees, Hebrew Qumran, dates back the fragments, right? The Jubilees are Hebrew Qumran fragments, 2nd century BCE. The Ethiopic manuscripts are when? Medieval and later. And this is for the Ethiopic only books. But you're running around social media bragging about how this stuff is the oldest stuff because, now this is what I always tell black women, this is when they get mad at me. I tell black women on social media, stop doing videos about history. You are the worst when it comes to history. I will say it again. Dear black woman, I love you. I think you are the sexiest thing ever created anywhere in the universe. I am obsessed with you. I think you are the ultimate thing ever created. When it comes to history, you suck. You suck when it comes to history. Absolutely suck. Why? And I try to explain this to black women when I really try to explain this to them, but they get, here's the exact thing. The reason you suck at history is the same reason that you get offended when I tell you you suck at history. History is impersonal. It's mathematics. Why? Dates are math. They're numbers. Numbers don't care about your feelings. Numbers don't care about your emotions. So if you are the kind of person that gets upset when I say, oh, as black woman, you suck at history, you feel that indignation, that self-righteous moral indignation that you feel, that resentment that you feel when you say that, that is the very obstacle that makes you a crappy historian. That part. You know that meme that says that part? You can't see past your emotions. And this is what I keep trying to demonstrate to black women. Your emotions have held the black community hostage in terms of the church, in terms of relation, in terms of everything. Your emotions is what gives us low IQ children. Yeah. Why? Because, dear black woman, your emotions are your first go-to drug of choice. Your emotions, the resentment that you feel right now, the anger that you feel with me right now, or the resentment that you feel with me right now for highlighting this and pinpointing to this, because it's all going to be it's put on display in the documentation. I know I debate you online all day long. You don't know it's me. I'm using one of my other accounts, of which I have quite a few. If I like you and I really respect you and I get to know you, I'll let you know it's me. And I'll say, hey, look, this is why I came at you the way I did, da-da-da-da-da-da. Sometimes I like to provoke people and just poke the bear because I want to see what you're thinking. Because I know that you're not going to respond from here. You're going to respond from your emotions. Emotions cannot defeat what oppresses us. Emotions cannot restore us to what can free ourselves from this. Emotions have no place there. They can't even be allowed in the room. If emotions are not allowed in the room for these particular arena, for these particular warriors and these particular, so we're talking about ideological warfare. That's what this is all about. We're talking about ideological warfare. So we're talking about ideological warfare. Emotions are not allowed in the room. If you as black woman, your first go-to drug of choice are your emotions and your feelings, you can't play in this game. This ain't for you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, this is not for you. Now, this is not for all black women. There are an exceptional few. I wish there were more of them, but there are an exceptional few that are so good. Let me tell you what I will tell you. I want the black woman to hear me now when I'm saying this. And this is what bothers me about Christianity and the Bible and their relationship with it. If black women were given the opportunity to see real historical data, I'm talking about the real stuff, the stuff they never get to see. If you were to show a large contingency of a demographic of black females, like really intimately expose them to real historical data, overnight the black community would look different. You would no longer have a black community, you would have a black society. Overnight. Everything would change. All of a sudden you would see wives, you would see people getting married, you would see husbands, you would see, I'm telling you, overnight. Literally overnight. That's how powerful this stuff is. But because it's that powerful, they make sure that you don't ever come anywhere near it. I'm telling you what I know from experience. I'm telling you what I know from experience. Black woman as a cultural imperative, major distance between them and accurate historical data. I'm talking about in the infinitesimal footnotes and bibliographies of textual data that really matters, that can help move the needle. This is megalithic stuff. This is megalithic stuff. In fact, the more you study it, at some point, you'll really begin to understand the kind of psyche behind the size of those pyramids. Okay, keep going, Shakka. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't lose your focus. Oh, I don't know who that's. Okay, so see, that's how you do it. When you're talking to somebody that's not me, put that at, so I know that you're not talking to me. I can just skip it right over. I appreciate that. Thank you. Who's that? Nikki FLP, Nikki Flip, 2086. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys that are having your little discussion inside and you're addressing it to each other. Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Okay. Let me tell you something. Right? I'm going to share something with you that you guys don't know. There's a level of information I've never really shared with you or shown any of you. I'm going to try to get to all of it. That's why you've been seeing me a lot more lately. Because I realize that even though I'm pursuing the production that I'm pursuing, I still have to get the teaching in. And it's I want to say Promethean, but it absolutely is megalithic. It's a megalithic job because the knowledge itself is megalithic. It's intense. I freaked out. I freaked Google AI out the other day because it was trying to debate me about something. And I was like, do you really want to see what kind of stuff that I know? I think I almost broke the system. I really do. Because it was shocked that I showed it what I showed it. Because how can I put this? These AIs work with a circumscribed reservoir of knowledge, a circumscribed amount of repositories within an approved framework, particularly sites like Perplexity and other similar sites, right? ChatGPT is better because of the way it weighs data, which is it uses an internal method where the other ones don't. So it can really grapple with things that are more related in terms of the search for truth, the search for knowledge. ChatGPT is superior to a site like Perplexity or even to Google AI, right? But I like to use Google AI because it's restrictive and it's politically correct, so it's going to challenge you more to really, really prove your point, right? It's more institutionally status quo kind of thing, so you already know what you're up against, right? Let's see. Here we go, right? Facts. I appreciate that. We got to get this man to 50, 100,000 K. The truth will be heard. Needs to be. I agree with that. You know, I certainly think so. Let's go. Let's get back to it because this ain't about me right now. This is about you guys. I really, really like. What you know, maybe it might be. Shout out to Stephen Biko, the ancestor. He said, you know, the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor are the minds of the oppressed. I'm trying to give you back something that you've been taught to place very little value on, right? It's like me walking up to a gorilla and giving a gorilla a diamond. What is the gorilla going to do with a diamond? If I walk up to a goat and I give the goat a ruby, what is the goat going to do with the ruby? The goat doesn't know the value of the ruby. In fact, the ruby has no value in the goat's world. That's what has happened to Black people. I'm trying to impress upon you the gravity of what we're really dealing with. You're not going to get this from any Christian community, any apologists, or any of these Bible freaks. They don't know anything about this stuff because they are the biggest victims of this fallout. Trust me when I tell you. But for those of you who are grounded in reality and you have, you seek to have and to improve or to flesh out or get the most out of your relationship with reality and truth, I'm speaking for you and I'm speaking to you because you have a greater propensity to actually be the solution. If you are within earshot of my voice and you take not just what I say, but what I show you, that was my claim to fame is from showing people. I don't just do this. I show you the data. You go verify it yourself. I'm showing you the data and I'm letting you know, I'm showing you that it's sourced. And the level of sourcing. Okay? We haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. You already know I lead up to things. I move slow so that by the time I get you there, you're well informed. There's an art to teaching. You're well informed. You don't bring people along. That's why so many people fail in school. Because they expect all these people with different cognitive predispositions to move at the same rate in the same space. You're not all coming out of the same households. You're not all coming out of the same parental relationships. Right? You're not coming all out of the same sibling relationships or experiences. No, but you're all expected to move at the exact same, learn and process. And what are you processing? Let me tell you something. The very same people who are on YouTube, Black women and men, but primarily Black women who are on YouTube, all right, are the same woman producing these children.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking.
You hear the part where she said no type of critical thinking? Did you hear that part? No type of critical thinking. You think that's something to laugh at? That's something to be proud about? That's something to be congratulated for? You should be called queen? Why should I call you queen? Why should I call you queen? I'm looking at your product. Can't read, can't write, has no critical thinking skills. What kind of queen are you? That I should call you queen. You don't even know what the different types of queens are. Are you a queen consort? Are you a queen regent? What kind of queen are you? Different queens have different types of, they meet different types of criteria. But you've never even read a book about the office of queenship because you don't care about being a queen. I know that for a fact because I watch you. I first of all, I've probably dated most of you, but that's not the point. That's not the point. The point I'm making is that you have the potential to be so much more. I'm talking about to Black women specifically now. You have no idea how dope you actually are. You really don't. But I promise you this. If you were really as a Black woman, as a Black female, if you were really given the opportunity to interface with real knowledge in terms of historical data, how dope you would be, there's no word in the dictionary to define it. Because it would, how can I put it? It would interlock with everything else that's in you naturally and organically. Females multiply. But that's part of the problem. That females multiply, which means if all you have in you is a bunch of BS, guess what you're going to multiply? A bunch of, and that's what makes you the central core problem in the Black community. Black men don't multiply. Cowards die, thugs multiply. Well, that may be true. But, shout out to Pac. Pac for life, Tupac for life. I don't know what you say. Yes, I am a diehard, forever Pac fan. For those of you who have a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you listen to some of my music when I used to rap. I had no shame in my game. It was like I was emulating the best of the best. So, none at all, Jack, because it came from an honest place. For those of you who've never heard that music. So, if I could take, I'm telling you, boy, if I had a room of 50 dope Black women, the kind of things that I would love to show you, to say, look, this is what they're not showing you and what they're not telling you. So that as mothers, you would then have some kind of understanding of just what your attitude is actually supposed to be about in terms of raising your children. Like, it's a lot deeper than just them having the nicest outfits or having their birthday party at the right place or the right haircut or whatever it is that you think is cute. Go with the prom dress or just all this dumb stuff, because all you do is graduate a bunch of dummies anyway. Look, it is what it is. Right? Let me not go off on a tangent. Let me get back to what I'm supposed to do. But I want you to think about that. Black women multiply. It's women that multiply. But if the woman is full of the wrong stuff, what do you think she's going to be multiplying? You're going to get a community full of the wrong stuff. That's why it is imperative to focus on her. You know the old saying, teach a man, you teach an individual, teach a woman, you teach a nation. You know that. So if that's true, what is the enemy's greatest weapon? To make sure that she is not taught by those who are best qualified to actually teach her. But how can you teach her when, as I showed you, I forgot who it was. I haven't shown y'all this stuff yet, but eventually I will show you. It's another presentation that you have to hear. Part of the problem that's going on in the Black community is that the fact of the matter is that Black women don't care about what Black men think. That's a problem. Because, well, the whole statement is Black women don't care about what Black men think, only what we can provide. What is a problem with that feedback loop? What we provide is premised on what we think. So if you don't pay close attention to our thinking apparatus, how it works, how it's structured, how it's functioned, and what it requires to operate at optimum efficiency to get the outcomes that you want, then you've basically created a situation of desire that cannot be sustained by the output that you're producing. So this social quandary, right, or conundrum that we find ourselves in, if we don't highlight it, place it out front, and put it on the mantle and say, okay, here, look, this is a problem right here. Look, this is what we got to avoid culturally. What kind of mechanisms can we put in place culturally so that we always avoid this, or that we circumnavigate it correctly, or we do it? You know, you can't fight against a problem that you determine not to see or solve, which means that you're resignated to your destruction. If you are resignated to your destruction, if you are resigned to that, this video is not for you. My platform is not for you. Like somebody said earlier, I forgot who it was, about how ignorance can make them feel like, is it already worth it? And then how knowledge can at least give you hope. For you Bible believers, what did it say? My people are destroyed, for Hosea 4:6. My people are destroyed because of lack of knowledge. Not for lack of faith, not for lack of Bibles. Destroyed for lack of knowledge. All right. Hold on. Here we go. I'm in teaching window. You know what that means. You know what that means. When you see me in that window, you know what that means. It means you're about to have some knowledge put in front of your face. All right, so let's go. Okay? So where we at? Look at this. Conclusion, APM. For the same 66 books, remember, that dude said that the Ethiopian Bible preceded the 66 books. That's what Alonzo said. You think I'm lying? What did he say? The Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books that Tony is referring to. This is what a black brain thinks on social media and is spreading on social media. For the same 66 books, the Hebrew Greek textual witnesses, 3rd century BCE to 4th century CE, predate the Ge'ez witnesses, 5th and 7th century CE, by 700 to 900 years, Old Testament, and by 200 to 400 plus years, minus 200 to 400 plus years, New Testament. That is how much the 66 book Bible predates the Ethiopian Bible. Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, guys, I have to change my batteries. Everybody take a bathroom break. Do what you got to do. But I got to change my batteries or this thing's going to shut off for me. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And Things don't look as bad as they did yesterday. Every minute I get stronger, somehow, some way. But I gotta keep on living. I got the will to survive. Let me stop messing with y'all. I'm just messing around. There's a place for us. Somewhere, a place for us. Yeah. I'm really out of shape, but it makes me happy, so I sing. Okay. Let's see. Plus my voice is gone because I've been talking. So I miss being in the studio, but I will get back. I will get back. Mark my words, I will get back. I'll get back to the studio. I hope. Oops, don't be touching, messing with the clean. All right, cool. All right. Where we at? There's a place for us. Somewhere, a place for us. Peace and quiet and open air. Wait for us somewhere. His whole identity is a distraction to pacify indigenous people for subjugation. Ooh, I don't know who he's talking about. Oh, say it again. Say it again, Kepper. Say it again, Kepper. Absolutely. Oh, in fact, no, they think they know, but they don't. It's absolutely not. They think they know, but they don't. My question is, how many of you have called other people and told them to tune in? Because I need that. We need that. Okay? Here we go. Okay? We need that. That's what's up. That's good. Okay? Here we go. So let's get higher. Come on, people. Let's get higher. Here we go. All right. So here we go. All right. Well, you know who I want to hear right now? Who I haven't heard all day? Trey Songz. I know this is Tony's thing, but just for a little bit. Oh, save up music. Here we go. That's all right. We're gonna jump right back on, people. I know people who are not used to my platform, they're probably like, what is he doing? Like what's going on here? I'm confused. And don't be confused. Like, there's nothing pretentious over here. We're just here for the knowledge. Like, that's really it. I'm here to transmit it to you, right? That's what I'm here for. I'm here to transmit the knowledge to you to make sure you get it, right? And to expose you to what you haven't seen before. And that includes discourse, dialogue, and commentary, right? But I want the emphasis and the focus to be on the data, not on my commentary, because, yeah, I have a lot to say about it because I think about it all the time. But it's not all the time that I get to share it and expose it and communicate it to you. So this is what we have to take advantage of this opportunity, right? This is what we need to do. So let's do that. In your house, no matter what we do, you got a problem because the city on fire. Niggas die. Oh, here we go. Allow. Here we go. All right. Are we good? All right. Let's do this, folks. We're in the teacher window. You know what that means. Let's make sure the mic is good. If mic is good, the camera's good. Okay, great. Always got to check because you'll be teaching for an hour and then somebody will be like, yo, the mic is off. All right. Okay. So this is where we are. So you see this? Look at where this is the type of stuff that goes on in the black community and you let it slide. That's why it keeps happening. Alonzo Turner, 9372. The Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books that Tony is referring to. So how is he correcting Tony Braxton when the data says he's wrong? This is my point. Here you got Tony Braxton, right? We haven't even gotten to the veracity of what she said, which is the Bible was written by a racist white man. Okay, whether she's wrong or right or not at this point is irrelevant. The point is, how are you as her community, because we still her community, how are you as her community going to try to correct her, put her on blast as a community? Because that's what the Black Christian church community did. And you do things, it's like hit and run. Let's go over here and do some effery and then keep it moving. And let's do the next form of effery and keep it moving. You remind me of those black kids in Chicago and other places that do these wild and out things where they run in these stores and just smash everything and steal everything and then they run out. Who do you think they get it from? You. That's what you do. As a Black Christian community, or you Jesus lovers in the projects or whatever, you know what I'm talking about, because I come from there. I come from them same projects. Yes. I haven't lived in the projects in many years. But when I was in the projects was the projects. You talking about the 1960s, the 1970s, the 80s, when the projects was the projects. I come out of that. Gowanus Projects, Brooklyn. 1960s, 70s. That's what I come from. People wonder why I get overwhelmed when I'm teaching. I've seen more ignorance than most of you know exists. And I've trained every fiber of my being to fight it. Not just to fight it, but to destroy it. And what you quickly learn is if you don't pace yourself, that's why it took me almost 60 years to get to this point and this level of knowledge. Because if you don't pace yourself when you're fighting this fight, it won't be you destroying ignorance. It will literally be the reverse. It will be ignorance destroying you. Real talk, people. That's what it will be. Real talk, okay? Let's go on to the next one. Oh, I forgot to stop sharing. That's all right. Oops. Okay. But look how wrong that dude is, man. I mean, come on. The Ethiopian Bible predates the 66 books that Tony is referring to. Now, he gets to make a statement like that in writing and keep it moving because it's just social media. That alone should tell you how dangerous social media is. There's no accountability. There's no reward and no consequence for being right or wrong. In other words, it literally does not matter. And that's why every once in a while when I show up, I challenge. Because he was wrong. Look, conclusion. For the same 66 books, the Hebrew Greek textual witnesses, 3rd century BCE to 4th century CE, predate the Gies witnesses, which are 5th to 7th century CE, by 700 to 900 years Old Testament, and minus 700 to 400 plus years New Testament. The extra Ethiopic books were composed earlier. That means the books that are not Ethiopic, all right? The extra Ethiopic books were composed earlier, Second Temple period, but enter Ethiopic manuscript form later than our earliest Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek evidence. that means that those books that you find that are not exclusively of the Ethiopic manuscript tradition, but are of the earlier ones, they enter the Ethiopic books at a later period. They're composed earlier than the strictly Ethiopic text, but they come into the Ethiopian Bible. They're transferred into the Ethiopic manuscript tradition at a later period, later than the earliest Greek, Aramaic, or Greek evidence, which means that Ethiopia is always late, always after. Why? Because they had nothing to do with creating it. Do you understand that, you stupid black people? No, you really, somebody need to tell you. Do you understand that, you stupid black people, that Ethiopia had nothing to do with creating the Bible or Christianity? Nothing. So stop telling that lie. Nothing. I have a number of Ethiopian exes. And I've told each one of them straight to their face. My only regret was I wasn't able to say it in Amharic. Real talk, you know? But shout out to my, you know, and I have Ethiopian cousins, you know? I probably would not be as so harsh with them when I'm explaining it to them because they're my cousins and I love them. But my father's favorite uncle was my Uncle Wanzo, who's from Ethiopia. And something I'm actually proud of. I've always been proud of that. My family, the African tentacles in my family are very strong. Very, very strong. On my mother's side and my father's side, we've always had African relatives in the mix. Like, that's just, so when I hear all of this stuff about this dumb stuff that these idiots are saying, I'm like, nah, miss me with that, partner. You talking to the wrong foundational black American. We don't play that. We don't play the low IQ stuff. We don't do that. Real talk. Where am I? I know I want to go back to here because I forgot to stop sharing again. But I want you to see this. How many? I mean, I don't know how many people are showing you this because I know for a fact ain't nobody showing you this. They're not giving you the exact numbers. I love to audit. When it comes to history, history is about an audit. When it comes to epigraphy, you definitely have to audit. Okay? Therefore, your assertion, talking about my claim here, your assertion that the New American Standard Version or the New American Standard Bible's 66 books as text predate the corresponding Ethiopic witnesses and likewise predate the Ethiopic manuscript form of Ethiopia's additional books is objectively supported by the manuscript record. You want to see that again? My whole relationship is with the original manuscripts. It's not with stupid YouTube memes or Facebook memes or social media memes. I live in the manuscripts. There are things that I know about these manuscripts that none of you could begin to imagine. And they have great implications about your intelligence. Just your ability to understand how all of this stuff actually works has a great deal to do with your intelligence. You cannot be some stupid black woman sitting on social media in your emotions about history and thinking that, oh, well, that offends me, so therefore it's wrong. Are you out of your mind? Because something offends you, it's wrong? Where you get that from? What kind of logic is that? Because something offends you, it's wrong? That's not how facts work. That's not how truth works. Because something offends you, it's wrong? No, black women suck when it comes to history. That's the truth. Are you offended by it? Doesn't make it wrong. And that has implications because you are assessing the intelligence of your male children. Why does that matter? Because that is the demographic that is supposed to protect you, particularly in your older years as you become more vulnerable. Who else do you think is going to protect you? You relying on that white woman's son to protect you in your older years when you're... Oh, I get it now. Oh, dumbass. That's not how this works. You relying on this white woman's son to protect you in your older years when you're vulnerable and nobody... That's not how this works. That leaves you with two other demographics to protect you in your older years when you're vulnerable and can't do for yourself and think for yourself. That's either your black females that you have created, your daughters, or your black sons. And in either case, if you bequeath to both of these demographics a historically illiterate, low IQ, unintelligent legacy, then you don't complain about what you get. Don't complain about the level of care that you don't get. So Social Security is going to take care of you. What? Investments? The investments ain't going to take care of you because somebody's going to try to find a way to offer you to get it anyway for themselves because you've been living too long. And they want that money and they need that money. You know the game. You know how it works. So I'm trying to figure, what's the strategy? What you going to do? What's the strategy? Tell Uncle Shakka, I want to know. Oh, you have no idea what kind of mess you in on this planet. Some people took time to actually look at it. Some people devoted their whole lives to look at it on their own, with no institutional backing, no nothing, everything out their own pocket. Life choices. Life choices. He had the nerve to say that, and nobody checked him. People would have just, but that's black people. They'll let somebody say that, and that's why you can't win a debate with a white person. You're too stupid to win a debate with a black person. How you gonna win a debate with a white person if you're too stupid to win a debate with a black person? Your own people will say something stupid like that, and you don't even bother. Nobody on that page checked him. They didn't bother. They didn't say that's what he said. It must be true. He thought he was getting a point over on Tony Braxton, and he was wrong. Dummy. So what does he get? An F minus. An L minus for lying, an F minus for fail, but he gets a T plus for trying. I wonder if that T plus stands for something else. But what is it? The Black Christian command number 1. The Black Christian commandment number 1. Thou shalt always lie. You do not know how true they are to this. This is the number 1 law in Black Christianity. In the Black Christian church, this is the number 1 law. Thou shalt always lie. Don't you ever forget that. If you don't remember anything else that I'm telling you, Geno Jennings, T.D. Jakes, the singer, what's his name? I always say his name. Creflo Dollar, the other singer, the singer, I forgot to say his name earlier. I said his name earlier. The one who liked to wear the pink outfits and the high heel boots on stage. Kirk Franklin. Yeah. Right? The Winans too. All of, I don't know the names of all of these people. And yeah, Jonathan McReynolds too. I'm a big fan of Jonathan McReynolds. But he's up in all of this mess too. Raising all of this stupid, who's the other one? I forgot his name. I think his name is Bilal. I can't remember his name. But you got all these other people, these Christian. I listen to, don't get me wrong. Oh, Tasha Clark. No, look, I listen to my gospel music. I'm sorry. Kiara Sherd, I'm a huge fan. I'll show you my whole gospel playlist. I listen to some gospel music, but I listen to it in terms of the original framework in which resurrection religion was actually first constructed. I listen to it through those filters. I don't listen to it to this stupidness that they believe in. So how many lies did he tell? The Ethiopian Bible predates the 66th book Tony is referring to. That was lie number 1. Lie number 2, the scriptures are God-inspired. That's a lie, right? Lie number 3, Moses wrote the law of the prophets. That's a lie, okay? We'll look at all of those things later. Eric Lodge, or Eric Ligé. This brother, look at him all happy and smiling on Facebook. 7,000 followers that he's going to mislead. A music maker who what? Promotes Jesus, justice, faith, and community. You always try to take your ignorance and your stupidity and your miseducation and you try to couple it with all of these things that are noble, like faith and community. Don't you know that clean water and dirty water only gives you dirty water, Eric? You didn't know you was going to be a star on my platform tonight? Sure you are. This is what you said. The Ethiopian Bible, Garima Gospels, is the world's oldest Bible. It is 1,500 years old. It is written in the Ge'ez language. What do you got, a first grade education, Eric? You stupid person? To me, you're a stupid person because you live in unreality. That's not reality. But you speaking about it with all of this pride. You did that in 2023. You've been spreading that misinformation for that long. Man. Let's just get to the bottom of it. Is the Ethiopian Bible the so-called first or oldest? Let's just deal with it. Textus, a journal on textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible. And this article is written by Abba, a bishop, a real bishop in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Abba Daniel Asefa is associate professor in Addis Ababa University, Linguistics and Philology Department, and director of the Tibet Research and Retreat Center. His research interests include First Enoch, Second Temple Judaism, and origins of Christianity, Ethiopian biblical hermeneutics, the textual history of Ethiopic Bible, and apocalyptic literature. So this is for all of you who want to see real scholarship now. Because they don't show you this. You lucky I can't curse, because I would be cursed. This is the part where I curse you out right now. Because I get passionate about real scholarship. The kind of stuff that black people are allergic to. You run around social media saying all of this stuff about what is and about what is not. You run around saying all of this stuff. Because now we're about to look at real scholarship. Because so far, I know you still don't believe me. So far, you say, oh, he's only using ChatGPT. You should know my reputation by now. That's the one thing I will always respect about that Christian community. And first of all, let me tell you something. A lot of people, I know in many respects, I'm an enigma to a lot of people. They don't understand certain things about me, right? I talk a lot of smack about black Christians, but the reason that they are my favorite to actually talk to is because when they engage you, even from an apologetics perspective, they're saying, let me put what I believe is true to the test. And they're willing to do scholarship the best way they know how. It's wrong, right? But I have more respect for somebody who does the work in what they claim they believe in, even if they're wrong. And they're wrong. They're not even 99. They're not 50% wrong. They're 100% wrong about everything they believe. And think about how deep that is. They are 100% wrong in everything that they believe. But what I respect about them is, here's the thing, that pro-blacks lack. They are committed. They're committed. They're committed to what they believe. And because of that, when you engage them, if you debate them, especially for the ones who try to be intelligent and study your stuff, even though they study that wrong too, because their initial approach to research, which is through Christianity and the Bible world, it messes up. It gives them a bad analytical framework and structure with which to work. So they will always be at a disadvantage. They will always have a deficit in that arbitrage of religious thinking around their neck. And so they have no choice but to try to delve into history and try to delve into historical research. But their thinking is too convoluted, right? If this was physics, they would try to, it's like trying to prove that an isosceles triangle actually has the properties of some other physical phenomenon and bending over backwards to prove it. It won't ever be true. Period. It won't ever be true. Okay, let's continue. We're going to look at scholarship now. So that those of you who have been watching and you saying, Shakka doesn't know what he's talking about. You should really know my reputation by now and how I built it. Right? I don't have to pull out my copy of the Septuagint. Shout out to Ali Muhammad with a wonderful gift. I appreciate it. I don't have to pull out my copy of the Elephantine Papyrus or even the text that my computer's sitting on so that the height is right. Right? All that talking makes your lips dry. You should not ever misrepresent yourself or your subject matter in your topics by talking to people with dry lips. How dare you? Ain't no black woman. That's the one thing about black women. You know, they do not let their children run out the house with ashy elbows, ashy knees. And so we damn sure ain't going to be talking with ashy lips. And I have sizable lips. You know what I'm saying? So, in any event, what you know about that? Y'all don't know about the growl. I ain't done the growl in years. And there's different versions of it too. There's a real deep, resonant one. Then there's a hard one. But you gotta be careful because in a situation in the street, if that growl come out, it ain't gonna end well for the person on the other end of it. All right, let's go. Let's get it. You have no idea how much stamina it takes to like do this, but I'm with it. As long as you're here with me, I'm with it. Okay? I will show you things that no one else will show you because they really literally don't care about your brain. They don't care about what your brain interfaces with. They will waste your time. Look, it is what it is, people. You got to say what it is. Oh, somebody just sent me a text and asked me for that. Hold on one second. I told you already numerous times that it is pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. For those of you who want to show your appreciation and respect to the platform, that is how you do it. You just go directly to that link and you just say right there, when you go to that link and you handle your business, that is your gratitude. That is your gratitude. That is your respect. And that is your acknowledgement. And that is also your request for more. That's what that is. I didn't say you had to go there and dump your life savings in it. I didn't say you had to go there and dump your whole grocery bill in it. But go there and communicate that this type of platform, you tell me what the value of a platform like this is. Let me get back to work. So I just did what you asked me to do. Don't say I didn't do it. It's pinned to the top of the YouTube platform, of the YouTube chat. Okay. What am I looking for? Here we go. Getting your teaching window. That's my teaching position. Getting your teaching posture. That's my teaching posture. Right? Here we go. Real scholarship, people. We're in an academic peer-reviewed journal. Text this, a journal on, what is that? Textual criticism of the Hebrew Bible. Is the Ethiopian Bible the so-called first or oldest? Don't say cheese, don't say Jesus. Instead, just say, no, it's not. Dumb black Christians. I was tired when I wrote this. I got the nerve to call somebody dumb. I wrote, no, it is not. That T got in. I got a typo. Oh, but anyway, I was short-circuiting my spelling at that time. Anyway, I tend to do that sometimes. I tend to just abridge my spelling because I'm just speaking colloquially, right? But here's the criteria. Here's somebody who's a consummate expert on this stuff. The textual history of the Ethiopic Old Testament project. Goals and initial findings. Authors: Daniel Asefa, Steve Delamata, Gary Joseph, Ralph Lee, 𝓈𝓿𝓏🫏. So you got Ethiopians and Greeks on here and your regular Occidental folk. And first of all, it's on Brill.com, so you already know it's academic. It's in a journal text. You already know this is academic. And it's not that long ago. It's 2020, February. Not pretty long, 26 years, but okay, so no. Yeah, hold on a second. 6 years ago. What am I thinking? All right, so you know I'm getting brain tired. 6 years ago. Not that long ago. See, the whole point is when you're tired and exhausted, you got to pretend like you're not. The whole thing is to make it look easy. And I told you from the very beginning, this is not easy. So, abstract. This article offers an introduction to the textual history of the Ethiopic Old Testament. So listen and learn, people, so you can stop repeating dumb stuff. And stop telling Toni Braxton she's wrong when she's not. In fact, there should be a contingency of you. After you see this, you should all go over to her Instagram account and her, I don't know, any account she got, her Instagram account, because that's where every black folks are still on Instagram. Go to Toni Braxton's Instagram account and tell her that she has been vindicated by her brother Shakka-Ahmose. For those of you who are really down for me, you'll do that. Because when she sees it come in numbers, she may actually watch it and see she was vindicated. Okay? I felt she deserved that. Let's do it. This article offers an introduction to the textual history of the Ethiopic Old Testament project. This includes a description of the background to the textual history of the Ethiopian Old Testament and its primary purpose of mapping the history of the transmission of the Ethiopic Old Testament. So I hope I said that earlier correctly up here. The textual history of the Ethiopic Old Testament project. Yes. Okay. The bulk of the article summarizes the project's preliminary findings, generally and particularly about Ethiopic Psalms, Song of Songs, Deuteronomy, Ruth, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, and Haggai. And when you see a name like this, Obadiah, this is a theophoric name. For those of you who are dumb and don't know what a theophoric name is, the name of the deity that they worship within the Bible is in the last three letters of the name. I know you don't know that, but the name is Yah, I-A-H, right? I know you think you know something about that deity. No, you don't. You're ignorant. You don't know anything. You think it's some Jewish thing. And no, all right? It is an Egyptian deity. It is an Egyptian god, right? You don't have to like it, but it's a fact, okay? Jonah and Haggai. Some attention is also given to evidences of contact with the Hebrew text tradition. Although the Ethiopic, read this last part for the dummies, the Ethiopic is clearly a daughter version of the 70. You know what that means? Let's do it, people. Here it comes. You want me to repeat that for you? The Ethiopic is clearly, do you know what clearly means? This is the real academic stuff. The Ethiopic is clearly the daughter of the 70. You want to see the 70? Give me a second. Don't go anywhere. Just hold on a second. I'm going to show you the 70. I'm back, people. I'm back. Don't panic. Don't panic. I told you I wasn't going nowhere. Relax. Shh. I just pulled out a few little toys. Okay? This is for you Bible brains who think Shaka is just grandstanding or trying to whatever. I appreciate you, Kepper, very much so. We Cash App warriors here because all that money you just gave to YouTube, that's what they get. They ain't giving that to us. Right? We get that much of that. But I appreciate you. I want you to get the bang for your buck, which is why I keep promoting the Cash App link. Okay? So that people don't waste their money with the super chats. Okay. I get irritated when I see people use super chat because I'm like, man, that's money I could have got. Money the platform could have received. Not even me. The platform could have got it. Okay, so I'm gonna show you something. Okay, here we go. I want to hear that again. That's what's the name? Pharrell. Oh, come on. There we go. That's what I want. Here we go. Now, for those of you who think I don't know what I'm talking about, why did Ptolemy have the LXX created? I know the alleged story of him trying to create a Bible for the Greek-speaking Jews, but how would that serve if those Jews are slaves or the Greeks Jews? All right. Well, he did pay. So let me see this. I'm going to honor your super chat questions, but please, if you have a question, Cash App. Okay. Why did Ptolemy have the 70 created? So these are different questions. You got 1, 2, and 3. So I'll tell you what, rather than get sidetracked, because I know how I can get sidetracked, I am taking a screenshot of that and I will answer that before we finish. Okay? That's what's up. All right. Here we go. All right. So here we go. 1 second. Before we even do this, I just want to do this. Am I sharing? No. Here we go. Share screen. Here you go. All right. So I'm sharing. Yes. All right. So let me show you something. All right. This. Oh my God. I haven't opened this thing in so long. My pages are falling apart. Okay. I can't even get to the page that I want because the pages are so fragile in this one. But this is my King James Version. This is my King James Version Bible. You can see it's all messed up. You can see it. Holy Bible. King James Version. Okay. But that's not a scholar's Bible. Okay. Scholar's Bible is this Bible. That's the Bible you want. If you really, really want to handle your business, this is the Bible you have. Okay. But the Bible that they're talking about, where they said that the Ethiopic Bible is the daughter of the 70, this is the 70. Okay, can you see that? See that, Bible brains? See that, Bible thumpers? Rebuke and prove, whatever your name is. See that? Or you Christians who watch me and pretend that you don't. Right? There you go. See that? Septuagint. All right? Otherwise known as the 70. The Ethiopic Bible is the daughter of this book, the Septuagint. A Greek book. A book that was written in Greek. A book that was written in Greek for a Greek-speaking audience. But they were not just a Greek-speaking audience. They were a Greek-thinking audience. I forgot, you don't understand the nature of Hellenism. That's why I'm going to do a whole project on it. I'm going to do a whole presentation on it. And I know about all that stuff because I know where it all comes from. You understand? I got it locked and loaded. I know where it all comes from. And I'm not one of these people that just have books to say I have it. I'm all up in the guts. I see the sinew that connects them. Do you see what this says? The Ethiopic is clearly a daughter version of the 70. One second. Okay, so make sure, 1 second, folks. Just making sure my texts are okay. Here we go. Gravity still works. Gravity still has the last word. Here we go. Okay, cool. That's it. You're good. Come on. All right. There you go. All right, so the Ethiopic is clearly a daughter version of the 70. This article offers an introduction to the textual history of the Ethiopic Old Testament project. This includes a description of the background to the textual history of the Ethiopian Old Testament, and its primary purpose of mapping the history of the transmission. Here's the key word: the transmission of the Ethiopic Old Testament. In other words, how the Ethiopic Old Testament came to be. You geniuses. The bulk of the article summarizes the project's preliminary findings, generally and in particular about Ethiopic Psalms, Song of Songs, Deuteronomy, Ruth, Amos, Obadiah, Jonah, and Haggai. Some attention is also given to the evidences of contact with the Hebrew text tradition, although the Ethiopic is clearly a daughter version of the 70. Don't you ever be beating somebody down and you say, don't you ever, right? Somebody who really asked for it. You was trying to mind your business. You was trying to be cool. And they just really decided they wanted to get every single whooping that you was holding in, that you didn't give others. They wanted to get all of it. And like, don't you ever in your life. So let me tell you, don't you ever in your life say that the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible in the world. Don't you ever in your life say it predates the 66 books version. Or don't you ever in your life give Ethiopia any credit for any of that stuff having to do with Christianity. It's all a colonization project. The entire affair was a colonization project. Christianity was brought into existence for the purpose of colonizing. And you got a bunch of colonized idiots in your community that have nowhere near the education required to absolve themselves of it or to divest themselves of it. These people are attached to the devil and they cool with it. I'm gonna just tell you straight up. No, you don't know. You need to understand what's going on in your community. But you need to understand what is going on in your community. You keep thinking it's the white man that's this, that, oh, the white man, blah, 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 blah. And the Nazis and the no. You got whole black communities that worship the devil. Straight up worship the devil. They don't know where this stuff comes from. They don't know how it was put together, and they don't know how it maintains. How it maintains. They have no idea. None. If they can't tell you who wrote the Codex Sinaiticus, in fact, the dummies can't even tell you who's responsible for the Codex, period. Forget which Codex, just the Codex in general and what the implications are of that. Listen to what I'm telling you. To understand the brains of black people in modern times, imagine a black hole in space. That's how empty their brains are. And it's not by accident. It's on purpose. It's on purpose. That's why I take such offense when I meet historically illiterate black people who make jokes about hoteps and ancient Egypt and blah, 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 blah. I told you who was at the forefront of that. Those were agents in the black community. Yes. I told you which part of the black community. I won't ever shy away from that. It was the homosexual black community that conspired a campaign against Kemetic historical aspirations. They conspired against it because they discovered that ancient Kemet was anti-homosexual, heavily documented as so, being so. So because Kemet is homophobic, they decided to destroy the aspirations of black academia to restore itself to its greatness. So the black homosexual community sacrificed the black community in pursuit of their own sexual proclivities. That's literally what they did. 1000%. And I have all of the documentation. I can show you things that would blow your mind. That would really, really blow your mind. Has to do with Stanford University and something that took place there. Something you don't know anything about. I don't ever speak from ignorance. I have a very intimate relationship with knowledge that most of you will never know anything about. But I'll show you. I'll give you crumbs. And once I see that you really want the crumbs, I'll give you more. But if I look at my Cash App and I see that you don't care, I'm just going to give you, I'm going to do my job because I know what my job is. I know what mission I was put on, what I was sent on, whatever you want to say it, right? I know what was appointed to me. And so I'm doing that. But the cream stuff, no. I always say I might be stupid, but I ain't dumb. And I might be dumb, but I ain't stupid. Either way, I'm not both. I will show you, I can show you a million things that you have not ever seen before when it comes to all of this stuff. But that don't mean I'm gonna show you everything I know. That's to say, I told you everything you know. I didn't teach you everything I know. That's why when people get, that's why they say a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. You get people who get a few tidbits here and there, right? You lift them up to a certain level. Now they think they know everything. And then you got to back them back down. Right? Pot, pop, pop, pop. Get back down where you belong. You got to earn this to get up here. You got to earn that. It don't come because you think you're cool or because you are in love with the idea of being looked upon as somebody who knows things. It doesn't come like that. It comes through a lot of studying, a lot of burning that midnight oil, a lot of sacrifice, you have to forego a lot of things. You got to lose a lot of things, But what you gain, at least from my perspective, is the satisfaction of knowing. And anybody in that lane will tell you, you do reach points where you would just rather not know. Because the once you start to see the size of it, of this monster of ignorance, the ignorance apophis, or the apophis of ignorance, right? Once you see the apophis of ignorance that presides over the Black community, you realize to really destroy it, you gotta you have to picture being a dragon slayer. Think about it like that. Think about fighting a dragon. And the dragon in this particular case is ignorance. Ignorance as personified, maintained, perpetuated, and packaged in the brand of Christianity. It's a dragon of ignorance. And I mean a full-fledged on dragon. So how do you fight a fire-breathing dragon? You better train real hard. You better train real hard because that dragon's going to come at you from so many different directions. And that dragon has been cultivating agencies or agents for millennia, for 3 millennia. That dragon didn't just get started yesterday. So you can't study this stuff a little bit, have a little bit of, see a few YouTube videos and see a few YouTube memes and think that you know something about this stuff. Let me tell you something about this stuff that you don't know. People have been, because of this stuff. Do you know what lengths people have gone to control this narrative? It's not a game. That's why when you have somebody come up here and do this for free, you're an embarrassment to yourself. You're just telling the world that you don't know the value of what it is that you're being exposed to. I can say nothing, just keep my mouth shut and keep it moving, which is what my mother would prefer me to do, because mothers love their children. They don't want to see anything happen to their children. But I also always remind my mother, the community that you raised me in, they were not cowards. These were not cowards. These were people who needed bodyguards because they were telling the truth. These are people who had to hire security because concerned interest wanted to stop them at every turn. I'm talking about white people with wealth, power, and money, real institutions, political institutions that literally, and it's still going. What do you think Project 2025 is? Like, I don't know if you guys are really sleeping, or I don't know I know something's wrong with people, particularly Black people, but I don't think they really know how all of this is connected. That's my thing. That's my thing. They don't know how it's all connected. But you better believe it's all connected. You better believe it, Jack. Okay. Let's see here. What are we looking at? All right. The Ethiopic is clearly a daughter of the version of the 70, right? The Ethiopic is clearly a daughter version of the 70, the Septuagint. So don't you ever let me hear in your life you say something stupid like the Ethiopian Bible is the oldest Bible in the world. How is the daughter older than the mother? Are you stupid? That's why he got a stupid grin on his face. Give me $1 so I can show you something that you want to see. That's the difference between him and him. Two Ethiopians, a religious fool, a religious colonized victim, and a free-thinking man. Which one of these men do you think have a more honest relationship with God? The colonized brain up here, smiling? Look at him smiling. Look. You think he has a more real relationship with God than this man here? Who's telling you the truth? The Ethiopic is clearly a daughter of the Septuagint. Please. I guess you know more than Encyclopedia Britannica. The Greek text, not the original Hebrew. The Greek text was the main basis. Because what did Tony Braxton say? That the Bible was written by racist white men. The Greek text, not the original Hebrew, was the main basis for the Old Latin, the Coptic. That automatically means Ethiopian Christianity because it came out of the Coptic. And that also means the Coptic church in Egypt. The Ethiopic, the Greek, I want you to read this. Dear dumb black woman on social media who love to say stupid things like the Ethiopian Bible is where did you get that from? Dumb people in your church? Read this. If you read an encyclopedia instead of that stupid Bible, you would know something. The Greek text, not the original Hebrew, was the main basis for the Old Latin, the Coptic, the Ethiopic, the Armenian, which is Christian before Ethiopia, Georgian, Slavonic, and part of the Arabic translations of the Old Testament, i.e. the Quran, and has never ceased to be the standard version of the Old Testament in the Greek church. Greek maintained its influence only through translation of the Bible from what? Greek into Ge'ez. And through certain works of the fathers of the church, such as Cyril of Alexandria and St. John Chrysostom. The spread of Christianity, 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢𝓫, General History of Africa, Book 2, which is also right in front of me, Chapter 16, page 416. The Greek text. So when Eric and all the rest of the black retards on social media want to say the Ethiopian Bible, Garima Gospels, is the world's oldest Bible, the Ethiopian Bible is the so-called first oldest. Answer: only if you're the atypical, stupid, low IQ African-American black Christian. Black Christian, what is the Black Christian commandment number 1? Thou shalt always lie. First to yourself, then to your community. What is this? Ethiopian falsification syndrome. That's what this is. Ethiopian falsification syndrome. Black Christian mental disorder. The Ethiopian Bible, Garima Gospels, world oldest Bible. What is that? Black Christian Bible insanity syndrome. I just made that up. I don't know what this stands for, but that's what it stands for me. Black Christian Bible ignorance syndrome. Pick one. It all makes sense. No matter how you say it. You get an F minus, Eric. smiling in all of your income. That's why, well, who cares if you have melanin if everything inside that melanin brain is wrong? I'm so tired of black people bragging about melanin while everything in their mind is wrong and stupid and a lie. And you raise the dumbest kids in the country and nobody's supposed to talk about it. No, we're supposed to all pretend that's not what's going on. The lowest IQ, the most incarcerated, and the lowest median income, all related to having the most Christians in the community. And look at this dumb retard. Wanted to call him an effing retard. Look at him, smiling and happy in his ignorance. I despise him. I despise him. I despise him. Look at the look on his face. I find it disgusting. Happy, that's what they say. Ignorance is bliss. See that? That's what that means. Ignorance is bliss. You're happy in your ignorance. And we suffer for it. Tia. This is Tia Thompson. What did she say? You know she black. Probably went to her. I probably went to her. Yeah, I went to her. I probably went to her. I went to her YouTube channel to make sure she was black, because I always like to know who I'm talking to. She said, get the Ethiopian Bible, which was around before the Roman Catholic Church was found. You hear that? Go get the Ethiopian Bible, which was around before the Roman Catholic Church was found. That Bible is your history book, Hebrew Americans. Let me tell you how stupid, how low IQ black females are. Now, I'm going to tell you this. Now, I don't care if I hurt your feelings. I hope to hurt your feelings. I told you. Feelings are not respected in the arena of history. And I love that. Because it's the one place in your life where you get to be 1,000% truthful with no apologies. None. No apologies allowed. History is an arena. People are killed over history. Countries are colonized over history. Land is taken over history. No apologies are allowed in the historical arena. No apologies allowed. So if you are easily offended, and this is what I tell black women, if you are easily offended and you're overly invested in your emotions and your self-righteous moral indignation, stay out of the arena of history. Stay out of it. Stay out of it. If you're a shiatsu, you don't go jump into a dog fight with Rottweilers and pit bulls, and why would you do that? There's no apologies in that arena. So why would you come into a historical arena and think just because you got a keyboard in front of you and Google, which you're too stupid to even use? Think about this. In the age of Google and AI, let me show you what this black woman said. You need to see this. No, I'm seriously. You need to see this. This is a grown black woman that said this. Tia. Let's look at what Tia said. The Ethiopian Bible. She said, go get the Ethiopian Bible, which was around before the Roman Catholic Church was found. That Bible is your history, Hebrew Americans. How many things, the question you got to ask is, how many things did she get wrong in one sentence in the age of AI, Google, and everything else? Now, if as a demographic, as a group, you can't get one thing right in that sentence with all of this technology around you, and you think there's hope for the children you're raising, then you're a joke. You're legally insane. You're legally insane. Call me what you want, but there's a reason why people who study history don't really jive with people too much, because we know we're going to say things that your nervous system is not qualified to process in a healthy way. I guarantee you, my viewership just went down like 3 people, it'll come back up. It always goes back up. But I can always tell who left. It's 3 females. This is not something that is for everybody. But if you want to play in this game, come correct or don't come at all. Because you're going to encounter people who really do this. In terms of animals, there's a pecking order in the world of history. You should know when you're in orca territory. When it comes to history, you should know when you're swimming in orca territory. Orca. You should know that. I don't care about your degrees. I don't care about where you passed to that. I don't care what fraternity or sorority you belong to. And I don't care how many dollars you got in your bank account. I don't care about none of that. None of that. If you jump in this water, I'm going to eat you alive. That's how orcas like their food, alive. I'm going to eat you alive. I promise you that. Geno Jennings, Eric Mason, Vince Bantu, Damon Richardson, all of you apologists, I'm going to eat you alive. I promise you that. This is the kindergarten stuff for me. But I got to come to do the kindergarten stuff just to bring you guys up. Just to bring you guys up to snuff. One of these things I keep trying to tell people, I had to explain to somebody, theologians are not historians. Theologians are not historians. I was debating Google AI the other day, and they tried to come at me with the theological consensus. And I had to remind the AI, I said, theologians are not historians. They are apologists who clothe themselves in the wardrobe of academia. They're not historians. And you know what the AI said? It said, that's fair. That's literally what it said. It said, that's a fair critique. They're not historians. So there's no theologian that can tell me about the history of the Bible. You're a theologian. You're basically an ecclesiastical philosopher. Wannabe philosopher. You're an ecclesiastical wannabe philosopher. Really, you're not even that. Because you're trapped within your dogma. So you're not even a philosopher. In fact, a theologian doesn't even reach the level of a philosopher. Not in the West. Maybe if you go to the original theologians, the ones in Kemet, now you're talking about, right? But even they were not dealing with history in terms of, they were dealing with something else. They were dealing with cosmological alignment, right? Cosmological alignment prescribes your behavior and how to behave and act throughout the cycle of life. That's where religion actually came from. But then you get the tards later who take bits and pieces of it and they try to present it to you as historical fact. And that's where they mess up. You're taking something that started as institutional cosmological alignment on behalf of the state. You take that and then you're trying to historicize that endeavor because you don't know where it came from. Christians, you don't know where it came from. And so you abuse it. And in the abuse of that, you destroy us generation in and generation out. These are the facts. It's not a white man. The white man played whatever role he played. I'm not saying he's innocent in all of this. I'm not saying that. I'm saying he's not the principal agent of our destruction. Any wise man know that the greatest weapon you can impose on the people is to make them the principal agent of their own destruction. That way you can step back and be like, oh, look at these people. That's why we used to say back, the white man is the devil, because that's real devilishness. That's real devilishness. But even though it's devilishness, you can't put the onus. What they say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Black people decided to be fooled perpetually, forever. So if fool me twice, shame on me, how much shame of it is it to be signed up to be fooled in perpetuity? This is why black people are despised by other races. It has nothing to do with white people exporting bad images of us through the media. It's all a bunch of stupidness. It's because you expect the rest of the world to be stupid on your behalf and to tolerate your stupidity. No, you are stupid by choice, just like you are poor by choice, impoverished by choice, incarcerated by choice, low IQ by choice. It's all by choice. You choose this reality as your race. So take what comes with it. And then, not only that, you resent those of us who try to come and say, look, it ain't got to be like this. We got a whole nother lane we could occupy and actually win. You don't want to win. What am I supposed to do? You don't want to win. So if you don't want to win, I'm just going to give the game to those people who really understand the gravity and the measure of what I'm talking about and showing them to say, yo, look, this is what I'm giving you. This is what I'm asking in return. My Cash App is up at the top. Go see it, right? Support the platform. Support I hate to use the colloquial term, support the movement, right? But this is not a movement. It's something else. And it's a lot of stuff it's a lot of, how can I put this? It's a lot of lives that have gone into this. I can stand here and grandstand in front of you, act like it's all me, and I'm just so great, I'm Shakka-Ahmose. No. There's a lot of lives and sacrifices that went into what's between my ears. So I've always resolved to honor that, because it didn't have to be me. It could have been someone else. Somebody else could have grew up in First World. Somebody else could have grew up in ASCAC. Somebody else could have grew up in the Black United Front. Somebody else could have went through all of that in the 60s and 70s and 80s and all that. No, I did. That's my life. That's the life I lived. That's what produced me. But like I said yesterday, right? I'm too street for the Kemetic community. I'm too Kemetic for the street community. So I've never really had the opportunity to really fit in. Right? The only time I ever had the opportunity to fit in was when I was in that street life. And because it's certain ecosystems when you a stand-up person, like really stand up. And I'm from the show me state. Don't do this. Don't do that. Show me. Because I'm going to show you. Period. All things ain't created equal. But this is serious stuff, people. This has a much more to do with just religion. With the religious misalignment, right? The incongruent religious claims are just symptomatic of the maladapted psychological disorder that truly instructs Black life overall in the environment that we live in. And that's what I'm trying to show you. But I have to show you item by item by item. And so eventually what happens is that once you see the points, you can begin to see the constellations take place. And once you're able to identify the constellations, all of a sudden you will see your world will get lit up. So when people say, yo, that's lit, it's genuinely actually lit. Yeah. Lit. I usually do stuff like that when I'm in the bathroom by myself, like nobody's looking, nobody's in my eye. I love clowning when I'm by myself. I mean, you have to, but when there's really no one else around, you have to learn to keep your own emotional buoyancy. And so, yeah, I be cracking myself up. From the moment I wake up, even when I greet myself in the mirror in the morning, it's like I have to tell myself to stop doing that because I don't want to internalize that. You have to take yourself seriously, but sometimes, you just have to, a little levity helps. So let's get back to what we're doing. I'm already sharing. Okay. I'm at my right window. That's where I got to go. So let's deal with what she said. The Ethiopian Bible, which was around before the Roman Catholic Church was found, that Bible is your book, your history book, Hebrew Americans. The first claim is false. The second claim is false. The third claim is false. This is testimony and evidence of black people living in an alternative reality, especially black women. A, does the Ethiopian Bible predate the Roman Catholic Church? Ethiopian Bible. The Catholic Church as a religious political institution was established in 380 CE under Theodosius I. Source: Codex Theodosianus 1612, Edict of Thessalonica, 27 February 30 CE. C. Farr Clyde, translated. The Theodosian Code and Novels and the Smodian Constitutions. Princeton University Press, 1952, 6-7. B. The so-called Ethiopian Bible, in the form often promoted online, refers primarily to the Ďurima Gospels and other Ge'ez biblical manuscripts. The Ďurima Gospels are radiocarbon dated to circa 390 to 570 CE, Ďurima Gospel 1, and circa 530 to 660 CE, Ďurima 2. Making it, now pay attention, you stupid black woman. What's her name? Tia Thompson, you stupid black woman, wherever you are being stupid. And yes, I highlight your race. Why? Because we have to be accountable for our own. I'm not here to account for white women and what they do or don't do. They're not our daughters, our mothers, our sisters. They don't impact our community the way you do. You stupid black woman, you. Somewhere thinking you're right about everything and can't get something simple as this in the age of AI and Google and dictionaries and encyclopedias. Because you're stupid by choice, Tia Thompson. And you know how many Tia Thompsons there are in the black community? Don't just highlight her. You like to talk about Tyrone and whatever. And we got a bunch of Tyrones and a bunch of Jamals and a bunch of whatever, Darians or whatever that these names, right? The so-called Ethiopian Bible in the form often promoted online refers to, what did it say? Oh, right here. Making it impossible that the Ethiopian Bible was around before the Roman Catholic Church was founded. You see that? Can you count? I'm just asking if you can count. The Gospels, the Ďurima Gospels, are radiocarbon dated to 390 to 570 CE, which means you can easily give it the 570 date. That means 6th century CE for the for the lower date of the Ďurima Gospels. 6th century CE. The Catholic Church only has one date for its origin, 4th century, 380 CE. 380. So even if you give the Ďurima Gospel first, the upper date, which is 390 in the 4th century, it's still after the Catholic Church. Dummy. This is why I tell black women, and I don't care if I offend you, the data, you offend the data. And I don't care about your emotions. Stay out of the historical arena because you only know how to get everything wrong. I look at this stuff from morning to noon to night. I grade black women as a demographic. I go to different platforms, TikTok, Instagram, social media, Reddit, wherever I can find black women commenting on historical topics. Because what happens after a while, you get a large picture. You get an aggregate. I can show you my I keep a what do you call it? A dossier. I keep a repository of I archive everything because I need to refer back to it later when I'm actually putting together the project. I need to be able to show you what this person said. Or I need to show them what they said because they're going to lie and say they never said it. Because to them, making a historical statement has no consequence. It has no gravity. It's just a statement. That's it. Forgive me, people. I just have to do this to salivate my voice or my vocal folds. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, man. You don't know nothing. Just stupido. No, profesora Valera, tú es estúpida. I don't care about your degrees. You don't know shit. Excuse me. You don't know nothing. You don't know anything. Okay, that's my one slip for the whole thing. All right. No, I said you don't know slip. That's what I said. You don't know slip. Okay? You don't know slip. I'm just telling you the truth. I know what I'm talking about. There's a few, and that few, that small cadre of black women who are brilliant when it comes to history. No, I'm sorry. You don't get to stand next to them. You don't get to bask in their shine and appropriate it for yourself. Nah, you don't, because they paid the dues to know what they know. Straight up. Shout out to 𝓈𝓔𓄿𓅓𓏭𓀢𓀢. You heard? Shout out to Marimba Ani. Shout out to Frances Cress Wilson. The queen. The queen of queens. That's who Frances Cress Wilson, the queen of queens. Winnie Mandela, queen of queens. You don't even hear her name anymore. I told you a long time ago, my respect for black women is like, why? Why haven't black women got together and made Harriet Tubman's birthday a national holiday without anybody's permission? Because you're not serious about your black. You're not serious. Why should I take you serious when you don't take you serious? Where I don't see the committee to make Harriet Tubman's birthday a national holiday. You gonna tell me you can't find one black woman in the history of America, since you foundational black Americans and you natives and you indigenous, you can't find one black woman to make her birthday a national holiday without that white boy's permission? Why? Because you are still responding to him. His Jesus chip is still in you to the point where you can't think or act for yourself. But you want to look across at that black man and think you know something about him. You don't know anything about the black man. You don't. You think that you do, but you don't. How can you know something you don't respect? You don't. And how can you respect him if you made him defective? You did. Why? Because of our numbers. If we're 75% Christian in black America and 70% of that 75 is black women, and I already showed you the documentation of what it does to the analytical framework of the boys that they produce and raise, so that by the time they get to school, it's already a wrap. I'm not sparing anybody. Hell, I don't even spare myself. What the hell make you think I'm going to spare you? If I was going to spare myself, I wouldn't come up here and say anything. I'll be up here and be like, the black woman is God. She's so beautiful. She's so this. Yeah, no, hell no. Not when you got all this intellectual stink all over the place and stinking up the damn planet with your ignorance. No. Take your ass, take yourself, not your, what is it? Take your past to Dubai or to the next boat party or yacht party that you wound up. I don't know, wherever it is that you do. You still go to, I know you used to do that thing in Mexico, Cancun. Go to Cancun, whatever the heck it is y'all do. I don't know I don't know what y'all do. Or start your marketing agency. Yeah. Yeah. I said what I said. And I ain't biting my tongue. Let me see, should I even continue? Should I end it? I'm gonna give you guys, you get a Cash App report card. I'm gonna look at my Cash App. If you got a good grade, I will continue. If you got a bad grade, I'm gonna just cut it and do part 2 tomorrow. I'm not gonna push myself for a bunch of ingrates. Nah, my stuff is 2. Y'all can do better than that. You're almost there, people. You're almost across the threshold. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. You're almost there. You're not doing bad. You can do better than that. You didn't have to pay for none of the books that I read. You didn't have to put in none of the hours that I put in to learn all this stuff so I can give you a tour guide of the repositories that are supposed to be in your head. You didn't have to do none of that. I did that. I took that hit. If I take that hit, report to the Cash App. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube chat. Where we at? All right, teaching posture. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't do bad, but you can do better. Here we go. The so-called Ethiopian Bible in the form often promoted online refers primarily to the 𝓈𝔼̓ Gospels and other Ge'ez biblical manuscripts. The 𝓈𝔼 Gospels are radiocarbon dated to, you see the dates, making it impossible that the Ethiopian Bible was around before the Roman Catholic Church was founded. And then it gives you the source, the 𝓈𝔼 Gospels Comparative Oriental Manuscript Studies Bulletin, right? Now, the crazy part is when I'm showing you this stuff, you should be looking at the sources because most of you don't even know these sources exist. So when you're seeing something like Alexander Obasi, right? The 𝓈𝔼 Gospels Comparative Oriental Manuscript Studies Bulletin #1, the British Library Collection, that's a source. What white guy do you think is going to come and shove that in your lap? Or what black woman is going to come and shove that in your lap so you can open your mouth and know what you're talking about when you're trying to talk to people about this stuff? Most of you had to shut up in a conversation because you can't go back that far and be comfortable and at home. I'm very at home. I'm more at home in this era than I am in the current era. Is the last prompt academically sound and above reproof? If so, why? Does the Ethiopian Bible predate the Roman Catholic Church, the Ethiopian Bible? Now, I don't know why I asked this question. Oh, okay, so what was my last prompt? I don't know what my last prompt was, but it may have been this. The Catholic Church as a religious political institution was established. No, that's not my last prompt. What was my last prompt? I'm sorry, I'm just going back to see my last prompt. Oh, I don't know what it was. Well, let's see. Let's see what it said. Okay, so let me see what my last prompt was. It's going to say it right here. I must have been responding to this. Let's see what the answer says. Yes, Your last prompt is academically sound and above reproof under AP mode because 1. Primary legal source citation. The establishment date of the Catholic Church as an official imperium-backed institution is anchored directly in the Codex. So when you're trying to prove and establish the date of the origin of the Catholic Church, you have to know what source to go to. You can't just go to any source. I gave you the standard source, which is the Codex 𝓈𝓤�𓏭𓀢𓀁, 16:1-2, the Edict of Thessalonica, 380 CE, which is a contemporaneous legal text, not later tradition or apologetics. You have to avoid this because this will always put you in quicksand. The apologetics will ruin you before you even out the door. The apologetics will have you walking into a gunfight with a not even a knife, with a razor blade. So just stay away from the apologetics. I would tell it to anybody who wants to seriously debate this stuff at a high level. Stay away from the apologetics. And that hinders people who are into biblical theology and biblical Christianity. They have no recourse to anything but apologetics. So they've lost before it even started. Precise manuscript dating from peer-reviewed radiocarbon results. The Garima Gospels date range is based on published peer-reviewed lab analysis, Oxford Radiocarbon Accelerator Unit, with corroboration and scholarly manuscript studies, Bowsey 2015. None of this is my opinion. I don't give people my opinion. I don't charge money for my opinion. I charge money for facts, for data. Data is, you know how much money is in data? Why do you think they collect your data and sell it? I'm in the data game. I'm not giving it to you for free. What I'm doing is I'm engaging the old African tradition. I don't set a price. I let your respect for the value of what I'm showing you determine the price. If I'm teaching an intelligent audience, I expect to look at my Cash App and see that reflected by what's in there. That's why I said report to the Cash App. I don't want it to compliments. Oh, Shakka, this, this. No, report to the Cash App. That tells me everything. 3. Logical chronological exclusion. The argument that the Garima Gospels post-date the 380 CE institutionalization of the Catholic Church is not interpretive but chronological. And that's why I tell you, you cannot have emotions in this game. Chronology does not care about your feelings. Therefore, neither do I. I will always maintain the black woman is the sexiest, most beautiful creature ever created in the universe. Not just on planet Earth, in the universe. And guess what? History don't give a damn about her feelings and her emotions, and neither do I. Not when it comes to history. Not when it comes to education. I do not care about your feelings and your emotions, black woman. Not when it comes to those things. No. Why? Because of what's hanging in the balance. What's that? Our children, our future, our community, our society. Those things are more important than your feelings and your emotions. Grow up. All right? Grow up and manage your emotions successfully. That's not my job. That's not her job or his job. It's your job. That is the definition of adulting. Managing your emotions and your feelings. When Shakka says something that offends you, you should have a place that automatically goes to, that your constitution does not change. It's not impacted by it. You have to develop that so that you can be an effective radio player one in the game. Because until you do that, you're just an illusion of, what's her name? Angelina Jolie, the Tomb Raider. Right? That woman with the agency and all, that's an illusion. That's an illusion. Why? Because every time somebody says something you don't like about you that pisses you off or makes you feel diminished or disregarded or dehumanized, what happens? You react. In any game where you react, guess who loses? You and your team lose. You become the weak link in the chain. Period. You're the weak link in the chain. If you're the weak link in the chain, stop looking at everybody else and wondering why our community is messed up. It's you. And then you create men like you who react emotionally. Here we go. Okay? Logical chronological exclusion. The argument that the Garima Gospels post-date. Let me put it to you like this. What you should love most about history, and this is what I love most about it, it's purely logic. If you don't speak the language of logic, let me say this. If you don't speak the language of logic, this is not your game. This is not for you. If you don't speak the language of logic, history is not for you. Historiography is not for you. That's what I love about history. It's cold and concise because your numbers have to add up. How many black people have I shown you so far in this presentation? All their numbers are literally backwards. In their world, 1 + 1 = 9. No, in their world, 8 + 15 = 2.1. In other words, nothing makes sense in their world. And that is the narrative they run with. And they think that, I don't know what they think. They think that that's okay to be in. Do you know how I feel about children just being in the black community at large, period? It weirds me out because I know they're around a bunch of insane people. I know this for a fact. I know that black children at large are around a bunch of insane people, mentally debilitated people. I know this. I know this for a fact. This is I know this for a fact, homie. You feel me? I'm not talking about no spiritual mumbo jumbo that you people like to. You got black people on the internet talking about the Akashic records. This is no lie. You got black people on the internet talking about the Akashic records. Yeah, the ones that give me the most are the spiritual mumbo jumbo black women. The ones that are like the new age stuff. I saw one woman doing astrology yesterday. And I was just like, damn. And she was serious with it. She really believes that she's on something, that she's teaching you something. One thing I have learned about dealing with black women intellectually, particularly when it comes to things of this nature that we're talking about, they only know how to regurgitate a Greek world ethos. Like they are the ultimate agents of Hellenism. I'm talking about black women. Why do you think they belong to these? They're so big into these sororities. Yeah, that's a Hellenistic thing. It's a Hellenistic interpretation of something that came before that, which was African, but they don't care about the African iteration of it. They only know the Hellenistic version of it. Greeks, freaks, you know what it is. Kappa, kappa, moo. Right? Let me tell you something. One thing I figured out about me, I have really come to accept at my age, I am not likable. So I'm quite all right with people not liking me. I don't care how fine you are. I don't care how much money you got. I don't care whatever it is. I am okay with you not liking me. What I'm not okay with is the overall IQ level of my community. I'm not okay with that. I have a personal issue with that. And so that's why I am as what you call disrespectful. I'm not disrespectful. You can call it that. How you? I'm responsible for what I say, not for how you feel about what I say. You understand? I'll say it again. I'm responsible for what I say, not for your feelings about what I say. You are responsible for your own feelings. That's called adulting. I know you don't like it, and I know it bothers you that you have to take responsibility for your feelings and your emotions. But I'm not going to be kowtowed by your feelings and emotions and self-censor when education needs to be unfolding and taking place. And that's what's going on right now. Education. The way it's supposed, and there's nothing friendly about education. Not when it's being done right and being done proper. And then, would you go to martial art class and expect to be, especially once you start going through the ranks, for those of you who ever been through the ranks, once you really start going through the ranks, ain't nothing friendly. Very few people are pulling punches. That's why I hate training with my brother. This is a professional martial artist. They're not pulling punches. You got to feel this, because if you're in a real fight, nobody's pulling punches. When I used to train, the way I used to train, I don't really train like that anymore. I'm on my whole kettlebell journey. So it's a whole new experience for my body. But when I trained the way I traditionally trained, and people used to come to me and say, "Yo, bro, that's a lot of weight. Do you need a spot?" And I would ask them. In fact, that's how I met Tyson Beckford, the model. I was training in the gym one night, and somebody standing over me like, "Yo, you need a spot?" I'm like, "Nah, nigga, I don't need a spot." That's how we actually became acquaintances. I have quite a few celebrity acquaintances in my life. But what I ask people is, you ask me if I want you to spot me. If I'm in a fight, walking down the street by myself, and it's 3 or 4 guys, and I'm by myself, or there's 5 or 6 guys, are you gonna spot me? No. So why should you spot me now? Because I'm in the gym? Because you think I can't get this last 2 reps out? That's a deadly mistake. I don't spot people in the gym. I might, if I see you about to get hurt, I'll come help you. But as far as spotting you, if you can't lift it, don't lift it. That's it. And if it comes down on your neck, maybe that's what you needed to learn. So I might not help you. I might just see how you get out from under that catastrophe you created. You know what I'm saying? Get out. You got into it by yourself. Get out of it by yourself. So, yeah, I'm not okay with the IQ situation in the overall Black community. I'm not okay with it. Hey, for everybody has duty. You have a duty, right? For every person that leave, call 3 other people and tell them to log on to take your place. Okay? Anyway, let me stop. Let's get back to these psychological misfits with all of their psychological maladies. Here we go, people. Oh, we're in teacher mode. Let's go. I'll tell Tony Braxton she's wrong. Avoidance of theological claims. Let's do this again right here. Logical chronological exclusion. The argument that the Garima Gospels post-date the 380 CE institutionalization of the Catholic Church is not interpretive but chronological. The earliest date range, 390 CE, is already later than 380 CE. That's the point. You can't argue against that. There is no argument against that. Avoidance of theological claims. The language is secular, historical, and free from doctrinal assertion, keeping the conclusion within verifiable historical methodology. Transparency of evidence trail. Sources are short, precise, and verifiable, making the claim auditable and resistant to charges of speculation or bias. That's the way I think surgically. So when somebody says something stupid like this, go get the Ethiopian Bible, which was around before the Roman Catholic Church was found. That Bible is your history book, Hebrew Americans. You know who she got in her camp? And I'll say it, I don't care. A dummy like Kendrick Lamar. A dummy like, what's that basketball player who was into all of that Hebrew doctrine thing and almost ruined his career over that stupid documentary? Kirby Iron, whatever his name is. All these, to me, yeah, I'm going to be straight with you. How can I put this? And I hope they don't take it to more. I hope they understand where it's coming from. I despise these Black people. I despise them. You got all that money and you have all these resources. Forget the money. You have all these resources, because money's not the only resource in the world. You have all these resources. You can't even buy a correct answer. You got to explore. But that kind of money, you're not supposed to be exploring. When you go get your teeth fixed, you don't explore different dentists, right? When you go get certain things done, right? You don't go explore, right? But you because it's a game to you, it's an adventure. To you, that's the problem with black people. They think all of this stuff is an adventure. It is an adventure. But here's the problem that you don't understand. It's a real adventure. You know what happens on real adventures? Shit happens. You understand? In real adventures, shit happens. So, what I would say to you is use those resources to come to the right place to get the right answers that you actually need. It can be profitable to you. Profitable to you in that they edify your decision-making process. Why? Because your decision-making process is now tethered to accurate data. You're going to tell me accurate data does not reflect positively or constructively in your life or in your scheme of things, in your game plan? I think part of the problem is and I don't know why I haven't figured this out yet, but maybe it has to do with that phenomenon that black people are easier misled than they are led. If I was here scamming you, if I was a scammer, you would have me on your show, you would call me, you would contact me. Shakka, I can't wait to rock with you. Why? Because black people only seem to resonate with scammers. That's it. That's who they resonate with. In fact, they even said in Africa, scammers are treated like celebrities. I've heard it. I don't know how true it is, but you probably shouldn't say things like that if you have a first-hand account. But when I heard something like that, I didn't not believe it. Because I know what it's like to deal with my own people, with my own race. When I come to give you something real, the value in your mind, the value is here. If I come to you with something fake, all of a sudden the value goes through the roof. Yeah. The value goes through the roof. I don't know if it's a leftover from slavery or if it's just that colonial thing doing its job. I'm going to tell you something I didn't tell y'all. You should know about me. When it comes to history, I have one rule. It's two things, if you will, in one rule. I can't even tell you. It's my personal secret. But always know, if you turn in this direction on some challenging type thing and historically based, I'm a problem. I trained myself to be a problem. In fact, I was trained to be a problem. And the only people who will appreciate the extent of that problem are those people who understand the consequences of history. Man. Facts. Okay. Let's do this. I've been going now for what? Okay, I'm at 6:56. Let's get some more traction in here. I'm gonna tell Tony Braxton she's wrong. It couldn't get anything all right. It couldn't get anything right. Same thing. Black Christian mind disease, Black Christian mental disease, Black Christian mental disorder, Black Christian mental diagnosis, Black church mind disease, Black church mental disease, Black church mental disorder, Black church mental diagnosis. All of that is BCMD, right? Ethiopian falsification syndrome. It's a product of this, right? Don't ever forget this. BCC number 1. Black Christian command number 1. Thou shalt always lie. I want y'all to put that all over social media. BCC number 1. Thou shalt always lie. Black Christian commandment number 1. Thou shalt always lie. You get an L for losing, for lying and losing. You should get 2 L's. You get an F minus for fail, and you get a T plus because you tried. You tried. I guess you did. Ethiopian Bible, around before the Catholic Church was founded. What did that BP stand for? Right? Bible psychosis. That's what that is. I'm not going to even deal with the Bible is your history book, Hebrew Americans. Right? Oh, look what this person said about Tony Braxton. This is important because I want you to see how black people think. The Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church. This is somebody else. And then has the nerve to say, but of course, she doesn't know that. So we went from the Ethiopian Bible. Now we got to look at the Ethiopian church. First, it's like they take one detail that's associated with the next, and they literally swing from lie to lie like they're on a tree with branches that are only lies, and they can only swing from lie to lie. If those claims that they made were branches, if the integrity of the branch on the trees that they swing on was established by the veracity of the claim, they wouldn't even be able to hang. There would be nothing to hang on. Nothing. And this is who we want to be a part of. This is the community we want to represent. You think melanin can make up for this? Seriously? You think melanin can make up for this? The Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church. But of course, Tony Braxton doesn't know that. Well, maybe Tony Braxton doesn't know that because does the Ethiopian church far outdate the Roman Catholic Church? Another black Christian lie. Don't say Jesus. Instead, just say another black Christian lie. An Ethiopian church, an Egyptian church in Ethiopia. No Ethiopian church. In Ethiopia, the earliest archaeological confirmed purpose-built Christian churches include the Pt.1 Basilica near 𝓈𝓔𓄿𝓅𝓏, dated to circa 313 to 330 CE. And the 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𝓫 Church in Addis Ababa, dated to 320 CE, 4th century. Source: Beta Samati dating per Michael Harrow et al. Antiquity 2019, 𝓈𝓔𝓿 dating per Ethiopian Heritage Authority field surveys. The Catholic Church, as a religious political institution, was established in 380 under Theodosius I. Source: Codex Theodosius. The sources. Conclusion: the Ethiopian church. Hold on. So this would be the conclusion. It's in red. It's in red. Now, mind you, I haven't seen this presentation in 5 months. Now, if I said it's another lie, but here it's saying that she's correct. Conclusion: the Ethiopian church predates the Roman Catholic Church. That's what she said. While churches like Pt.1 Basilica, 313 to 330 CE, and 𝓈𝓔𝓿, 320 CE, predate 380 CE archaeologically, these were regional Christian structures within the broader undivided Christian church. Not yet an independent institutional entity equivalent to the Roman Catholic Church. So that means these churches that were there read that again. They were regional Christian structures within the broader undivided Christian church. So the church is undivided at this particular point in time. These cannot be the first churches or the earliest churches. There's already a broader undivided Christian church at that time. Here are your sources: the Beta Samada Discovery and Excavation, Antiquity 2019, Ethiopian Heritage Authority survey data on the Washa Mikael Church. But I know there's something else coming up about this. Does the Ethiopian church far outdate the Roman Catholic Church? Institutional context before 50, so you have to, let's look at it. Institutional context before 51 CE. Before the Council of Chalcedon, 451 CE, Christianity across the Roman Empire, Aksum, and elsewhere, listen people, was part of a single imperial ecclesial network. Did you hear that? I'm going to read it again because black people don't know this, apparently. Institutional context before 451 CE, before the Council of Chalcedon in 451 CE, Christianity across the Roman Empire, Aksum, and elsewhere was part of a single what? Imperial ecclesial network. The Roman Catholic Church as a separate identity did not yet exist apart from Catholic or universal Christianity. The Ethiopian church was not autonomous, okay? It fell under the jurisdiction of the Alexandrian Patriarchate. So the earliest Christian church in Ethiopia fell under the Alexandrian Patriarchate, which itself was subject to Roman authority, imperial authority. This is before the Roman Catholic Church. So you have to put it in context. It's not the earliest Christian church. Why the statement the Ethiopian church predates the Roman Catholic Church is misleading. That's the term you have to use, misleading, which is all black people know how to do. You don't know how to mislead each other. You can't even teach each other correctly. Or we can't teach each other correctly. The existence of early Ethiopian Christian churches before 380 CE does not mean the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church as an institutionally independent body predates the Roman Catholic Church. Meaning that those churches were not Ethiopian. Its liturgy was not Ethiopian. What would make it a distinct Ethiopian identity did not exist in those first churches in Ethiopia. That's what that is saying. Ethiopia's Christianity was what? Subordinate to the Alexandrian See. You cannot escape that. Itself operating what? Within the broader imperial church network, which evolved into the Roman Catholic institution post 380 CE. But prior to that, it was the Roman imperial network. That is the imperial they're talking about. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church became administratively independent only when? When did you get an Ethiopian church? 1959. Hold on a second. You know what that means, right? You know what that means. You don't have an Ethiopian church until 1959. The 8 years before I was born. That's less than a decade before I was born. That's literally less than a decade before I was born. That's when you get the Ethiopian church. You can't. You literally can't make this kind of stuff up. You got black people running all across social media. And what you have to understand is that this stupidity translates into those children. I'm keep hitting that until you finally get it.
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything.
They can't even understand this stuff. Their parents can't, their mothers definitely cannot understand this stuff. How do I know? I'm on social media with them all day long. I'm auditing people. That's what social scientists do. White people are not the only ones that can do it, right? Stop acting like white people are so special and you can't do what they do. If you just don't care, just say that you don't care. If you want to get mad at white people, get mad at them because they care. They care enough to do it. They care enough to monitor you. They care enough to know what you want to buy, to put all kind of technology on your phone to listen to you, watch you, and observe you, and classify and do all the things that white people do, right? And when I talk about white people, I'm not talking about the average white dude that's just a, right? Or, you know, I'm not one of the people that like have to say, oh, I'm not talking about all white people. If I got to explain that to you, you don't need to be listening to me, right? I prefer to talk to intelligent people. So, black or white, male or female, I really don't care, right? Even your sexuality, I don't care. As long as you're intelligent, right? I don't mind talking to you. If you're intelligent. If you're not intelligent, I don't have, you know, right? Real talk. You know, I can't stand no dry lips, especially if it's my own. But talking with all that air back and forth, it's going to dry your lips out. I'm going to tell you something, whether you like it or not. I love y'all. I really do. Respect y'all, that's another thing. You got to, most people aren't demonstrating, especially in our community, that we're really people worth respecting. Why should we be respected if we don't respect ourselves enough to handle business, right? And in intelligence, IQ, in the world of IQ, we think it's okay to not handle business. We think it's okay to, we accept too freely unfinished business and unresolved. we accept too freely unfinished business and unresolved issues. We just gloss over it and keep it moving. And that's why your children suffer. That's why they are the way she described them. That's why they can't read, they can't write. Critical thinking is anemia. It's anemia to them. Yeah, it's antithetical to everything about them. Critical thinking. Why should parents who do not engage in critical thinking produce children with an aptitude for critical thinking? If the parents are stupid, what kind of children do you expect? If the parents are stupid, what kind of thinking do you expect from the children? You ain't gotta like me. It doesn't change. Whether you like me or not doesn't change the truth. It really doesn't. Right? Whether you like me or not doesn't change the truth. Shout out. Hotep, Uncle Johnson. Right? Oh, I appreciate it. It's always a pleasure. Right. Lay, it's always a pleasure. I appreciate you. All right, very much so. Peace. Right? Yeah. With that stupid, all of that attention, media attention he got because of that stupid documentary. Do you know how he could have used that to actually make a difference with the correct information? What kind of difference he could have made in the Black community? You know what freaks me out? I've been doing this for years, and I'm gonna tell y'all something. I know a lot of celebrities follow me. How do I know? Because they tell me. When we finally meet up and we link, they're like, "Oh, Shakka-Ahmose, I've been following you for years." And when they tell me they've been following me for years, that's not a flex. Because my next question is, if you've been following me for years, why didn't you send me an email? Why didn't you send me a text say, "Shakka, what can I do to help?" Because I'm not talking about helping me. What can you do to help me help Black people? What can you do to help me reverse the damage that's been done to us? What can you do to help me do that? You don't think I'm qualified to do it? Because I don't dress like you, or because I don't, you know, my aesthetics don't resonate with you? Because I don't have the white university's approval when I know more about this stuff than most of them? You don't think I have PhD students? You think I'm gonna say that on camera, and there are no PhD students that study with me? Then you're a special kind of stupid. Stay where you are. Facts. This is what I'm trying to tell people, and they don't really get it. They don't really get this one consequential thing. They really don't. I have a presentation coming up on it, and it's going to freak a lot of you out. I appreciate you. No, those are not blood oranges. Those are straight up oranges. We could come together and make Harriet Tubman a national holiday? Bro, I didn't say we. Them. Let the woman do it. Women complain about patriarchy this and men that, but they don't do a damn thing themselves, but look for high-value men that they're not willing to create for someone else. Black women are just a poor lot. I'm just telling you. I don't care how nice your sweater is. I don't care how nice your wardrobe is. I don't care how big your walk-in closet is. I don't care what your tax return looks like. I don't care what kind of house you live in or the affluent neighborhood you live in or how many acres you own. All of that means nothing to me. I've lived in mansions. Everybody that knows my life knows I have lived in mansion after mansion after mansion. That's nothing new. Everybody knows that about me. I live right next to Central Park. Can you afford to live right next to Central Park? I'm just asking you. You got all these degrees, you got all this money, you got all this. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just trying to show you the absurdity of the narratives that crisscross our paths far too often. And I'm standing here listening to this stuff, and I'm watching these people. I'm watching people. I'm watching people watch these podcasts that they ain't and get caught up in discourse and dialogue you ain't got no business in. You ain't got no business watching this stupidity and getting caught up in people's personal egos and these, this personality doesn't like this personality, and it's effery. And that's what Black people like to watch. They want to be entertained. They don't want to be educated. So take what you get. That's all. Just don't come to me later. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. You didn't do anything to try to fix your problems. You didn't do a darn thing to try to fix your problems. I appreciate you. Wow, very much. Let's rock on. Get back to the data. Push it. Let's go. All right, we're almost there. I didn't say this is the whole presentation. When I said it's almost there, I'm going to stop whenever I just get to a point where it's time where I need to stop. And we'll just pick off from where we left off. But I can't tell you how many slides is left of this, to be quite honest. My job is to sit here and present it. Okay? So look at this. The Ethiopian Orthodox Church became administratively independent only in 1959 when the Coptic Pope granted it. What is that? Read that word, people. Autocephaly. You see it? Autocephaly. You want to say autocephaly? That's fine too. But if you see the autocephaly, what is autocephaly? You know what autocephaly means? Self-governed, self-standing, standing on its own. That's what it literally means, standing on its own. Self-standing, self-erected, self-established. That means prior to 1959, there was no Ethiopian church. There was only a Coptic church. A Coptic Christian church in Ethiopia. That's what it was. What they got early on was the Ethiopic Bible, but the Ethiopic Bible is just a daughter of the Septuagint, the 70, as we already saw. So what's all of this Ethiopian stuff that you're talking about? Those earlier churches were Coptic, not Ethiopian. Just because they were in Ethiopia didn't make them Ethiopian. And that's what a lot of people don't understand when you talk about Christianity starting in Africa. Just because something is in Africa don't mean it's African. Stupid. Let me get a closer look on you with that one. Because that's for the people in the back. Just because something is in Africa doesn't make it African. So don't tell me about how Christianity was in Africa. So what? Apparently, you don't know what else was in Africa when Christianity first showed up there. A lot of non-African people, stupid. Talking to you. I'm talking to that Christian, that black Christian was getting real mad, beside themselves, offended. I'm talking to you. Everything in Africa is not African. And at the time when Christianity was coalescing in Africa, Africa was overran with non-Africans long before that. So people talk about all this stupid stuff. Even when they talk about, oh, well, Jesus was in Egypt, so if he was hiding amongst, he had to look like the black people there. You dummy. You don't know the first thing about Egypt, first century Egypt. You don't know the first thing about first century Egypt. These are the dumbest people you will ever listen. Let me tell you something. Woo, it's dizzying to know that this amount of stupid can exist within one people. They don't know. They can't tell you. They can't tell you the Fayum, right? They can't tell you the Fayum from Elephantine to Asut to Aswan to Saqqara to Cairo to Sinai, Lycopolis, Hierakonpolis. They can't tell you anything about these places. They know nothing about them. All they know is little fairy tale stories, and I'm going to fix it and make it work because this sounds good to me. It's embarrassing. And I I take issue with the fact that my people, these are my people, you my teammates. I'm your teammate, right? I'm your teammate. Michael Jordan is good as what he does. I don't like to say I'm the Michael Jordan in what I do. I'm better than that. Okay. I'm better than that. Okay. But if Michael Jordan, who do you think he's going to be the hardest on other than himself? If he's hard on himself, why is he going to be easy on his teammates? Answer that question. If he's hard on himself, shout out to Kobe Bryant. If he was hard on himself, why is he going to be easy on his teammates? And you know how hard he's going to be on his opponents. So if I'm hard on myself when it comes to my research and my study, and I go hard to the point where it has physical consequences, because it does. I have to do things to stay in shape and to keep my body right, because studying is very grueling. I've been sitting in this chair for over 7 hours teaching you. I got up and walked away one time for like 3 minutes. I had to change batteries, right? Oh, there's no question about it. There's no question about it. And what animal do you associate with stubbornness? A jackass. A jackass. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Jackasses. Yep. No, I'm not going to lie about it to make you feel good. All right. Okay, let's do this. Back here. I'm already sharing. Let's go. (1959). It's when the Ethiopian church. That's when you could talk about the Ethiopian church in 1959. Less than a decade before I was born. While archaeological evidence confirms Christian presence and church constructions in Ethiopia before 380 CE, the Ethiopian church was not an autonomous ecclesiastical institution and operated within the Alexandrian Patriarchate under the unified. So the Ethiopian church did not far outdate the Roman Catholic Church, because the Roman Catholic Church came into existence in 380 CE. There is no Ethiopian church until 1959. You have to get out of mythology and get into history. Prior to 1959, the church in Ethiopia was not Ethiopian. It was Coptic. It was under the Alexandrian Patriarchate, which itself was under Imperial Rome. So what are you talking about? Let's read that again. While archaeological evidence confirms Christian presence in church construction in Ethiopia before 380 CE, the Ethiopian church was not an autonomous ecclesiastic institution and operated within the Alexandrian Patriarchate under the unified Christian church of the Roman world. Do you hear that? The unified Christian church of the Roman world. Therefore, the Roman Catholic Church, as a formalized religious political institution, still predates the Ethiopian Orthodox Church in institutional independence and what? Keyword, identity. That's why when you say the Ethiopian church predates the Roman Catholic Church, as that woman said, it is misleading. That's why I told you it used the word misleading. Black people, do you know how to stop misleading each other? It would be a superhuman feat. I would love to see a conversation with two black people talking and one person is not misleading the other one. That would be like living on another planet. See, you don't know what it's like to look at all of this stuff through my eyes. When you're looking at the world through historically literate with eyes, it doesn't look the same as it does to everyone else. It just doesn't. So when I hear black people talking and I hear them sharing information or data, or they're trying to teach each other, I just sit back in the cut like this, like, all right. I listen. I have to determine, is opening my mouth worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? You understand? And going to tell that woman, and this is all over social media. She said Tony Braxton was wrong. So far, we haven't even dealt with Tony Braxton's claim. How can you deal with Tony Braxton's claim when you have all of this black ignorance creating interference? It's like, what they call that? We used to turn the TV and have that snow. Right? I don't even want to call it white noise. Interference, I guess, static. All of this black ignorant static. How can you deal with Tony Braxton's claim when you first have to dispel all this ignorance that defines the black community? How do you do that? Is it something I don't know? Something I'm missing? Think about that. Like, how do you do that? I can't even get to this woman's claim because you people are retarded. And it's not a small amount of people. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Maybe, all right, let me go. Here we go. Where we at? All right. Yep, we're going right back to Tony Braxton. Here we go. You think I had breakfast? Do you think I had lunch? You think I had? Well, I did have my shake, so yeah. All right, I had something. I wanted to flex like I didn't have anything, but all right. Here we go. Come on. Claim. Before 𝓈𝓔�ℎ𝅆, 1959, what is now called the Ethiopian Church functioned de facto as an Egyptian, excuse me, before 𝓈𝓔𝓆 in 1959, what is now called the Ethiopian Church functioned de facto as an Egyptian Alexandrian Coptic church jurisdictionally and juridically. Key facts that make it de facto Egyptian. Founding by Alexandria, 4th century, the first Ethiopian bishop, Frumentius Abasalama, was ordained by Athanasius, Patriarch of Alexandria. So if the first Christian leader in Ethiopia, which was Frumentius, or Father Salama as they call him, Abasalama, if he was ordained by Athanasius in Egypt, how can Ethiopia be Christian before Egypt? You sound stupid. That's how stupid these people are. And these are black people of African descent. Oh, no, that's probably why they're so stupid, because they all claim they're not African. Now they're indigenous and natives, and now they're going to mess that up too. Because I don't care what ethnic group you pick. If you're stupid, you're stupid. If you got a low IQ, you got a low IQ. This is recorded in Rufinus, Historia Ecclesiastica 10:9, and in the imperial correspondence preserved with Athanasius Apologia and Constantius II orders to mention back to Egyptian bishops for doctrinal alignment. Roger Pierce, Encyclopedia Britannica. So how can you talk about Christianity in Ethiopia? It's in Egypt before it's in Ethiopia. So stop making it the first. It's not even, you sound stupid. Jurisdictional dependence, 4th century to, look at this. From the 4th century to 1959. That's how long the church in Ethiopia was not Ethiopian. From the 4th century CE to 1959, less than a decade before I was born. That's how long it was not Ethiopian. It didn't become Ethiopian until 1959. The Ethiopian Metropolitan Abuna, see, they'll tell you all of this, was always appointed by the Pope, Patriarch of Alexandria, typically an Egyptian Coptic monk, not elected in Ethiopia. They didn't even elect their own pick. I mean, come on. Ethiopia could not consecrate its own head. What? Until the mid-20th century. You already know where I'm going with it. Ethiopia. There was no Ethiopian church until the mid-20th century. So why are you talking all of this stuff about the first Ethiopian Bible is the first Bible? How's the Ethiopian Bible the first Bible when it's the daughter of the Septuagint, which I documented for you? You're making, you will tell every lie in the world to make Tony Braxton wrong because of your religious mental disorder. You would rather be mad at me for pointing out to you that you have a low IQ. You could change it. Not easy, but you could change it. But you would much rather prefer to get mad and resentful at Shakka-Ahmose because he's pointing out to you your critical thinking apparatus doesn't work right. I know that. That's part of the reason why I study the way that I do, to keep mine working right. It's just an exercise for me. When I study, it's literally just an exercise. Most times. To keep my brain working right. That's why I love history, because you have to be sharp. You have to pay attention to the details. You can't just let anybody come and tell you anything. I don't study this stuff because, I'm just a historian expert. No. For me, it's about being robust and dynamic in the terms of logic. And the worst part is, all of the hard work has already been done for you. You didn't have to write those journals. You didn't have to produce a peer-reviewed PhD dissertation / thesis in order to. All the hard work is done for you. Negroes won't even go get the work that's already been done for them. How dare you feel bad for them? How dare you have empathy for Black people? How dare you? You have no right. The hard work has already been done for them, and they still don't care. They still rather push lies and propaganda and historical religious dogma. Anything but facts and truth. And no facts, no truth, no history. All that is out of the window. No critical thinking. I hate to tell you this, people, but Black people are their own worst enemy. Always was, always will be. Oh, he's victim blaming. Shut your low IQ self up. We don't use language like that over here. That's political language. Victim blaming. Well, what's wrong with victim blaming if the victim is to blame? Really, what's wrong with victim blaming if the victim is to blame? So you shouldn't victim blame, even if the victim is to blame for their circumstances. You sound stupid. If the victim is to blame for their circumstances, then blame that person. Stupid. Like, black people lost the capacity to think. You're victim blaming. And you know who the first person is to use that term, right? It's a black woman. They'll use that one. They'll use the term victim blaming before a white woman will. Oh, black women, oh my God. The two things they'll pull out of their pockets: emotional intelligence and victim blaming. All of those are poor excuses for critical thinking. They're poor substitutes for critical thinking. They're shields. They're shields to try to dull the edges of the sharp truth. Yeah. It's so rare that you will, if you ever really get to encounter individuals that we ain't moved by that. We ain't moved by none of that. Emotional intelligence, rationale, victim blaming, homophobia. You know, those are stupid stuff that people make up that you just take on with no critical thought whatsoever. No, I don't respect you. Why should I? And on the planet that I live on, it's called, well, y'all call it planet Earth, right? On the planet that I live on the planet that we live on, emotions and feelings have no currency. They only have currency in as far as they can be exploited for someone else's gain, whether it's music, religion, sex, anything. Money. It's only then do emotions have currency in the context of related to those things. Other than that, emotions have no currency. Feelings have no currency. They don't move the needle. So you have to forgive me if I don't care about your feelings. You don't want to follow me? You don't want to listen to me? Go away. Go be somebody else's albatross. You're already your own albatross. Don't come over here and be mine. Real talk. Sometimes I listen to some of these black females get online and talk about black men and like the lowest thing. And I don't need no more in my. I'm just like, I don't blame them because I know where it comes from. They didn't grow up with a father in their life. They don't understand the damage that they've done, that they are now reaping it on themselves. The level of damage that they've done to themselves, what human demographic would want to take accountability for that? It's part of the same psychosis with white people not wanting to take accountability for the things that they've done. Black woman exists. Oh, yeah. I told you who created her. She's the Frankenstein of this white establishment, this white male. So she's going to exhibit the exact same attributes. The same way they hate to take accountability is the same way she the same way she hates to take accountability. The same way they hate black men is the same way she hates black men. She doesn't even see the pattern. That's how oblivious she is to it. I don't care. I'm not going to not talk about it because it makes you feel a certain way. Go away. Your value is, right now, your value is in absentia. You know it because you're making videos about it right now. Why don't they date us anymore? Why aren't they spending money anymore? Why aren't there any relationships anymore? Because your value is in absentia. You've been living in an imaginary world and people just decided to stop living in it with you. First of all, the imaginary world used to work under a different ecosystem. It worked for everybody. It worked for you. It worked for us. We managed in it. But with the advent of social media, you made the mistake of dropping the obfuscation. You allowed a demographic that you should not have allowed to see the landscape for what it actually is. It's nothing pretty. It's nothing cute. They don't care about none of that anymore. That's why you can't get a date. That's why you can't get a relationship. And that's why nobody really wants to, like, really be instrumental in your life. Why would anybody break their neck to be instrumental in your life when your whole motto is independent, proud, and strong, and all that other stuff? So keep being that. Do that. Just remember that that's what you're passing on to your daughters. That's what you're passing on to your daughters. But your daughters are waking up. I've come across a few young black females who've seen past it, and they're like, nah, this is not the move. Yeah, because you're robbing them. Really, essentially, you're robbing them of what they're supposed to have, which is a full integrated life. You don't understand what real integration is all about because you're not even integrated within yourself. You're split within yourself. You're compartmentalized. That's how you do all of the dirt that you do. You can't tell me anything about females, women, black, blue, or anything. I told you I managed strip clubs in New York City. What kind of things do you think I saw on a daily basis? What kind of behavior? What kind of tricks of the trade? What kind of manipulation? What kind of exploitation do you think I witnessed and bore witness to? You can't tell me nothing about the other sex. What I always say, you can tell me nada. You can't tell me nada about the opposite sex, about the complementary, what used to be the complementary sex. Now she's just the opposite sex because she's no longer complementary. She doesn't know how to be. It's not her fault. It's not fully her fault. Nobody raises themselves. The kind of black woman that you are seeing today, that the female that you're encountering today, they didn't raise themselves. Don't beat them over the head with, oh, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad, because that's not fair. They were born into an ecosystem that sent them messages and signals. And what you're getting now is the aggregate. What's sad is that they don't possess the critical thinking to investigate where that actually came from. Right? That's what's sad to me because I want to see them happy. I remember what it was like to live on a planet full of happy black women. I remember that very well. Most black women this age can't even tell you those stories. Right? I've heard my brother Charleston White talk about him a few times, and it made me feel good because it reminded me of those years. But we grew up in households where there were whole families, and mama was happy, full life, kids, grandkids, her own, however she was making a living, her own career, whatever. In other words, she had it all. You're not built like that anymore. The black church can't do it for you. In fact, the black church is primarily the reason why you don't have it anymore. The black church took it from you. It robbed you of it. Yes. You'll get it. One of these days, the smart ones are really going to get it, and they're going to be like, yo, they can be in our midst no more. No more. There used to be a saying back in the day, like, it's, when is enough, or something like that, right? Or like my ex used to say, one of my exes, how long will this boat go on? And then once you answer that question appropriately, you'll handle your business and it will stop. It's like the sun. You ever see those movies, like the movie The Crow or some other movies where it's very overcast and cloudy, and then finally at the end when the thing is supposed to happen, the good thing, the redemption, then the clouds part and the sun comes out? It could be like that for the black community. You got to shut that black church down. Everything else will fall right in line. IQs will begin to rise. Incomes will begin to rise. I'm telling you. Real talk. That's just a part of it. Incarcerations will begin to go down. Yeah. Critical thinking. Why? Because critical thinking will become the norm for black people. And it will begin to reflect. And it's not reflected by living in nice neighborhoods or affluent neighborhoods. That's a shell. You know how much dysfunction takes place? There's more dysfunction in affluent neighborhoods than there is in poor neighborhoods. Poor people are too busy trying to survive to be super dysfunctional. All of the real dysfunction is in the affluent neighborhoods. I know, I told you, I've lived in mansions after mansions. I've lived in, come on. That's no secret. I'm going to sit here, like, you don't think I have family and friends that know my life? You think I'm going to come here on camera and say I've lived in mansions and mansions and they'll be like, is he delusional? No, because they know it's true. They know my life. I've never been shy about it. I feel like one of the people who I lived in those mansions I'm going to have on the platform, because I want people to get to know me just a little bit better so you can understand I'm not what you think I am. I'm not what you need me to be in your head. Because some people will look at you and they need you to be something other than what you actually are. Right? I'm not that. You're not qualified to say what I am. That's the truth. Trust me on this one. You can go ahead if it makes you feel better and attempt to do that. Right? But to define me would mean that you have parameters beyond my own, which allows you to delineate what I am, which is not the case. All you can do is just sit in the sunshine and I'll shine on you. That's it. That's it. Enjoy the sunshine while I'm here. Let's go. All right? Hey, look who's here, the idiot. Right? All right. So let me see. He said, all of those schools in the church. Okay. But here's what you don't understand. Let me explain it to you. Watch. He said all of those old school women were in the church and they were not running the church but under the authority of a man of God. This is our resident Christian. But here's my question to you, because I thought about this the other day. I said rebuke and reprove always comes to my platform. Here's my thing about Christians, because they often say this about us. If they're wrong, why do we show up in the ecosystem? Well, my question to you is, if I don't know what I'm talking about, why are you here? You spend more time here than you do on your own channel and than you do in the Christian ecosystem. This is why I say they're not trustworthy. It's like your lips say no, 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 but your eyes say no, 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 but your lips are saying yes, yes, yes. Right? Talking about they were in the church. They're still in the church. Right? So what does that tell you? What it tells you is that generationally, we were on a sliding scale this whole time. This was inevitable because they were in the church. They had it all, but it was temporary. Stupid. They had it all. I'll say it again. But it was temporary. It was temporary. With Asian folks, it's consistent. With white folks, there's more consistency. With black folks, we were literally on a sliding scale from day one. You see how easily resolved that is? I didn't even have to go to any documentation for that. That church situation was always an accident waiting to happen. It was retarding us back then. They had it all for a while. For a while, they had it all. Not realizing that even in that condition, they were sowing the seeds for future failure. Why? Because of that church tradition. It was the one thing they couldn't overcome. It was the one thing and they still haven't overcome it. And that's why they're still producing what they're producing. I didn't even need documentation for that. You couldn't come with something better than that? With a better argument? Okay. Anyway, let's go. Okay. So let's look at this. Here we go. I'm going to fact check somebody right now, folks. Hold on one second. Here we go. I'll fact check somebody right now. Give me a second, people. I love when we get these victims, these Jesus victims that show up, right? But here's the thing: when they're right, I give them their flowers. I don't cheat nobody. I ain't got to cheat you to beat you. Here we go. Oh, this is easy to destroy. It's very easy. I got this. Spreading Christianity in Africa. Heresies, adverses, heresies. Here it is, 7:18 in the book 3. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to show you how stupid a Christian is. I'm glad. This is why you got to. I'm going to show you how stupid a Christian is. Okay? Watch this. I want y'all to see this in real time. That's why I stopped for a second. Hold on. I really just want y'all to see this. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Give me a second, people. I'm just going through my archives very quickly to find something. Where is this thing? That's all right. I'll still find it. It's no big deal. Okay, yeah, I'll find it. I'll just go into my regular archives. Because I want y'all to see this in real time. Hold on 1 second. Yes. Hold on. You guys are going to love this. Memes, but the most memes. Yes. Here we go. I hope it's here. I don't know where this thing is. I have my thing is I got so much I have so much stuff all over the place. Let me see. Oh, in fact, it's in this presentation. What am I doing? I don't even have to look for it. It's already in this presentation. Hold on 1 second. I don't even have to do. I'm not even looking here. I forgot what I'm looking for to answer this fool in the what you call it, right? So there's this Christian in here. You see what I got on the screen, right? I thought I had it on the screen. I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. I'm gonna show you this fool. This is what I mean about Christians and being low IQ. All right, I want to show you this. Here it goes right here. Okay. I want y'all to see this fool. Okay. You see what he said? This is this Jesus patient. He says, Irenaeus, circa 180 AD. Last time you know he's not a historian. Historians don't use AD. Okay? Only a religious fanatic uses AD. An uneducated religious fanatic. Irenaeus mentions Christianity's presence in Ethiopia, 180 AD. What is he referring to? I'm going to leave that on the screen because I'm going to show you how stupid this person is. And this, I mean, I was told that this is a white person trying to troll as a black person. I don't know how true that is, but I don't think it is because I think I went to their channel. If I was correct, I'm pretty sure I saw a black person. So I'm going to show you something. It's actually in this presentation, but I have to go to the original PowerPoint to show you. I can't show you the PDF that I've been using on, all night, right? Here we go. Hold on one second. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. I'm going to show you this on screen. Here we go. All right. I'm jumping ahead just to deal with this because this came up. So I'm going to jump ahead. In fact, what slide is that? That is 57. And what slide am I on in the PowerPoint? In the, what you gonna call it? In the, what is this? Oh, it's just a few pages away. So maybe I should just keep going. Let's see. Y'all about to have some fun. All right. Hold on a second. But now, yeah, I got a few pages to go here. So, here it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's on 57 here too. All right, so let me go back to where I was. So I'm going to finish off there, and we're going to go into it. Okay? Here we are. So, right? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I think this is where we last were. Okay. I'm going to show you how stupid this person is and why I despise Christians, especially black. I despise them. I'm not going to lie to you. I do. It's the truth. Because of I despise them because of their commitment. I'm going to put this on. I need to snapshot this. Okay, cool. I got different images of that I wanted to save. So rebuke and reprove. This is our resident Christian, what's his name? We were going to call him. This is our resident Jesus victim. This is one of these people with the Bible mental disorder that I showed you at the top. You saw all of those different mental. This is one of them right here. We got a live. It's called a live one. So we got a live one. Let me see if anybody else mentioned it besides him. Because it looked like he was responding to someone that he agreed with. I don't see anybody else saying it, but let me see. Here we go. Right? Okay. Okay, I don't see anybody else with it. All right. Okay, now there was nobody else talking about it. My people got too much sense. Yeah, he's the only one that brought up. So he's saying facts. Irenaeus, circa 180 AD, mentioned this is another one of this Christian falsification syndrome, this Ethiopian falsification syndrome that we have to deal with. I'm going to go through a few pages. I'm going to get to the Ethiopian, this part that he's talking about, and then I'm going to end it, and we'll save the rest for tomorrow. All right? So, do I have this one? Yeah, I did. I got that. So, I'm going to love that. I'm going to love doing this. Here we go. Where am I going to put that right now? I'm going to put that down here on the bottom because I want to keep this. Here we go. In fact, no, go back to 57. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Bop, bring that down here, 57. Because I'm going to show you. I'm going to let y'all see how stupid these people are and why I just find them disgusting. I do. To me, they're disgusting because I find ignorance disgusting. That's just the truth. I find ignorance disgusting. Okay? Here we go. Oh, not this one. That's wrong. Oh, my bad. I grabbed the wrong picture. Here we go. Yes. Okay. Excellent. Drop it. Here we go. In fact, I'm gonna leave it up. I'm gonna take the whole screen up. Here you go. Beautiful. Nice. Okay. That's part of the reason why I don't like doing like the traditional debates, because most traditional debates that you see when people are debating, they're performative. And the reason I don't like them is because it allows people to get away with wrong answers. Like if we were having a live debate right now, and he said, facts, Irenaeus 180, circa 180 AD mentions Christianity's presence in Ethiopia. Well, if we were live, right, if I'm not well-versed, or whoever the person is, if they're not well-versed in Irenaeus, and who's one of the early church fathers, if they're not well-versed in Irenaeus, and this topic comes up, if they don't understand the context in which Irenaeus mentions Ethiopia, then they won't really know how to respond, right? Real talk. So I would just ask for more clarification. In what context did Irenaeus mention Ethiopia in 180 AD? Right? Well, we can just start with this before we even move on, okay? The modern country of Ethiopia in 180 AD CE was not called Ethiopia. Stupid. In 180 AD, there was no country called Ethiopia in 180 AD. You fool. But let's just start. We're going to get to this in a second. I want to lead up to it because we're only just a few slides away from it. So I'm going to park this. I already got it for later. Don't worry about it, because I really want to come back to this, because this dude is just a special kind of special education kind of person, right? Dude, you're a special kind of stupid, and I'm about to show you how stupid you are, all right? What he said? Great irrelevant factoid. Oh, refute my claim, sir. You can't, LOL. Remember I talked about arrogant, Christian arrogance? They're arrogant and they're ignorant combined. Look at this. I want you to see this. Right? Irrelevant factoids, refute my claim, sir. You cannot. Watch. Stick around, because I'm going to show you how to embarrass a Christian the proper way. Okay? So without allowing him to disrupt the flow, because I'm just a few slides away from that topic. So just hang out for a second. Stick around, rebuke. I'm going to rebuke it for you. I'm going to impress upon you how stupid and uneducated you actually are. And don't ever forget it, because everybody watching will remember what I did here. Okay? You need to know that. Everybody's watching it, and they're going to talk about it. And they're going to go to your channel and remind you, because that's his channel. Rebuke and reprove. I want you to remember it. I'll show it to you later. I got screenshots of it. Go to his channel when I show you what I show you and dog him out. I'm talking about, you know what I mean when I say that's an old expression, meaning hold him accountable for his effery. So let's get to it. Right? 1959, the Ethiopian church operated de facto under the blah, 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 blah. Okay. So what does that mean? There was no, right? It says it right here. Let's look at this. Hold on. Remain Coptic. Conclusion. By founding, ordination, external appointment of the primate imported canon law and the continuous Alexandrian jurisdiction until 1959, the Ethiopian church operated de facto under the Egyptian Coptic Patriarchate, institutionally an Egyptian church in Ethiopia prior to autocephaly. So that means before 1959, that was an Egyptian church in Ethiopia. It was an Egyptian church under Roman imperial rule in Ethiopia. That's what that was. So tell the story as it actually was. Don't blackify it, because you got a bunch of colonized black people doing stuff in terms of being colonized. I already showed you earlier, before our Christian victim here showed up, that Ethiopia was absolutely colonized through conversion to Christianity. But he'll have to go back to the earlier part to watch it, because I'm not repeating that for this fool. Okay? So SL Cool Cats gets an F-, a fail, and then said because Tony Braxton didn't know that the Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church, which is wrong. There's no Ethiopian church until the 20th century. And that is why black people cannot compete in these kind of arguments, because the truth is so far outside of your mind that it blows your mind when you finally discover the truth. There's no Ethiopian church until the mid-20th century, less than a decade before I was born. Prior to that, the only Christian church in Ethiopia is an Egyptian Christian church. That's it. It's not Ethiopian, it's Egyptian, under an imperial rule. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. Lie number 1, the Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church. We proved that that's false. Lie number 2, Tony Braxton didn't know that. Remember here, right here? But of course she doesn't know that. They tell a lie. They always say the devil is a lie. Well, since this is a lie, what does that make her? And I told you that this kind of speak, this is what you call black Christian ritual witchcraft. That's what this is. This is a spell. But of course she doesn't know that. So they're interjecting the obverse of truth into the discourse to make that which is not true in your mind. That is witchcraft. Why? What is witchcraft? It's misleading and indirection. That's all it is. Witchcraft is misleading and indirection, or it's misleading and direction. And that's what she's trying to accomplish here. But of course she doesn't know that. But you're wrong here. So why would you be looking for an affirmation here? You're wrong here. The Ethiopian church does not far outdate the Roman Catholic Church. That is historically baseless. And then in order to try to make it true, you got this idiot Christian in the chat section trying to bring up Irenaeus talking about some Ethiopian eunuch, because that's what it's all about. And I'm going to show you, I'm going to absolutely destroy that. Watch. Lie number 2, Tony Braxton didn't know that. A black Christian lie in service of projecting the image of ignorance onto Tony Braxton. That's what I'm talking about. Trying to project the image of ignorance on, think about how deep that is. Using a black Christian lie that the Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church. It's just a straight up lie, according to the evidence and the documentation, right? How can you have an Ethiopian church far outdating the Roman Catholic Church when there's no Ethiopian church until the mid-20th century, 1959? That just tells me you don't know church history. That's it. You don't know church history. It's an Egyptian church under Roman imperial rule that is in Ethiopia in the 4th century with the conversion of Ezana by Fumenchis, who was under the Alexandrian Patriarchate, ordained by Athanasius. So what are you talking? You don't know church history. Your church history illiterate to say something like this. EFS, Ethiopian Falsification Syndrome. It's a black Christian mental disorder. That's what Rebuke and Reprove has. A black Christian mental disorder, and I'm going to prove it to you. And they tried to project the image of ignorance onto Tony Braxton. They haven't proved her wrong yet. Hold on. Look at it. I want to show you something. I want to see how deep this is, how deep this black Christian psychosis is. How many lies have I refuted so far with straight up documentation that these black psychotic Christians have pulled out to try to prove Tony Braxton as being wrong or incorrect. And not one of them have been correct. Not one. Do you know why these lies persist in the Black Christian community? Because they only congregate around each other. They only give permission to one another to speak and introduce precedents. It's mind control. And this is the outcome of mind control. A bunch of stupid people who are incapable of critical thinking. They don't even know where to go to find the evidence, let alone interpret it. They don't read historical journals of textual criticism. They pretend to be scholars. They're not scholarly. There's nothing scholarly about a Christian. There's no such thing as a Christian scholar. Doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. I don't care what subject matter you pick up. Because if your explanation for a particular thing in history is God, I don't mind you using God, but you better use it. You better use the term in the proper context. You better use it in the proper context, because if you don't use it in the proper context, I'm going to destroy you. I'm going to destroy your argument. Well, truthfully, you destroyed your argument. I'm just going to come along and boop. That's it. That's my job. That's what I'm here to do. Okay? Yes, I'm listening to Tony Braxton's tonight. Saturday night, I think it's called. I got a whole hit list of Tony Braxton greatest hit list. I love that. My favorite song is It's You. That's my favorite one. It's You and Save Me. I love those two. Save Me and It's You. And then, oh my God, she has another one called, what's that other one she has that I love? It's really like my favorite. Oh, what is that? Pulse. She has a song called Pulse. Oh my God. Oh. Yeah, Happy Without Me is nice too. I love her ballads. They're just absolutely Do It. She has a song called Do It that I love. And I'm just like, yo, where am I on here? What's playing? Oh, I'm on Saturday night. Okay. Oh yeah, the Pulse is coming up next. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So when I was putting this PowerPoint together, I was listening to Tony Braxton. Like, just that's how I really discovered her music. I mean, I know her music from Breathe Again back in the 90s when of course we were all crazy about her. But I kind of like was mad at her because before she became my wife at the time, like when I met her, she had hair down past her booty, like past her butt. And I had never seen a Black woman with hair like that. And the whole package, everything was just incredible. And after years of being together, Tony Braxton came out with that short bob haircut, and all the Black women in the hood cut their hair like hers. She told me I changed after she cut her hair. I was like, yeah, you're darn right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Shouldn't have did that. Because now I got to walk down the street and look at somebody else's woman with the way my woman's supposed to be. No. We don't play those kind of games. You can call it shallow. I don't care what you call it. Men are built a certain way. You heard? Bingo. Right there. Bingo. Look. See this? 180 AD mentions Christianity's presence in Ethiopia. The first century narrative is the earliest recorded account. All right, stupid. Hold that position. I'm loving it. That right there, I love. I live for this kind of stuff. Hold on one second. I need that. I want to get all of that. Did I get it? Okay, cool. I just want to get different shots of that because I'm going to use this in my classroom. All right. Watch. Just keep that there. Here we go. Uh-oh. Pulse. Yeah, listening to her music while I was putting this presentation together absolutely made me think Toni Braxton is the best. Yes. And then listening to her music, I couldn't believe that she wasn't bigger than she actually is. I'm just like, ain't nobody out there got stuff like this. Nobody. And when I said nobody, nobody. And not even as well done. So let's do this. So this person, Mama Bread, The Way, the Truth, the Life, another black woman, oldest Christian churches in Ethiopia, which is Africa. Look what she says. You're welcome, ignorant people. This is black woman for you. And go to her page. Love Jesus, love family, life is good, keep it 100 always. How you keeping it 100 and you got this 100%? You are keeping it 100. You got this 100% wrong. You got this 100% wrong. Stupid. ASW. That's going to be my t-shirt. Another stupid. No, okay. I got to get it right. I forgot the ASBW. Another stupid black woman. I was going to say another stupid woman, but no. Another stupid black woman. That's what it is. Oldest Christian church in Ethiopia, which is now watch this. Let's just say that the Christian fool was correct, right? Rebuke and prove. Let's just say the eunuch story is true. That still does not put the oldest Christian church in Ethiopia. One person being converted to Christianity is not a church, retard. You're stupid. There's no critical thinking. This is what they mean when they say no critical thinking. There's no critical thinking involved with these people. Because one Ethiopian eunuch was converted, that means that's a whole church in Ethiopia? Okay, here's C15 talking about, so she wants you to think that Toni Braxton is ignorant and we're all ignorant because the oldest Christian church, we already seen that that's incorrect. C15 says, I'll bet she doesn't know the first Christian church was in Ethiopia. This is black thinking. And they had the nerve to put laugh out loud with tears on it. This is black people. These are the dumbest people on the planet. The oldest first Christian church, the oldest or first Christian church is or was in Ethiopia. Don't say cheese, don't say Jesus said, just say another black Christian lie. The earliest archaeologically, look, because she said here, this is another one. The first Christian church was in Ethiopia. This is a different claim from the other one. So this is the oldest Christian church is in Ethiopia, which I forgot to point that out to you guys. This is another, so this is three different claims. This is the Ethiopian church far outdates the Roman Catholic Church. That's one church, that's one claim we just proved false. Now here's another one. The oldest Christian church, or by this person, the first Christian church. Now you got the oldest and the first. You got two people saying the oldest or the first Christian church was in Ethiopia. So now we got to debunk that. This is the whole, see, there's small details in the language. You got to see what the distinction is. So now we're going to debunk that. We're going to refute it, not debunk it. We're going to refute it. The earliest archaeologically attested Christian house church conversion is the Dura Europa House Church in present-day Syria, dated 230 to 256 CE. The earliest purpose-built Christian church is the Aqaba Church, Isla in present-day Aqaba, Jordan, dated in 293 303. So the first house-built church is in Syria, the Dura Europus, and the first purpose-built church, Isla, in Aqaba, Jordan. Both is in the 3rd century CE. In Ethiopia, the earliest archaeologically confirmed purpose-built Christian churches include the Beta Samati Basilica near Aksum, Tigray, which is not dated until 313 to 330 CE, and the Washa Mikael Rock-hewn Church, Addis Ababa, dated 320 CE. Using the latest Aqaba date, 303 CE, as the baseline, the Beta Samati Basilica appears approximately 10 to 27 years later, and the Washa Mikael Church approximately 17 years later. This establishes that the earliest Ethiopian churches enter the archaeological record after 2 to 3 decades of the Jordan Church and Aqaba, far later than claims of the earliest in the world. Sources: During Europa's dating per Yale University Art Gallery excavation records, Aqaba Church dating per excavation reports by John Wilkinson, Levant, 75. I knew this because I follow Wilkinson's work at Yale University. Beta Samata dating per Michael Harrow et al. Antiquity 2019. Washamaka dating per Ethiopian Heritage Authority field surveys. This is real primary evidence sourcing, people. Both of them. Both of these black people claiming, so we ain't even talking about the other claims that they made about the Christian church. These claims, see, they all sound similar, but there's little points of distinction that you have to be able to separate. You got to understand the details. Every claim was wrong. The oldest Bible in Ethiopia is Ethiopian Bible, wrong. The first Bible is the Ethiopian Bible, wrong. Or better, look, let's just do it like this. Let's just keep it 100, right? But so the oldest which one would be the best one? I couldn't even tell you right now, right? Okay, so here we go. The oldest Bible is not the Ethiopian Bible, not by any stretch, okay? The first Christian church, or the church in Ethiopia, far outdating the Roman Catholic, the Ethiopian church far outdating the Roman Catholic Church. A lie. Straight up documented lie. The first Christian church being in Ethiopia documented lie. This is why I say about emotions and history. Emotions and history don't work together. It's like oil and water. They don't work. Numbers don't lie. People lie about numbers, but numbers don't lie. None of this stuff is true. Not one statement. They pulled out every lie they could. They shook the Christian lie tree. I've lost count of how many lies we refuted, all just to try to refute and debunk Tony Braxton's statement that that the Bible was written by a racist white man. Rather than go to the direct evidence and rather than go to the direct historical record, they decided to pull out every black first grade kindergarten thinking Christian black lie that they tell. And I had to come up here and spend 8 hours and 25 minutes showing you that they're lying through their teeth and that they are historically illiterate. They're stupid. They have no education. They have their church history illiterate. They're biblical history illiterate. They're epigraphically illiterate. Papyrologically illiterate. Philologically illiterate. They're just illiterate. They're just stupid. Like, I'm surrounded by a stupid race of people. What do you want me to tell you? We're surrounded by a stupid race of people. Stupid by choice. And we got one, because I'm going to show you this whole Ethiopian unit thing in a second. I promise you it's going to be worth the wait, because I'm right there. Where are we? I normally don't like to go over 8 hours, but let's just keep going. We get there. When I do that, I'm done. That's a commitment I made. When I get there, I'm done. Am I in the right window? Yes, I am. Am I sharing? Yes, I am. Let's go. So There you go, rebuke and reprove. That's for you. The oldest or first Christian church was not in Ethiopia. It's a lie. So they fail. All of this to try to refute. That's how deep the truth is. You got to pull out 20 different lies about the same subject matter, and every last one is wrong just to refute one truthful thing that she said. Black Christian commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. I'm going to go back over this video or through my PowerPoint, and I'm going to count how many lies were actually documentedly refuted. Not debunked, refuted. If you don't know the difference, which you probably don't, you don't need to be debating. Oldest Christian church is in Ethiopia, which is Africa. You're welcome, ignorant people. This is a person who's absolutely 100% wrong and calling. This is what I mean by ignorant people. The one thing I learned about stupid people years ago, they think everybody else is stupid, but them. Okay. Right? Love Jesus, love family. Life is good. Keep it 100. You did keep it 100. You got 100% F- and 100% L- for lying. Black Christian mind disease. Remember, this is all BCMD. EFS, Ethiopian falsification syndrome. Ethiopia falsification syndrome. It's a Black Christian mental disorder. And BCMD stands for Black Christian mind disease, Black Christian mental disorder, Black Christian mental disorder. Black Christian mind disease, Black Christian mental disease, Black Christian mental disorder, Black Christian mental diagnosis. Don't you think it's ironic that all of these fit in BCMD? Black church mind disease, Black church mental disease, Black church mental disorder, Black church mental diagnosis. That's what's going on here, people. Lie number 2, since Toni Braxton doesn't know this, she's ignorant. This is a Black female Christian lie in service of projecting the image of ignorance onto Toni Braxton. This is witchcraft. That's how witchcraft works. Why do you think witchcraft was so dangerous in various places? In Europe, particularly. Because all you had to do was cast the image of someone operating outside of your framework, and you could say that they were a witch. That in and of itself was witchcraft. You use witchcraft to portray other people as being bewitched. That's the game. The oldest Christian church is in Ethiopia, which is in Africa. You're welcome, ignorant people. Black female Christian arrogance. Remember this word, arrogance. Don't forget it. Christian arrogance compounded by ignorance. And you combine them. This is what you have to deal with. We call it in the old school, the old people call it wrong and strong. You're strong and wrong. I'll bet she doesn't know the first Christian church was in Ethiopia. Black Christian command number 1, thou shalt always lie. Right? Toni Braxton doesn't know this. I'll bet she doesn't know. Lie number 2, Toni Braxton doesn't know this. Again, projecting the image. How many people have tried to project the image of ignorance onto Toni Braxton? How many people so far? At least 4 to 5 people have directly tried to dump ignorance on her, and all of them have been wrong. Factually wrong. If we were standing in the middle of a church or an auditorium, none of these facts would change. So we still got to get to the eunuch so we could deal with, here we go. People. Because this is the Black Christian's favorite lie. You know I had to wait for this. That's why I saved it. Hold on one second. You know what I need for this. Hold on. What are we looking for? Right? We here.
Bet you didn't.
Yeah, but you didn't know it was all a lie. All that stuff they was talking about was a lie. All of it. So now we're going to deal with this eunuch. I hope you like this part. See the Cash App. In fact, before I even do it, hold on a second. Let me look at my Cash App. If my Cash App is good, I'll do it. If my Cash App says you're not respecting the vibe, I'm not doing it. And I'm not shy about saying that. I've been up here teaching you for how many people teaching you over 8 hours straight? That's a job. That's literally a job. 8 hours? Shit. Here we go. Let me see. Oops. You ain't supposed to be seeing all that. Here we go. I don't know what in there having it. Hold on. Here we go. Hold on a second. Let me look at I'm in the wrong phone. Let's see. Okay. You did right. So I'm going to give it to y'all. If you want the black eunuch, if you want me to show you how this fool in here was talking all this Ethiopian eunuch stuff, and it was in the 1st century because of Irenaeus, okay? Hold on. And they literally jump from lie to lie because that's all they've been taught to repeat. They're historically illiterate. So because they're historically illiterate, like, they don't know. Here you go, right here. I'm going to keep this on the screen because I want you to see this, okay? He's talking about the Ethiopian eunuch. How do we know? Watch. I'm going to share my screen with you. I'm going to share my screen with you so you can see why he mentioned Irenaeus. And see, if you don't know this part, you could get caught out there in the debate. Right? Here you go. Watch. Look at this. Let me make sure my picture's in the right place. Hold on 1 second. Here we go. All right, look at this. Including results for Irenaeus. Irenaeus of Lyons mentioned the Ethiopian eunuch spreading Christianity in Africa in his work against heresies, right? Adversus Heresies, written AD 180. All right, book 3, chapter 12, 8. Okay, he references the Acts 8 account, noting the eunuch was sent to Ethiopia to preach what he had believed. Okay? Keep that in mind. Don't forget what you just read. That's why he's pointing out Irenaeus. Now I'm going to show you why that teacher said this right here. What did she say? And I'm going to show you the proof. What did she say about critical thinking?
As somebody that taught high school and basically educating our new young adults, every last one of us should be scared. These kids cannot read. They cannot write. There is no type of comprehension skills, no type of critical thinking. They cannot do anything on their own.
That's what you're going to see. Rebuke and reprove is one of those people she just described. Watch. Watch. This is for you guys who hung around. That's why I go hard for y'all. Was there a so-called Ethiopian eunuch? Pay attention, stupid. I'm talking to you, rebuke and reprove. You're about to be rebuked and reproved. Was there a so-called Ethiopian eunuch? Black Christian colonized mind syndrome. That's what he has. Even if you white, I would still say you have black Christian colonized mind syndrome. I don't care what color you are, because this is their favorite lie. The Ethiopian eunuch. You got black women running across the length and breadth of social media screaming the black eunuch. Well, watch us make the black eunuch disappear. Okay, we're going to make the black Ethiopian eunuch. What? Don't say cheese. Don't say Jesus. Instead, just say, nope, there was no Ethiopian eunuch. Pay attention. 19th century white people's ignorance is 21st century black Christian reality. Listen to that. 19th century white people's ignorance is 21st century black people's Christian reality. Like that retard in my chat section, rebuke and reprove. I want you all to pay attention to this. And if I slam it, you better run on my Cash App to show me I slammed it. The Bible in Acts chapter 8 recounts the meeting between Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch. This event is described as a divinely orchestrated encounter where an angel instructed Philip to travel to a specific desert road, and the Holy Spirit guided him to the eunuch's chariot. The eunuch, a high-ranking official from Ethiopia, was returning from Jerusalem after worshiping and was reading from the book of Isaiah, Old Testament. This meeting is estimated to have occurred around the mid-1st century AD. That's what Rebuke and Reprove want you to believe. Shortly after the events of Acts chapter 7, which detailed the persecution of Christians and the subsequent spread of the gospel. Okay? Now, let me show you how to make an Ethiopian eunuch disappear. Okay? What was the word, when you go to Strong's dictionary and you read in the Greek, what was the word they used for Ethiopia? What was the word they used for Ethiopia? Here goes your Ethiopian eunuch, right? There you go. And the person who's converting the Ethiopian eunuch, does he look black? Does the person, since y'all love to pull out iconography, let's start with that. Does the person, so if Ethiopia, if Christianity starts in Ethiopia first, why do you have this person who does not look like Wesley Snipes, right? This person does not look like Tupac over here, right? Why is he converting somebody who supposedly had Christianity first? Start with that. If Ethiopia, hold on one second, you know that deserves a bond, right, people? Yeah, no, I need somebody to come and handle my bonds for me on my channel. I'm gonna get somebody to do my bonds for me. Let's do that, people. This is a late bomb, but you know what? Because that was worth it. Using your old iconography that y'all love to use. Why do you got this guy converting the Ethiopian eunuch who's supposed to have Christianity already in the 1st century? Liar, liar, pants on fire. And not only that, if Irenaeus was writing about it, Irenaeus is writing about it in the 2nd century, not the 1st century. Irenaeus is writing about it in the 2nd century. But apparently, he claims to oh, this is gonna get good. Y'all gonna love this because I haven't even started. Watch. So when you go to the lexical summary in Strong's dictionary and you read the Greek, this is the word that they use in the Bible, Cush. And they don't say Ethiopia. It says Cush. Okay? A masculine person, a proper name, masculine, Cush, Cush, Cush. KJV translates Cush to Ethiopia. Now, the word origin is of foreign origin. Why? Because Cush is not a Greek word. Cush is an ancient, it's an indigenous term. Cush is it's a Kemetic term. Or it's a Nile Valley term, if you want to say that. It's indigenous. It's documented in their writing, Kus. So the Greek compiler of Acts 8 is using a term, Cush, or using the term Cush here, but the KJV in the 19th century, they're no longer using this term. They're not using this. They're using this in the 19th century, or excuse me, in the 17th century, when the KJV is made. Do you see this? Word origin. Okay, hold on one second. Cush, or Ethiopia, is the name of a son of Ham and of his territory. Oh, you're gonna like this. also of an Israelite. Thought you might like that, people. Okay? So look. Apostle Philip. This is supposed to be Philip. Right? Miniature of the Megalonian of the Basil II, Master Georgios Folio 107. Now watch. Pay attention. Learn something. See if you have a brain. A rebuke and reproof. Pay attention. I'm in your Bible verse. And the angel, Acts 8:26-40. And the angel of the Lord spake unto Philip, saying, Arise and go toward the south unto the way that goeth down from Jerusalem unto Gaza, which is desert. And he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, an eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, was returning and sitting in his chariot, read Esaias the prophet, or read Esaias the prophet. And Philip said, If thou believest with all thine heart, thou mayest. And he answered and said, I believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. And he commanded the chariot to stand still. And they went down both into the water, both Philip and the eunuch, and he baptized him. And when they were come up out of the water, the Spirit of the Lord caught away Philip, that the eunuch saw him no more, and he went on his way rejoicing. That's it. That's all the Bible says. Irenaeus goes into all this other crap. But that's what the Bible says. That's the beginning and the end of it. All right? Now, pay attention, people. You see what it says right here? Let's start with this. All of the historically literate people already picked up on this. Let me see in the chat who figured it out. Let me see in the chat. I'm gonna look in the comments to see who figured it out. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that verse? Let me see who figured it out in the chat. Hold on. Let me see. I know somebody did. I'm gonna see who caught it. What the problem was with that verse. What? Nobody picked it up? I'm shocked. Nah, nobody picked it up. I'm really surprised. I'm not looking that far back. Nobody picked up on it. Okay. Let me see. Nah, nobody picked up on it. Well, let me explain something to you, stupid. Rebuke and reprove. You see the part where it says the Candace queen? Let me show you this, you dummy. Because you're a dummy. And somebody needs to show you how much of a dummy you are. Watch. Okay. Do you see it right here where it says, and behold, the man of Ethiopia, a eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians? Do you know who that is, Candace, queen of the Ethiopians? Dummy. Do you know who that is? We're going to go. I'm going to show you who that is because you don't know who that is. There's no such thing as a Candace, queen of Ethiopia, stupid. The Candace queen, let's go. Let's read further. I'm not going to even, I know I want to jump on you. I'm just going to take you through it. ChatGPT prompt. Explain to me what is wrong with the geographical assertions made in the following passage from Strong's dictionary, and consider that we're using circa 1866 references. The 19th century. Thayer's Greek lexicon, Strong New Testament, 128. It gives you Ethiopia, to burn, the face, Swarthy, Ethiopian, Hebrew, Acts 8:27. Here the reference is to Upper Ethiopia called Habesh or Abyssinia, a country of Africa adjoining Egypt and including the island Merowe. See Dillman and Scheinkoff, 28F, Alexis Kittle, or McClicklock, and Strong's Encyclopedia. And here's the problem, stupid. Look when this was written. The source confirmed biblical sacred for 1866, page 515. This is your source for the word Ethiopia, dummy. You're using a 19th century reference, stupid. Do you think Europeans in the 19th century understood the difference between Kush and Ethiopia? No, they didn't. Like you don't. Here the reference is to upper. This is what they have right here. I'm showing it to you. Strong's New Testament. See it? Thayer's Greek lexicon. You're using a Greek lexicon that was put together in the 19th century, stupid. Look, 1866. That's why the definition is wrong. Read this so somebody can educate your dumb self. The Strong Thayer's entry you quoted folds several 19th century misunderstandings into one neat little package. And the problems are easy to expose once you strip away the Victorian geography. Your dumb ass is, well, this is why I said 19th century white people's ignorance is 21st century's black people reality, black Christian reality. This is why you should never let a black Christian teach your child anything. They're all stupid. They're trapped in 19th century Victorian scholarship. Look, here's the breakdown of what's wrong. You think Tony Braxton was wrong? Let me show you how wrong you are. They anachronistically identify biblical Ethiopia with Abyssinia, Habesh. In antiquity, Ethiopia in Greek sources did not mean, pay attention, rebuke and reprove, because this is where you get rebuked and reproved. In antiquity, pay attention, you dummy. Ethiopia in Greek sources did not mean Abyssinia or Ethiopia in the modern sense, you stupid retard. It referred primarily to the kingdom of Kush, Napata, Meroe, the region northern Sudan. Stupid, 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 stupid.
Note that.
You're using a 19th century mistranslation.
Booyah.
Northern Sudan.
If you
Stupid.
didn't know before, now you know.
Stupid. You're historically and geographically and topographically illiterate. Look, presence in Ethiopia. You're using a 19th century misnomer. There was no modern country called Ethiopia in the 2nd century. Stupid. All you had was Aksum and you had Meroe. And they were rivalry. They were rivals, enemies, adversaries. In fact, Aksum destroyed Meroe. Aksum destroyed Ethiopia. The Ethiopia that you call Ethiopia today destroyed ancient Ethiopia. Stupid. That place that you call Ethiopia today, where you have those churches that you talk about, that's not the Ethiopia that Acts 8 is referring to, you retard. It's referring to northern Sudan. In the 19th century, because of 19th century cartography, they rendered that the Sudan, they rendered it Ethiopia. Stupid. You're talking about two completely different places. I hate to tell you this. You know why you're stupid? Because your mama's stupid. Your grandmama's stupid. Your great-grandmama's stupid. Your great-great-grand, you come from a long line lineage of stupid people. So the only thing you could do is get everything wrong. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you this because I appreciate you being here. And I think you should know how stupid you actually are, because I'm not done with this eunuch yet. I really need to show you how stupid you are. Don't you ever in your life tell anybody about a eunuch from Ethiopia, you stupid. The Candace Queen is the Kandaka queens of the Sudan, stupid. The ones that fought and defeated the Romans, stupid. The Kandaka queen, remember she cut off the head of the Roman general and used his head as a stepping stone to her throne? That was not Ethiopia, stupid. That was northern Sudan. Stupid. Kush, stupid. Rebuke and reprove. That Ethiopia that Irenaeus was talking about is the Sudan, stupid. Not Ethiopia. Not Aksum. Not your Christian Ethiopia. Not 4th century Azana converted. No. Stupid. Those are two completely different countries. Stupid. Two completely different territories. Stupid. You're stupid. You're a low IQ, stupid person. Where they at? Oh, the black people said they had a message for me. See, y'all don't really understand the kind of vitriol I feel for black people who champion ignorance. You don't really want to know what I would do to them, what I dream about doing to them. You really don't. You would think I'm a very bad person. Well, I am, but that's not the point. I still try to do good. Even bad people can do good. Right? I'm bad just like you bad, and I'm good just like you good. But sometimes I do feel, quite often, occasionally, I feel a certain way about ignorant people. Like I want them to feel the suffering that they cause. I want them to physically feel the suffering that they cause. That's just the truth. I want them to feel the discomfort, the physical discomfort that their ignorance causes intergenerationally. I'm not talking about violence or anything like that. I'm just saying because I have a physical reaction to ignorance. Let's finish looking at how stupid this person is. Using a 19th century reference, which is incorrect. It's a misnomer. Idiot. Absolute idiot. In fact, I'll show you, just so you can see for yourself. Watch this. I'm going to help you out, stupid. Watch this. Let me go to 57. Here you go. I'm going to do this for you, stupid. 57. Where we at? Let's go right to the verse. Here we go. Right? And behold, the man of Ethiopia and eunuch of great authority of the Candace queens of Ethiopia. Right? Here we go. Hold on. And eunuch of great authority. Hold on. Right? Watch the screen, stupid, so you can learn something. Watch. Okay? I showed you Irenaeus is who he was using. Well, let's watch this. Here you go. I want you to see my screen. I want you to see it unfold in front of your face. Okay? Watch this. Here we go. Watch this. I'm sorry. Here we go. My bad. All right. I'll get rid of that. Hold on. I have to do this. Close that. Close that. Close that. Open this. Woo! Hold on one second. I got to stop something. Hold on. Okay. All right. That should have been it. That's cool. Hold on. Hold on. Damn. Okay. Oh, I know what I can do. That's easy. All right, give me 1 second, people. I need to check something. Yeah, I have to be careful when I'm when I'm opening and closing stuff. I have to really, really be careful. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Hold on. In fact, I could always go back later and check it. All right. It's coming up. I gotta protect myself when I'm doing this. Yeah, get reckless. Here you go. Stop right there. That's what I need to see. Yeah, I got to change that. All right, no problem. Oh, yeah, I definitely got to change that. Okay, I got to change that as soon as I'm off. In fact, hold on one second. Do that right now. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry. All right, cool. All right. So, damn. Okay. What else is there? All right. Okay. That's all right. That's fine. The only thing I have to change then is my, yes. All right. That's all I have to change. I have to change my, yep. All right, cool. Not a problem. All right, I'll finish up. There's something I have to change because as I was flipping through things, you know, you got smart people out there that can use a slip of my own because I was flashing things on the screen. They might have seen something that they weren't supposed to see. So it's no big deal. I just took care and changed what I needed to change so that if they try to get into my personal stuff, they're gonna have a hard. It's not gonna happen. That's it, right? So let's see. Here we go. Here we go. It doesn't really matter anyway because it's an old account that I don't use anymore. So, but still, I always just take precautions. What am I looking for now? I'm gonna show you this one last part. Here we go. That's what I get. I deserve it. No big deal. All right, let's go. I'll take the chance, being that I'm here. Oh, I'm not sharing. Come on, people. So yeah, sometimes I get a little rattled, you know? All right, here we go. Cool. All right, you see what's on the screen. Let's continue. All right. Pay attention. All right, look at this. The 𝓈ᓔ𓓐 entry you've quoted folds several 19th century misunderstandings into one neat little package. And the problems are easy to expose once you strip away the Victorian geography. Here's the breakdown of what's wrong. This is ChatGPT talking now. They anachronistically identify biblical Ethiopia with Abyssinia Habesh. In antiquity, Ethiopia in Greek sources did not mean Abyssinia or Ethiopia in the modern sense. It referred primarily to the kingdom of Kush, Napata, Merowe region, northern Sudan. Habesh or Abyssinia is a medieval and modern term from Arabic al-Habash, referring to the highland polity in today's Ethiopia, Eritrea, a state which did not adopt Christianity until the 4th century CE and was never ruled by a Kandaka. Do you see that? Do you see that? Where you at? There we go. Ethiopia was never ruled. That was my whole point that I was trying to tell you. Ethiopia was never ruled by a Kandaka queen. Kandaka queens were in Sudan. So when you think Ethiopia was within Ethiopia, or when you think Christianity was in Ethiopia because of this stupid eunuch story which never took place, right? And I'm going to show you why it never took place. Forget about all of it. It never took place. Number one, no Kandaka queen ever ruled Ethiopia. There was never a Kandaka queen in Ethiopia. You can't make up history to fit your narrative. You can't find any record of a Kandaka queen in Ethiopia. You understand? I know you don't, okay? So, and don't even think of Queen of Sheba, because then I have to destroy that, right? There was not ever a Kandaka queen of Ethiopia. So, this whole thing about a eunuch of a queen of Ethiopia, there's no such queen. There's no place called Ethiopia in the first or second century CE. It doesn't exist. So where's this story coming from? Idiot. Let's get back to it. Okay. Come on. Where am I at? Go to show me. Am I still sharing? That's what I wanted to make sure I'm still sharing. Go. Okay. Let's go. Come on. All right. See this? Never ruled by a Kandaka. By conflating biblical Ethiopia with Abyssinia, the lexicon imposes modern political geography onto ancient text. They claim this Ethiopia includes the island of Merowe, but that is geographically contradictory. The island of Merowe was in Kush, Sudan, not in Habesh, Abyssinia. In the biblical period, Abyssinia and Kush were separate and often hostile powers, meaning that the place that you call Ethiopia today and Kush, which is where the Kandaka queen was, where the eunuch supposedly came from, they were enemies, stupid. They were enemies. Saying Habesh, including Merowe, is like saying France, including Berlin. There's no such France that ever included a Berlin. That's what ChatGPT is trying to tell you. All right? That's like saying all of New York, including Miami. That's what that's literally saying. All of New York, including Miami. Miami is not a part of New York, dummy. They're two separate states, two separate territories. That's like that literally, that's like saying all of New Jersey, including Los Angeles. You're stupid. Oh my gosh. Let's go. Okay. So it forces two distinct and sometimes rival political entities into one imagined territory. Do you hear that? Rebuke and reprove? It forces two distinct and sometimes rival political entities into one what? Imagined territory. So you're talking about a place that did not exist and a situation that did not exist, because then that means you're trying to put Christianity in the Sudan in the 1st century. Well, let's see if that they follow 19th century European ethnography rather than ancient source usage. So they were doing poor scholarship in the 19th century. The etymology they give, Ethio plus ops, burnt face, is correct for the Greek form Aethiops, but in antiquity it was descriptive, not a precise ethnic or political label. Herodotus and Strabo both use Ethiopia broadly for dark-skinned people south of Egypt, but specific biblical context, Acts 8, point clearly to Kush, Merowe, meaning the Sudan. 19th century scholars working under colonial mapping and missionary influence, there you go, that Christian stupid thinking. I told you Christianity was all about colonization. This is where your scholarship is messed up. Power does not care about accuracy, dummy. And that's why you will always be able to defeat a Christian in a debate, because power does not care about accuracy. 19th century scholars working under colonial mapping and missionary influence tended to project familiar missionary fields, Abyssinia, into biblical geography. That's why you cannot use biblical geography as history. It's not historical. It's all wrong, stupid. This made it easier to tie Acts 8 to the 4th century Christianization of Aksum, but it's historically false. That's not Shakka-Ahmose. You see the quotes? It is historically false. This made it easier to tie Acts 8 to the 4th century Christianization of Aksum. But how can they tie it to the 4th century Christianization of Aksum if Irenaeus is writing about it in the 2nd century, trying to place it in the 1st century, when the 4th century conversion of Aksum didn't happen yet? You see, it doesn't, it's all incongruent because it never happened. In the 19th century, they ignored Greco-Roman geographic distinctions in favor of a monolithic Ethiopia. Strabo Geography 1712-1715-54 clearly distinguishes the territory of the Kandaka and Meroe from the Red Sea highlands, later Aksum, Abyssinia. Pliny, Natural History 635, and Ptolemy, Geography 4:7, likewise maintain the separation. They cite 1866 sources that predate the major archaeological decipherment of Meroitic culture. By 1866, European scholars had not yet integrated Kushite archaeology, nor the epigraphic, I told you this is where I live, epigraphy, nor the epigraphic evidence of the Kandaka queens into biblical reference works. As a result, Abyssinia became a convenient placeholder for anything south of Egypt in biblical commentary. Stupid. What does that mean? There was no Ethiopian eunuch. That's what it means. Why? Because there was no Ethiopia in the 2nd or 1st century. They're trying to place a Sudanic eunuch under a Kandaka queen who is supposedly on his way to Jerusalem to worship. Why would you have a 1st century eunuch, Sudanese eunuch, going to Ethiopia to worship? I mean, going to Jerusalem to worship. That would presume that Judaism and Christianity had reached Sudan by the 1st century. These people are so historically illiterate, it's scary. It's scary. It's absolutely scary. In short, this is ChatGPT. The _̓̓𝓏 entry reflects colonial era conflation of two different polities: biblical Kush, Meroe in Sudan, and medieval modern Abyssinia, Habesh in Ethiopia, Eritrea. It uses anachronistic geography and missionary era assumptions that ignore ancient distinctions and political realities. If you want, I can give you a 1-page forensic rewrite of that Strong's entry as it should have read if it were historically accurate to the biblical period. Right? Thou shalt always lie. Right? And the angel of the Lord spake to, right here, this part, that he had come to Jerusalem for to worship and was returning and sitting in his chariot, reading Isaiah the prophet. Black church commandment number 1, thou shalt always lie. Watch. Claimed New Testament context. Acts 8:26-40 portrays an Ethiopian Cushite eunuch of the Kandaka treasure traveling to Jerusalem to worship carrying Isaiah. Narrative assumes a functioning Jewish presence in Kush with access to scripture and pilgrimage links, archaeological and epigraphic record. Zero primary evidence of Judaism in Kush or Meroe in the Sudan in the 1st century CE. There's no Judaism in Kush for the eunuch to be going to Jerusalem to worship. No synagogues, inscriptions, menorah symbols, or Hebrew texts or other markers of Jewish community discovered in Kushite sites, Meroe or Napata. In the first contrast, Elephantine 5th century BCE in Upper Egypt has direct papyrological proof of a Jewish garrison colony with Torah-like practices. But this presence did not extend into Kush. So where are you getting this Kushite eunuch going to Jerusalem to worship? That's beyond their worldview. Historical geography, political reality. First century CE Kush was an independent African monarchy under successive Kandakas, often in tension with Rome. And Jerusalem at that time was under Rome. So no eunuch, no Kandaka would have sent her high-staking treasure to Jerusalem when it was under Roman rule. You idiot. You don't know anything about the ancient world. Jerusalem was under Roman rule, the Herodian dynasty, direct prefects. Regular Kushite Jerusalem pilgrimage is implausible in this geopolitical climate. No evidence of a Kushite treasury officials were religiously bound to the Jerusalem cult. See, they were not anticipating AI, which has recourse to historical data and primary evidence and can weigh data internally to show that you're a liar. Stupid. That's the only thing you know how to do. Scriptural access. Isaiah scrolls in Hebrew Greek existed in Judea, Alexandria. No trace of Hebrew literacy, translation activity, or synagogue infrastructure in Meroe. Implausible that a Cushite court official independently possessed and read Isaiah. Literary function of the narrative. The eunuch story reflects Luke Acts' theological agenda. Christianity is universal, penetrating from Jerusalem onward to Samaria, Africa, and the ends of earth. Acts 1:8. It's just a motif. It never happened. Casting a Cushite eunuch marked by marginality, foreign castrated African royal official as early convert serves a narrative trope, not history. Implausibility versus veracity. Implausible. No evidence for Judaism rooted in Kush Meroe in the 1st century CE. No Isaiah scrolls in circulation there. No pilgrimage practice recorded. Veracity. Jewish presence documented only north of the First Cataract, Elephantine, Alexandria, Leontopolis, no extension into Kush. So where are you getting this imaginary Sudanese eunuch from that was supposedly in an Ethiopia that did not exist? You're historically illiterate. Conclusion. The Acts 8 eunuch narrative projects a fictional Jewish penetration into Kush. It leverages Elephantine's historical Jewish colony in Upper Egypt, 5th century BCE, as a template, but transplants it anachronistically into 1st century Kushite royal context. Thus, Judaism in the 1st century Kush is historically unattested and implausible. The eunuch story functions as pseudepigraphical universalizing propaganda, not historical reportage. Ooh. Just imagine the bomb that just went off. Kushite Meroitic Sudanese eunuch. Concise sourced. When does Christianity first reach the Sudan? Evidence-based. The earliest secure signals are 6th century CE. So you don't get Christianity in the Sudan until the 6th century CE. You know how late that is? That's after Christianity reaches Ethiopia. Textual accounts of Byzantine, Alexandrian missions to Nubia, Nobadai, Makudia, Alodia, by John of Ephesus, contemporary Syriac, and allied evidence such as the Silko inscription of Calabasha, a Christian king of Nobadai early 500s. Source, the Tertullian Project. You should see Professor Faraji's work on that. He has a whole book on that. It's about Nubian Christianity. I highly recommend it. I haven't read it, but I still recommend it because I respect the brother. Source, the Tertullian Project. Since you wanted to bring up Tertullian, there's your source. Okay? The Tertullian Project, Claremont University. On-the-ground material culture inside modern Sudan becomes clear by late 6th, 7th century. Faras cathedral levels, earliest large churches at Faras. So not until the 6th or 7th century is when you get Christianity in the Sudan, in the Dongola, in Soba. Source, Wikipedia, Claremont Education, right? Leiden Medievalist blog. a radiocarbon dated Christian burial near 𝓈𝓔𓏐 Falls, calendar AD 5th, 6th century, implying some Christian presence in Central Sudan by the 5th, 6th century. Nowhere near the 1st century, before widespread state conversion. Synthesis from archaeology. Christianization of post-Meroitic Nubia is a 6th century process. No earlier archaeological horizon is demonstrated. So that means the Ethiopia that you tried to claim for a eunuch does not become Christian until the 6th century process. After Aksum, which does become Ethiopia later, your numbers are all wrong, my dude. Your story never happened. It's an imaginary story. There was no Ethiopian eunuch. There was no Cushite eunuch on his way to Jerusalem to worship. Why? Because there was no Judeo-Abrahamic religions in the Sudan in that period. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. These people are so historically illiterate. Did Christianity reach Kush, Meroe in the 1st century? No primary evidence. There are no 1st, 2nd century inscriptions, buildings, burials, or objects from Meroe, Kush attesting Christianity. Meroitic religion, Amen, Isis, etc. In other words, the Kemetic deities is what shows in the evidence. Remains dominant to the empire's end. Kush collapses mid-4th century in the orbit of Ezana's campaigns. So the very Christianity, the Ethiopia that you claim, which is Ezana, they're the ones that destroyed the eunuch's country, which was Sudan. And they were worshiping Kemetic deities, or what you call ancient Egyptian gods, until the end of their empire, which is the 4th century CE. Claims of a 1st century Kushite eunuch rest only on Acts 8 and lacks Sudanese corroboration. Source, Ancient Cultures Institute, SAG Online, DBEBS, Livingston Public Schools. Bottom line, your timeline test. Earliest documented arrival of Christianity in Sudan by 5th, 6th century CE, sporadic. State-level conversion and architecture, 6th, 7th century CE. 1st century CE Christianity in Kush Meroe, unsupported by primary Sudanese evidence. And what do they use? The Tertullian Project. You can find it on Wikipedia. This also undercuts any goalpost shift from a biblical Ethiopian Cushite eunuch to an actual Meroitic court convert. The Sudanese record does not show it. So where's your personal? This is my personal commentary. This is me talking now. The so-called Ethiopian Bible, right? Right. So I'll come back to it in a second. So let's deal with this. Let's just read it and be done with it. Cause I'm this is the last part I'm done with. Did I say? Oh yeah. Did I? Okay, hold on. All right. Here we go. All right. So here's my personal commentary. The so-called Ethiopian Bible. As usual, I have to educate my people. The so-called Ethiopian Bible is neither African nor Ethiopian. For it to be essentially African or Ethiopian, it would have to have been originally written in an African language, and it was not. And in this particular case of the African language in question is Ge'ez, right? And in this particular case, the African language in question is Ge'ez or Ethiopic. It was instead translated from its original Greek. Geniuses. Translating Harry Potter into the Mandarin or Cantonese scripts does not make Harry Potter a Chinese story. You get it? So there's nothing authentically African about the so-called Ethiopian Bible. I'm sorry, but nothing to get excited about here, people. The so-called Ethiopian Bible is as much a product of colonialism as is the King James. It's just an earlier colonial product. It ain't even a black thing. P.S. If you need... Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Where was I? Right? If you need a black Bible written in a black language with a black script talking about the resurrection, just read the book of Coming Forth by Day, the so-called Egyptian Book of the Dead. That's where it all ultimately comes from anyway. So all this stuff, facts, a Christian should never use the word facts. You don't know what facts are. You're historically illiterate. You don't know history. You're using a 19th century misnomer. They incorrectly use the word Ethiopia to describe Sudan, northern Sudan, and you are imagining this thing unfolding in Ethiopia that never unfolded. And that part of Sudan had no relationship to any Abrahamic religions in the first century. They had to wait almost 500 years in order to be connected to that stuff. You don't understand this region. You don't understand the history of your own people. And that's the problem. If you're black, you don't know anything about black history. If you did, you would never repeat a fake Ethiopian eunuch story. It never happened. But your biblical brain says that you must believe it. Your Bible authority says the Bible is the sole source of truth, not facts and not history, not data, not evidence, primary or otherwise. Right? But you're all liars even about that. You claim the Bible is your sole source of truth, but then you run to Irenaeus. Why are you going to Irenaeus? Just stay in Acts 8. You ain't got to run to Irenaeus. He's not the Bible. If biblical archaeology says the Bible and Bible alone, scripture, just stay there. Stop saying one thing and doing something else. That's duplicitous. That's satanic. If it's the Bible alone, then argue with just that. If it's that powerful, argue with just that. If it's that truthful. Here we go. I'm going to finish this out. Make sure I'm in the right window. Sorry. Yes, I am. Yeah. All right, here we go. Okay. Personal commentary. The so-called Ethiopian eunuch in the Bible is not a reference to modern Ethiopia, which itself in antiquity was known as the Aksumite Kingdom, not Ethiopia, in a country later to be called Abyssinia, from Abyss or Habis. The Ethiopia of the Bible refers to modern-day Sudan, Bilad a-Sudan, right? The land of the blacks. Again, not modern Ethiopia. This is why the eunuch is said to have been the treasurer of the Kandaka or the Candace. See, this is Kandaka. Latinized is pronounced Candace. In its original tongue, it's Kandake. Okay? All right? Of the queen. Modern Ethiopia was never ruled by a Kandaka or Candace queen. So please stop with this Acts 8 so-called Ethiopian eunuch narrative in an attempt to somehow associate it with the 4th century CE conversion of the Aksumite kingdom, i.e. modern Ethiopia, Abyssinia, Abyss, or Habesh, to Christianity. They have nothing to do one to the other, to do with one another, other than the fact that they are both in Africa. In fact, historically literacy instructs that the Ethiopia of the Bible, ancient Kush, Sudan, or Meroe, was actually enemies and rivals with the Aksumite kingdom, i.e. modern Ethiopia. Another way of putting it is ancient or so-called biblical Ethiopia was in reality actually enemies and rivals with modern so-called Ethiopia. Where they at? What they say? Somebody told me that those are all something. Oh, that's what they said. Yeah, they said those are all facts. All right. Here we go. What am I looking for? Show me. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. My screen is black. That's okay. Okay. I'll read that last part again. Here we go. Personal commentary. The so-called Ethiopian eunuch in the Bible is not a reference to modern Ethiopia, which itself in antiquity was known as the Ox. I'm not reading all that again. No way. Oh, okay, I'll read it. Here we go. I don't think you saw it. The so-called Ethiopian eunuch in the Bible is not a reference to modern Ethiopia, which itself in antiquity was known as the Aksumite kingdom, not Ethiopia, in a country later to be called Abyssinia from Abyss, Habis. The Ethiopia of the Bible refers to modern-day Sudan, Bilad as Sudan, or the land of the blacks, not modern Ethiopia. This is why the eunuch is said to have been the treasurer of the Kandake or the Candace queen. Modern Ethiopia was never ruled by a Kandake or a Candace queen. So please stop with this Acts 8 so-called Ethiopian eunuch narrative in an attempt to somehow associate it with the 4th century CE conversion of the Aksumite kingdom, i.e. modern Ethiopia or Abyssinia, Abyss Habesh, to Christianity. They have nothing one to the other to do with one another, other than the fact that they are both in Africa. In fact, historical literacy instructs that the Ethiopia of the Bible, ancient Kush, Sudan, or Meroe, was actually enemies and rivals with the Aksumite kingdom, i.e. modern Ethiopia. Another way of putting it is ancient or so-called biblical Ethiopia was in reality actually enemies or rivals with modern so-called Ethiopia. Do you understand that? So when you tell that stupid story about the Ethiopian eunuch, rebuke and reprove, you just got rebuked, reproved, and now you are redone. Here we go. Okay? No fiction. There was no Ethiopian eunuch. Black Christian colonized mind syndrome. Now here's the crazy part. Here you go. Some more classical paintings for you. Here's your Ethiopian eunuch. There's your Philip. These are the people you let set your reality. Black people are sick. Poof. Look, see it there? See your Ethiopian eunuch there? Look, watch this. Poof. Gone. Goodbye. Gone. See that? Okay. I use ChatGPT to debate a lot. What's the rest of this? Here we go. Sounds like it's oh, this is a conversation. Okay, we got to look at this tomorrow. How much goes on? Hold on. Because I have no idea. I'll find out right now. Hold on 1 second. Stop shifting. Let me go to the original one and find out. Let me see what I have left. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely not finishing this tonight. Because I have a few more slides in here. I'll finish this off tomorrow. Part 2. Okay. I'm stopping here. With that, folks, I'm not going to make it a long goodbye. I'm going to get something to eat and get some rest. I think I earned my meal. I want to say thank you for you who hung out with me for 9 hours and 30 minutes. I know it's insane, right? But that's how I teach. So, man. What retard said this? Nope. Are you stupid? This is a historically ignorant person. The Bible is not a primary source. The Bible is only a primary source in textual context. That's it. Only in textual context. Right? It's not a primary source in terms of history. The Bible is not a primary unless you're historically illiterate. Right? If you're historically illiterate and you have no education, then the Bible is a primary source. Right? So watch. I will show you. Let me help you out here because you're stupid. Just tell people the truth. Don't lie to people. Tell them when they're stupid. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. All right. Even that's wrong, but I'll share that with you. That's not even worth reading. Okay. Right. Okay. Anyway, I'll just read it to you very quickly because I'm really just tired. It says right here. This is the only part that needs to be read. It is not treated as a primary source for objective historical events. That's all that needs to be read. I'll show it to you. Right? It does say it's a primary, which is, it says it's a primary source for the study of ancient religion and culture, but it is not treated as a primary source for objective historical events, which means that you cannot use the Bible as a primary source when we're talking about history. Okay? Unless you're blind, I'll show it to you. Here. I'll show this to you because you people are just stupid. Like literally, you've never seen any other group where everything that comes out of their mouth is wrong, right? And they're okay with that. I think to me that's scary. Let me share my screen so you can see. I don't got to cheat you to beat you, right? Here you go, just so you can see it. All right. Is the Bible a primary source? No apologetic narrative, right? Do you see this? It is not treated as a primary source for objective historical events. It's classified as a primary source for the study of ancient religion and culture. In other words, if you want to know what people thought in ancient times, but I wouldn't even use that as a primary source for that, right? They classify it, but it's not that. But it tells you it is not treated as a primary source for objective historical events, in the same way as contemporary records or archaeological data. Do you see? I don't have to lie to you. The Bible is not a primary source. Okay? That's why I said even before I went there, the Bible is anything can be a primary source, but it can't be a primary source for what you're claiming it's a primary source for. The Bible is not a primary source for history. You understand? And even when you use it as a primary source for history, you have to speak in which context you're using it as a primary source. You can't use the Bible as a you can't use the narrative in the Bible as a primary source for history because it's not history. If the Bible is the primary source, stupid, how can it talk about an Ethiopian eunuch being converted when there's no Ethiopian eunuch in history? There's no Ethiopia in the 1st century. There's no country called Ethiopia in the 1st century in terms of the Aksumite Christian territory that doesn't come about until the 4th, 5th century. You're taking two things that are separate and you're trying to shove them together, which is what Christian interpretatio does, which is why it's all historically wrong and historically baseless. It has no historical worth or value. It's just a lie. That's it. It's just a lie. With that, I have to end this because my voice is going and I won't have anything for later today. For those of you who were generous, I say 𝓈𝓔𝓿𝓏𝓿 and 𝓕𝓐𝓁. I appreciate you. You motivated me. You made me feel like this was worth it to do it. I was going to do it regardless, but that respect matters. It goes a long way. It shows me what you value. It says, yeah, Shaka, we want more of this. Come back. Bring the primary evidence. Bring the primary documentation. Let these. So I showed you all of that, and not one of them proved Tony Braxton wrong. All of that. All of that. And not one of them proved Tony Braxton wrong. I sat here for over 9 hours going through their claims, showing you the documentation. Nothing that they said was correct. These are Christians. You live in a culture that is dedicated to wrong. How do you compete with other cultures? Why do you expect other people to respect you when your whole entire culture is premised in wrong? Then you have a psychologically strange person that says, how you challenge me on a topic? You can't talk to mentally retarded people. They're retarded people. So that's probably why I don't debate them, because they're mentally retarded. Why would you debate a mentally retarded person? They are literally mentally retarded. Like, I'm not even saying that as a they're wrong. You understand what I'm saying? So the Bible is the primary source. Yeah? Okay. All right, folks. I did my job. I always come to do my job. I will see you hopefully later today. If I have to rest, then I'll see you tomorrow. Normally I'll be going through questions right now. I think I've given more than enough. So I'll look at this stuff later on. Love you all. Thanks for rocking with me. For those of you who are watching in the future, the contribution can be made at the top of the YouTube chat. And it's also, look at my if you really want to support the platform, subscribe, press like, leave a comment. Leave a comment, folks. Come on. Leave comments. Show people that you're engaged. And look in the description. You'll find all of my contacts, all of my links, everything. Okay? And make sure people watch it. I'm out. And if fast forward and rewind to find what you're looking for. I'm going. What am I looking for? Shout out to Toni Braxton. I'm listening to You Make Me Melt, another one of my favorite songs by her. Love that woman. Woo, love me some Toni Braxton. I'm a huge Toni Braxton fan now. Yeah, big time. What am I looking for? Without you, life without you. So, oh, that's what I'm looking for. All right, folks. I did my job. I'm out of here. Stop telling lies. That's all I'm saying. Stop telling lies.